Play starting just under 10 minutes. Here are the full details of the two teams then for this match. First of all, our visitors from Leicestershire, warm welcome to their supporters committee, players and coaching staff. Their side looks like this: number 26, Rishi Patel; number 11, Sol Budinger; number 22, Ian Holland; number 23, Lewis Hill; number 54 and captain Peter Hanscom; number 16, Rahan Ahmed; number 7, Ben Cox; number 6, Ben Green; number 87, Logan van Beek; number 49, Roman Walker; and number 20, Josh Hull. And the Gloucestershire side: number 1 and captain Cameron Bancroft; number 64, Ben Charlesworth; number 67, Ollie Price; number 88, Miles Hammond; number 31, a home debut in the Championship, and number 31, Cameron Green; number 25, James Bracey; number 12, Graham Van Vieren; number 83, Dominic Goodman; number 17, Zaman Akhtar; number 5, Josh Shaw; and number 39, Ajit Singh Nair.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol, where it's time for Gloucestershire against Leicestershire in the Rothesay County Championship Division 2. We've got a fairly overcast morning, but it is dry, and at least for today the forecast is pretty good. Had a look at the weather forecast this morning, and for tomorrow it's suddenly looking horrid. I thought it was supposed to be set fair for some time, but we've got quite a substantial amount of rain seemingly forecast. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but at least Sunday and Monday look fantastic with temperatures pushing towards 20 degrees. So there's your weather forecast. As far as the game is concerned, Leicestershire have won the toss and have unsurprisingly stuck Gloucestershire into bat. That is now 4 games in a row to start the season where Gloucestershire have been put in by the opposition, but they will be hoping for similar to what happened when Glamorgan put them in the last home game, where Gloucestershire reached 368 for 3 at the end of the first day. But I do understand why Leicestershire have decided to bowl, because most sides do tend to do that at Bristol. The pitch is a little bit green, but usually that tends to mean that it's just going to carry through a little bit more rather than do a massive amount sideways. My name is Ed Seaborn. Alongside me is Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. We've also got Nicole Harvey, former Somerset, former Western Storm, former Welsh Fire player, with us for the first couple of days. Morning to you, Richard.
Good morning. All I was going to say was that inserting at Bristol is always more in hope than expectation, isn't it? And I think that's what Leicestershire's decision is based on, just the fairly faint hope that the greenness of the pitch does result, and a little bit of cloud around, actually, first thing, does result in more movement than might otherwise be the case.
Yep, and I'm sure Gloucestershire would have done the same if they'd won the toss. Gloucestershire have made quite a thing over the last few games about, well, the way that Ben Charlesworth put it is you need to play perfect cricket if you lose the toss in these extended games, because really you've got to then both bat in the best bowling conditions in theory on the first day and then bowl a team out in the best batting conditions on the final day. But we'll see. As far as Gloucestershire's side goes, they have made 3 changes to the side that played at Canterbury. Tom Price, Matt Taylor and Marchant de Lange drop out of the 11, and coming in, Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale returning, and Dom Goodman is playing his first game of the season, returning from a calf injury in the winter.
Well, Ian Holland is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end here in Bristol. He's obviously going to be bowling to Cameron Bancroft with 3 slips. A couple of changes, both enforced for Leicestershire. A couple of the bowlers have picked up niggles. Ben Mike and Tom Scriven have dropped out. Roman Walker and Josh Hull take their place. But it'll be Holland to start with. Umpire Lungley standing at the pavilion end. Holland is in, outside off stump, and a horrible little flick at the ball, attempting to sort of cut it away, most un-Bancroft-like. And, well, very nearly the ideal start for the Foxes, and Bancroft would have been livid had he given it away to the first ball like that. Just shows that however experienced you are, perhaps a little bit of adrenaline, a few nerves, almost resulted in disaster. Holland turns, in he goes, bowls, that's a nice line, but Bancroft much more assured, solidly behind that one, leaning forward into defensive press on off stump and dropping it out into the offside.
Perhaps he's still recovering from the annoyance of losing his 4th consecutive toss to start his Gloucestershire captaincy career. It's not a great start, is it?
It's not, but I'm sure none of those matches have been lost, of course, but I'm sure he'll get into...
well, the first one was, but... Yeah.
Of course it was, yes. He'll get into it.
But actually, of course, he wasn't there.
Holland is in, bowls, and a little bit uncertain there, Bancroft, whether to get forward or stay back. It was just slightly short of the perfect length. He eventually shuffled forward slightly and blocked it again on off stump. Ian Holland has been absolutely outstanding for Leicestershire this season. Top wicket taker, 13 to his name, and as his captain Peter Hanscom said to me after the game at Lancashire, he can move it on ice, seam it on ice, and he goes and bowls a beauty that goes past the outside edge of Bancroft's bat. A little bit of outswing, and Bancroft Again, it was that very difficult length. Wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back. This time he sort of stayed back and the ball just slid past his outside edge. Lovely delivery from Holland. That's what he's been doing all season. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester shortly. Holland is in and bowls. That one is down the leg side, and was down the leg side, came off the sort of hip area, might have got a little inside edge onto the thigh pad. No, he didn't. It was thigh pad only. It bounced down towards long leg, didn't go half that distance. Logan van Beek came running up from long leg to field, and Gloucestershire are up and running with an extra leg bye.
Yes, of course, I forgot that you can't blame Bancroft for the first game. He wasn't here yet.
And the Foxes won the toss and have chosen to bowl first here at a slightly cloudy but dry Bristol. 2 changes for them from the side which drew at Lancashire last time out. As you just heard, Josh Hull comes into the side. So too does Roman Walker. Looking for movement early on. The Foxes, Bristol notorious for being a little bit flat, the pitches, and a lot of runs scored. So if they can take early wickets, they'll get into the driving seat straight away. We've had one over and Gloucestershire are 1 without loss. Back with you on comms. The last ball was defended of that Holland over, and as I say, Gloucestershire after 1 over. A little bit of movement, a couple of deliveries for Holland. Tends to be after 4 or 5 overs, isn't it, when the lacquer goes off a little bit. But Holland will get movement straight away.
Yep, I think it's going to be the test really this morning as Gloucestershire try and negotiate this new ball. As you mentioned, Holland in good form, and you do expect something to happen even at Bristol. First thing in the morning, and particularly first morning, Logan van Beek is going to bowl the first over from the Ashley Down road end. 3 slips in place, runs in and bowls on a length, and Bancroft leaves it on length. It's not taken particularly high up by Hill behind the stumps, but you will see the keeper and the slips in much closer as the game goes on, and it was only the first delivery anyway, so still no runs off the bat in this game between the current table toppers in Division 2. Leicestershire on 54 points, a win and 2 draws. Gloucestershire second from bottom, but there's only 1 point separating 4 teams at the moment, as Van Beek digs one in short and down the leg side. Bancroft thinks about having a go at it round the corner, but it's too far away. Once he'd decided he might want to play a shot at it, so just pulled out. But Gloucestershire 1 loss and 2 draws, so there's actually only 3 tosses that Bancroft has lost in a row, because James Bracey was stand-in skipper for that first game at Derby, where Gloucestershire were pretty convincingly outplayed by Derbyshire. But since then, both the draws against Glamorgan and Kent have certainly been winning draws for Gloucestershire. They were in a great position to go on to win the game at Canterbury had they had more overs afforded to themselves. As forward goes, Bancroft defends into the offside. Much made of that declaration. Understandably, there were views on both sides. There usually are, with some saying that they understood why Gloucestershire didn't declare a bit sooner because of the fact that Kent had so comfortably chased that 320 odd against Middlesex the previous week, and the fact that it looked a bit flat that morning and Marchant de Lange was down, so Gloucestershire were attacking with only 3 frontline seam bowlers. Van Beek into Bancroft, who lets it go on length again through to the wicket-keeper Cox. But equally, others saying, well, 6 wickets down at the end, only giving themselves 41 overs to bowl Kent out in. If they'd only had another 20, then very likely they would have gone on to win the game. You never know whether it would have played out that way, whether Kent, with more overs actually to face, might have had to knuckle down a bit harder, and they actually may still have negotiated it. Bit of bounce there from Van Beek. Next delivery is played down into the ground. Bancroft having to take a hand off the bat there. to turn it into the onside. The ball just about trickles off the pitch, and there's still no run. But you know, it's two ways of looking at it, I suppose, isn't there? You pretty much boss a 4-day game. You don't want to just give the opposition a way back into it to win it, especially with 8 points for the draw. But then, how many positions as Van Beek bowls? Bancroft pushes to cover, thought about a single, but it's not there. Budinger fields, and it's a maiden to start with from Van Beek as well, just a leg bye from the first 2 overs. Equally, you say, well, how many games are you going to be in a strong position to win throughout the season? Do you need to ram it home when you get there? I suppose it depends on what sort of captain or coach you are, but in any case, Gloucestershire have drawn their last 2 games. I'm sure they'll be taking a lot of confidence from those 2, but they will know it's a serious task ahead of them with Leicestershire visiting here.
Holland in from the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump to Charlesworth, who just leans forward. It threatens just to shape back in a bit, but essentially it was a good leave, a reformed slip cordon for the Foxes. Louis Kimber, who is normally at first slip, or would have been at first slip had he been selected for this game, left out. So Ben Green, on loan from Somerset, of course, he goes in at first slip alongside Hanscom and Ahmed at third. Holland is in, bowls again outside off stump. Not so much potential movement back into that one, so a very safe lead. Ahmed shelled a couple at third slip at Old Trafford, much to his chagrin. Not that you can really tell from his demeanour, which is always sunny and smiling and cheerful, seems that way, and he more than made up for it with the bat, with a joyous century. Holland is in and bowls. It seams away and bounces, but he got the direction wrong. It started wide and went wider. He does get movement. Holland, the middle of the pitch looks sort of noticeably lighter in colour than the sort of outside. If you divide it into 3, the 2 outside thirds are greener than the middle third, if that makes any sort of sense. I don't know whether that comes across when you look at it on the stream. In goes Holland and bowls. Ooh, that was a good leave, and his eyes are up to the heavens. Charlesworth stepped forward. It did sort of go straight. It was probably 6 inches outside the stumps, and as I've probably tediously said in the past, one of the big differences with first-class players is that they tend to know where their stumps were against good club players who will always play that little bit more at deliveries that they could leave. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump again. A little bit of seam movement away, but again Charlesworth, who's left what he left every one in this over so far, all 4 of them.
I think he might have done, yeah.
I think he might have done indeed, and he left that one as well.
I wonder if Leicestershire are wishing, after seeing that one that really moved and zipped from wider on the greener stuff, probably wishing that the middle was green as well.
Indeed. Holland in, bowls, and that's the one that sort of does threaten to shape back in, but it's not enough at the moment. So Charlesworth, by not playing a single delivery, played that over extremely well.
Yeah, I suppose it's what you want to do, isn't it? And I know that it's not particularly entertaining batting, but equally in the early stages, having been put into bat, you're not looking to entertain most of the time.
We had, of course, as you tend to do when you get up to Old Trafford, David Lloyd was around on Bumble, that is, for a day, first day, but he loves a leave. Yeah. As a former opening batsman who didn't get to wear a helmet or too much padding against some seriously quick bowling. He loves a leave.
Well, hopefully we will have the pleasure of Bumble's company for Gloucestershire versus Lancashire, which is the next fixture up at Old Trafford. There's Gloucestershire heading up there
next week, eh?
Yeah, for what is the final game of their 5 consecutive games to start the season before they get a round off. Van Beek to start the 4th over of the morning, and Bancroft has played that one down at his feet with the air of somebody not particularly impressed with what he just seen out of the pitch. Just leapt up a little bit on him. It's not the first time already that he's taken that left hand off the bat. And we're, what, 19 deliveries in, and just the one delivery scored off, and that was a leg by. So Leicestershire are piling the pressure on Gloucestershire's openers, Bancroft and Charlesworth. As in goes Van Beek and bowls Fuller, and he's bowled him! And Bancroft looking to drive, got a ball that has just nipped the top of off stump, and it's the perfect start for Leicestershire. Gloucestershire are 1 for 1. Bancroft trying a straight drive, and that hasn't caught much of the off bail, but it's caught enough. The stumps are still in pretty much perfect position, but the off bail has hopped off. Bit of in shape there, and Bancroft goes for a 13-ball duck, and Gloucestershire are under the pump.
Super delivery. It did, as you say, swing back in. It's slightly loose from Bank, but that came back in a lot actually when you see it from behind. That was a heck of a delivery, especially given the length he'd been bowling up to that point. A little bit short of a length, keeping Bancroft on the back foot, a little bit further pitched up. The Australian looked to get on the front foot, but it was slightly loose. Nipped back through the gate and top of off, and perfect from Logan Van Beek.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic delivery. I think, like you say, it wasn't really there for the drive. It looked a bit fuller because of the way that he went forward at it, but I think it's one of those where it's a bit of a mixture of not a great shot and a very good delivery. Even if he tried to defend it, he may well have had that nip back through his gate anyway, but we'll never know. Ollie Price, the new batter, to join Ben Charlesworth, so you do always feel, I'm sure as an opposition as well, if you can get rid of Bancroft early, this Gloucestershire line-up might just be there for the taking. Ollie Price has 100 on this ground already this year, but so did Cameron Bancroft. Van Beek bowls, first delivery to him, it's up to the bat, but Price is forward to nudge it away defensively. And as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, this is really not what they'd have wanted turning up this morning. They'd have been pretty desperate, I'm sure, to have won the toss, made first use of this pitch, and here they are battling for survival, still with no runs scored off the bat. Van Beek into Price, lets it go. It's a good leave, probably just could be left on length as well as line, but this is searching stuff. I mean, I saw Lancashire's run rate at Old Trafford.
Yes, and they weren't, I mean, they didn't look to get after the bowling, but it's one thing Leicestershire have done well so far this season. Alphonso Thomas, the head coach, of course, was a sort of famously parsimonious seamer, and they have kept control of the scoreboards when bowling.
Van Beek runs in, bowls, it's Fuller this time, and Price tries to dig out a drive, but it was almost a wide Yorker in the end from Van Beek, and Price couldn't dig the drive out through the covers, and it scoops off towards the fielder at cover. So even that one, which was probably the first delivery Van Beek's bowled, which could have been scored off, Price has missed out on. And you know, if Bancroft had received that delivery, having seen a few more, as Van Beek bowls, there's another loose drive. It's quite a long way away from the body as well. It's almost a repeat performance of that Bancroft shot, but the difference this time was that the inner part of the bat was found. But that is a really troubling sign for Gloucestershire, whether it just didn't quite come back as much as the Bancroft one. If it had done any more, then you might have seen a repeat dose. 1 for 1 after 4 overs. 4 maidens have been bowled.
Yeah. Good start by the Foxes. Holland nagging with movement. Van Beek that little bit quicker, but also with movement. Holland is in from the pavilion, bowls a beauty that swings back, holds its line and goes past the outside edge, draws Charlesworth into an attempted defensive shot, and well, goodness me, that was nigh on unplayable for the left-hander. Let's have a look, see it just sort of shaped and went and missed everything.
Yes.
It is not going to be an easy hour, you suspect, for the Gloucestershire batters if Leicestershire keep bowling like this. Holland is in and bowls and beats the outside edge again with a ball that seems where it was wider, but that was all about the ball before as much as anything, I suspect. And beats the outside edge of Charlesworth's bat again. He left the first over from Holland, but he's played at both those for sure.
Sort of feel like you need to be batting one of those paddle sticks rather than a cricket bat if he's going to do that.
Holland is in and bowls that seams away, but Charlesworth reads it, so to speak, this time, and lifts the bat high over the line of the ball. That was Van Beek's 8th wicket of the season already. He's already batted really nicely as well. His debut against Derbyshire, an unbeaten 82, I think it was, and also picked up a fourfer. So definitely a very useful acquisition for Leicestershire. Holland is in, bowls the in-swinger taken by Cox, running to his right, left by Charlesworth. Didn't do quite enough, quite quickly enough, if that makes sense, although it was taken by Cox well to the other side of the stumps by the time it swung through to him.
Yeah, it was still a good leave, but this is the problem Charlesworth's got if Holland's going to start doing that, and you think as the sort of opening 45 minutes or so goes on, it might just start to do that a bit more.
Holland is in, fuller and driven, and he floated that one a bit outside off stump, looking for that bit of swing. It is the sort of hazard, I guess, if you're doing what Holland is trying to do. Just over pitched it and didn't move, and as I say, rather floated up, and just what the Gloucestershire doctor ordered, and Ben Charlesworth tucked in some style.
Yeah, still a little bit of a way swing on that, but as you say, he just got a really good look at it, and Charlesworth hasn't tended to be missing out on those deliveries this year.
Holland is in, bowls to him again down the leg side. Oh, was that a chance? Cox dived across to his rest. It looked mostly pad. You never know. The umpire's already got his left hand out, Tom Lungley. So it was just the pad. Cox, as I say, he too put a couple down at Old Trafford. They were sort of legitimate catches on the other side of the pitch, so to speak, diving catches away in front of the slips or low down. That would down the leg side. And he did pick up a strangle at Old Trafford as well. That would have been a strangle. Didn't take the inside edge, so that's all irrelevant. Gloucestershire 6 for 1 after 5.
A rare rotation of strike, and Charlesworth taking guard as Van Beek looks to attack him round the wicket, the left-hander. Looked as though that was the off-stump guard from Charlesworth, which much is made of these days. As round the wicket goes Van Beek to him, and bowls short and wide, he's missed out. Cut it straight to cover, and that was a ball which Charlesworth would like back for sure, because there was a great opportunity to knock a bit of shine off the ball early on. That was a loose one, and well, he's doing what a lot of bowlers do, and clearly it was the landing area, but actually it was the first ball, I suppose, which was bowled from there, so maybe it was just a little bit slippery.
Roman Walker at cover. Good morning to Hamish, who's in touch. He says, who's first slip? Ben Green for Louis Kimber. I think I mentioned that, Hamish. Listen, wash your ears out.
Van Beek round the wicket bowls. Charlesworth lets it go. We could have had 3 greens playing in this match, but no Alex for Leicestershire. We've got Ben for the Foxes and Cameron for Gloucestershire.
Logan Van Beek wants some sawdust. He's still scraping away at that crease.
Yeah, just get rid of all of that line there. Make sure that the umpire can't see it. That's a experienced bowler's move, that. And we saw a lot of no balls, particularly from that end in the first game, although that was quite a bit further over towards the mound stand side. This pitch is almost bang central. I think it may be one off the international strip, which I don't know. I get the impression they tend to play quite well, as this is clipped away towards mid-wicket by Charlesworth for no run. I say quite well, I mean, in general, Bristol's a decent place to bat, but it's not always a decent place to bat quickly. But the pitches that are closer to the international strip, I think, tend to be the ones that have a bit more pace in them. That could just be because the ground staff are particularly eyeing up the international games for that part of the square. Don't know, but anyway, certainly hasn't looked too slow, this pitch so far, as in and bowling Van Beek, and that's left. It's a nice delivery which is given a chance to do something but isn't too full, so it can be whacked away.
Said my Rishi Patel, who's down at third man at the moment, when the right-hander's on strike, Ian Holland has been down there, and he'd left his sweater, obviously from bowling as well. And Rishi neatly, he picked it up, carefully folded it, so you know, properly folded it though. You know, like you're going to put it in they show you when you're putting it in a suitcase.
Van Beek in. Charlesworth tries to cut and mistimes it. It looked as if it was short enough, but maybe just not quite wide enough to lay into from Charlesworth. But he had one earlier in the over that he whacked straight to the fielder, and that one completely mistimed. And here we go again with the effort to try and get some sawdust in exactly the right place, and I think that's
a bit of a telling off
from
umpire
I think that's
Pollard
an unofficial
yeah.
warning, or is it?
If you do that again, you'll certainly get one. I think it was.
Yeah, I just suddenly saw that hand come out again. I thought, is he about to make the one sign? But no. Van Beek runs in and bowls, and Charlesworth again does not have to play a shot. But it is 3 consecutive maidens for Van Beek. He's gone maiden, wicket maiden, maiden. And Gloucestershire are crawling at 6 for 1 after 6 overs.
Talking of sweaters, they're being shed by the batters now. It is warm when the sun comes out, as it is threatening to do. And the fair-haired Charlesworth sheds his sweater, sends it back to the ropes and engages in a little conversation with Ollie Price, who had come all the way down the pitch to see him, so he has to jog back now to take guard from umpire Tom Lungley.
Is he taking middle?
Looked fairly central, didn't it?
Ah, middle and then checking middle again, yeah. It's not one of those people that takes 2 guards.
Holland then to the right-hander is in and bowls. Oh, nice shape to the delivery, thick inside edge from Price. I suspect, and he's going to pick up a single as it runs wide down to long leg to Van Beek, that Holland would prefer to be bowling at the right-hander, but he too is now thinking about going round to the left-handed Charlesworth, who's checking his guard. Just I mentioned, Hamish, ways to get in touch with us. You can email, and I'll make sure this gets to Ed if it's for Ed or myself. richardray23@gmail.com. That's Ray, R-A-E. Nicole is on X. I'll give you that address in a moment. As round the wicket goes Holland and bowls down the leg side, tucked away nicely. Could get 4. No, diving stop. Good diving stop down at long leg by the man down there, who is Rishi Patel. And as a consequence, it is just a couple to Charlesworth. Nice shot from him, though. He moves on to 6, his second scoring shot. Nicole is on X at Nicole, Nicole Harvey 02. And I'm on Blue Sky at Rich R23. Any of those means of communication, we'd be delighted to hear from you at any time.
Well, Josh Hull got the bucket hands out for the sawdust there. Quite a lot of sawdust be transported that way.
It would. In goes Holland, bowls, and a slightly loose drive from Charlesworth. Thick outside edge in the air, through about, not far off gully. There isn't a gully, just the slips at the moment. They don't tend to set a gully, Leicester. They prefer a third man. In the game against, partly I suspect, in order to keep control of the scoreboard in terms of runs being conceded. But it does sometimes occasionally make you think. In goes Holland and bowls. Little shuffle down the pitch from Price, and he's beaten on the outside edge by a fairly standard outswinger. But now what's umpire Pollard's very concerned about the pitch at that end. I think he's telling Price not to shuffle.
You can't get that far down. Interesting.
And if you do, what would happen? Would
He'll
a batter get a warning, and then
it'd be the same.
2 warnings and you're off?
Same
rules? You're out?
So I think... Now I'm trying to remember my level 1 umpiring now. This was years ago.
Holland is in, bowls straight, and Price is forward solidly enough. So knocking the ball to mid-on, no run.
Sorry, I think if the batters do it, it's penalty runs.
Okay.
So they'll get a warning, 1 warning, and then every time they do it, it's penalty runs. Whereas the bowler, it's different in that they can be removed from the attack.
That might still be worth it from the batter's point of view. Depends how much damage you want to do. 5 runs isn't too bad every now and then. In goes Holland and bowls, and Charlesworth isn't. Sorry, not Charlesworth. Price is just leaning forward defensively and playing that one out towards the giant Hull, who is at wideish mid-on. Started the season with a bit of a niggle, young Josh, but has been fit for a couple of games. Leicestershire obviously have to liaise with the ECB over when he can play now, and they weren't entirely sure he was going to get permission to play in this game, but happily he has done so, because there are 3 bowlers down at the moment: Wright, Scriven and Ben Mike.
I think it was the case the match last year where we weren't sure whether Hull was going to play or not. Van Beek starts his next over and dangles one outside Charlesworth's off stump, and he doesn't play a shot. But certainly pleased that he is playing, because he's always an exciting sight, and especially if he bowls at the Ashley Down Road end, he will be running in pretty much from the boundary. Those long strides come in. Well,
but I know what you mean.
Yeah. Well, the boundaries are a little bit longer than they were for the Glamorgan match for this one. Van Beek runs in, bowls, Charlesworth forward, pushing the ball down the ground just past the outstretched hand of Van Beek, but mid-on will cut it off. So there still won't be a run off the New Zealand-born Dutchman's bowling. Let's go with that. But
New Zealand-born Dutch international, or
yes, Dutch international. Yes, that'll do. Born in Christchurch. His middle name's an interesting one. In comes Van Beek, bowls and played defensively into the onside. Again, mid-on called into action. His middle name, and I'm going to say this wrong, but it's Verjuice or something like that. Verjuice, which I thought was a drink. Verjus.
it'll be Goose, won't it? Of some kind.
That's a nice middle name.
Goose. Guessing. But I've been to the Netherlands a few times now. For
Van Beek in short and flogged away by Charlesworth through mid-wicket for 4. It wasn't the prettiest pull shot Charlesworth's ever played. He rather fetched it, and it certainly didn't come off the middle of the bat, but such is Charlesworth's power that it still whistles away to the boundary, and it's 14 for 1. So Van Beek's finally gone for some runs.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind not looking too pretty if you connected that reasonably well each time.
Yes.
As you say, if he didn't get all of it, he got enough, more than enough.
And it shows you the power that he's unlocked in his batting, really, in the last couple of years. He's just got such a mighty swing now. Van Beek bowls to him, and he's gone from a mighty swing to a delicate dab into the offside. And it's picked up at backward point by Roman Walker. And Gloucestershire looking to try and negotiate the rest of this new ball without further damage. Cameron Bancroft off stump, nipped, and he was out for a 13-ball duck, as the spell really was cast on Gloucestershire early on by Ian Holland and Logan Van Beek. Gloucestershire just beginning to get the board moving a bit more now as Van Beek bowls. Not this time though, and Charlesworth reaches forward, plays a defensive shot, which is a picture that could have been used in the textbook for such a shot. And 14 for 1 is the score after 8 overs. We have our first commentary change of the morning. Welcome, Nicole Harvey. How are you?
Good, thank you. You okay?
Yeah, it's been a good start for Leicestershire.
It's brightening up, though. It's brightening up. No, I mean, I think they've bowled really well so far. What we've seen is, you know, they've held their length really well. They're trying to get the batter to play, and Gloucestershire have been a little bit caught out playing in front of their body a little bit at times. Any sort of loose shots are going to get caught out.
No,
Sorry.
after you.
Apologies. I thought you were going to go for it.
No, that's all right. You can have
Okay.
this end. I'll stick, because otherwise I'll start getting confused.
No, what do you think, Ed? I think so far what they've done is held their lines really well. The ball is moving around. It looks like the pitch is a little bit too paced at the moment. So Price on strike, and that's bowled. A little bit of movement off the pitch there, late taking the top of off stump. I'm just going to watch the replay here. Holland has bowled and it's taken the top of off stump. A perfect delivery, all 3 slips. Very delighted with that delivery, and Price is going to go for 1.
Yeah, well, we've seen 2 deliveries just, I mean, that's almost
I think
better in a way than Bancroft, but it's actually probably only because of the shot that was played, because there was the question mark of...
He wasn't playing away from his body as
Nah.
such, but he looked a little bit trapped on the crease, which I think, you know, 2 overs ago he got a warning. I think he came out a little bit, but I think he was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to negotiate that swing, and unfortunately he has got a little bit trapped on the crease there. Gloucestershire now 14 for 2 after 8.2 overs. You know, Leicestershire very much on top here. Holland's bowled perfectly there, 1 for 8 so far off his 4. And unfortunately for Ollie Price, he has got a little bit trapped on his crease. I don't think he was playing a loose shot. It was a very good delivery.
Yeah, and I think what they've done so far so well, Leicestershire, is even when Gloucestershire have been looking to use their feet a little bit and get out of the crease, the length has still been dragged back just that little bit so that they can't just negate the movement by batting further down. Effectively, you know, Leicestershire have just dragged it back by the amount that they're coming down, which has meant that there's been some plays and misses even when they've done that.
Absolutely. Both their bowlers are 34. They're very experienced. You know, they've played a lot of cricket, and you know that they're very much aware of where the batter is. Are they coming down the track? Are they batting in their crease? Holland's going to come in here. New batter on strike left hand. Oh, it's a very good delivery just outside the off stump. Once again, he's holding his length. Carry is pretty good for this early on in the season. Holland is getting it through to the keeper around waist height.
Yeah, this pitch definitely looks quicker than the Glamorgan game, which was the first game at Bristol. I mean, the new ball even on that first morning was limping through to the keeper. Holland not quick, but he's not getting bad carry.
Hammond on strike. Holland in. Full ball driven through the covers. Going to be chased right out to the boundary. No, he's not going to get there. He's not going to get there. They're going to come back for a 3rd. It's a great shot. It's just a little bit full on the delivery. In fairness to both Leicestershire bowlers, most of the balls their length have been good. They've gone full maybe twice. But that's at the end of the day what they want them to do. They've got 3 slips in play. They want them to look to drive. They're trying to get them to force that shot.
Yeah, I think Hammond might take the attitude that he's still going to go for it anyway. Try and get the board moving.
Holland just changing his angle here, coming around the wicket, back of a length outside the off stump, left alone. 3 slips in play. We've got a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then you've got 3rd man and fine leg out on the boundary. Holland 1 for 11 now, only 3 off this over so far. But it's interesting to see, like you said, Miles Hammond, he looks to play with intent, and even from the off, Holland in. Down the leg side, hitting him on the pad. They're going to come through for a leg bye there. And Gloucestershire move on to 17 for 2 after 9 overs.
Yeah, I mean, from round the wicket there, was a little ambitious, but Charlesworth, but particularly Hammond, actually will come a long way across his stumps there. So it is a mode of dismissal that you do see for Hammond, possibly more so than Charlesworth, with the right arm round, coming down and across, and then just missing that one that you're having to reach down the leg side for, but is still possibly just clipping that leg stump. So we'll see if that's a delivery that Leicestershire look to replicate as new over begins from Van Beek. And Charlesworth, there's that two-paced nature, because he's tried to force that one away off the back foot, and he's got no timing on that whatsoever. And again, that's something that you can see early on. The two-pacedness can make it quite hard, because not only can you be out in front of one, but also just be late on one, and that brings the slips into play. Whereas later on in the game, the two-pacedness tends to go, and it does just tend to be slow, like that one came through. Van Beek bowls. Oh, there's the one that does just take off, and Charlesworth tries to cut and has that one leap over his edge.
The definition of the two-pace, you know, the ball, the floor is holding in the pitch, that ball's carrying through at shoulder height to the batter, all the way through to the keeper. And I think earlier we had Ollie Price playing a drive. It wasn't a loose drive, he inside edged it because he was there too early, and that's just because some of them are holding in the pitch.
Well, that's certainly going to get your attention. There's Charlesworth, he's on 11, and Van Beek bowling to him, full ball driven, and won't get past Hull at mid-off. There's a sizable obstacle for the ball to get past. So also a long way down for him to field, though, but plenty of time to get down. Just that little bit fuller. Charlesworth 100 in the first game at Derby, made a half century and was looking good in the second innings at Canterbury before he just suddenly, out of nowhere, drove a ball straight to cover off Jack Leaning. Van Beek runs in again. Oh, inside edge from Charlesworth, and that is going to go almost to the boundary. God, they fielded well so far of Leicestershire. They've saved several runs on that boundary. It's Lewis Hill who's just flicked that one back in before it crosses the boundary rope. And it's only 2 where it looked as if Charlesworth was going to get a fluky boundary. It's 20 for 2. And it was a fairly half-hearted shot from Charlesworth. It came back at him from round the wicket from Van Beek. And it's just clouded over a bit again as well. It feels like good bowling conditions. Van Beek runs in, bowls, and Charlesworth opens the face and dabs it through a vacant backward point. And will pick up a single. So it's 21 for 2. Charlesworth to 14. Decent number of spectators at the far end. Over in the Marker Lane and Jack Russell stands. Too many people in the mound stand, but the usual people sitting on the park benches and the picnic tables below us. Not a bad crowd for day one. In April, still have to remind ourselves sometimes it is still April. Van Beek bowls, and Hammond well down the pitch, but just leaves. So 3 from the over. Gloucestershire's still not through this opening spell of Messrs Holland and Van Beek. I'm sure they can't wait for them to get out of the attack, as much as he may be slightly, well, you've got to be an odd person to want Josh Hull to come into the attack, I think. I'll put it that way. To have somebody coming in from his height and left arm at you. But at this point, especially with the new ball, you feel like Holland and Van Beek are serious threats.
Holland coming in, 3 slips in play here, left alone way outside the off stump.
And it's that type of bowler in Ian Holland that Gloucestershire don't have a great deal of. Tom Price would even be just a touch quicker than Holland, although he does take the new ball. But Gloucestershire don't really have an out-and-out swing bowler at that sort of nagging pace, yeah.
Holland moving back over the wicket now, outside the off stump, just shaping away a little bit, holding its line, going across the left-hander.
You know, we're supposed to hate these bowlers, aren't we? We're supposed not to have bowlers who could be bowling, although Holland won't do at the moment, but could be bowling with the keeper up. This is supposed to be not what is desired anymore, but it ain't half effective.
I think it's still technically very good bowling. Back of a length there. Tried to drive that one through the covers. Can't get it past though. He's very skillful, and you can see that in what he does. He might not be bowling fast, but he is skillful. He's holding his length. He's shaping the ball. He's going to change his angles. He's going to come over. He's going to come around. You know, it's very skillful bowling, no matter of the pace, in my opinion. Holland in here. Leg stump, maybe two line, and just trying to force that a little bit, Charlesworth. He's just trying to drive one that isn't quite there. A little bit early, getting an outside edge.
He'd also have a lot more than 124 wickets, I suspect, if he'd not been playing most of his first-class cricket in a side with the likes of Mohammed Abbas, Kyle Abbott and Keith Barker.
Holland in here. Gone for a drive, and that's caught behind. Brilliant piece of bowling there from Holland. He's caught Charlesworth on the drive, and it's caught behind for 14. Gloucestershire now 21 for 3.
Yeah, it's full. It's just gone as well. He's put it up there to swing, and that really has swung. And Charlesworth can't catch up with the swing outside edge.
Just want to watch the replay there, because what it looks like is Charlesworth is actually not that close to the ball, and it's carried on going. The angle's naturally carried on going across him as the left-hander, and his hands are playing quite away from his body.
He's been so disciplined at leaving those so far, but it only takes one that you just go after. And also with Holland switching over and round, it's just constantly nagging away at that question of do I have to leave it, can I play? And then also Gloucestershire want to be positive. They want to just try and put some sort of pressure back on the bowling, but they can't do so. And Cameron Green makes his home debut for Gloucestershire in a really perilous position at 21 for 3 in the 11th.
They've been up against it. You know, Leicestershire have bowled particularly well. They're holding their line and length really well. They're moving the ball around, and the pitch is actually helping them a little bit. It's not flat. It is two-paced, and there's a lot in it for them at the moment. They're putting the balls in the right areas, and they're making Gloucestershire have to ask a lot of questions. And like you say, they're in a catch-22. They want to play some positive cricket, otherwise they're very much on the defensive and they're on the back foot. So
yeah, you're just waiting for that ball to come that nips back through your gate almost.
21 for 3 now. One ball left in this over here from Holland as Holland comes in. Green on strike, defended into the offside. No run score there. And another brilliant over there from Holland as a wicket maiden. He's 2 for 11. Holland and Gloucestershire are 21 for 3 after 11.
So Green, who made a rather, well, he made a serious impact in his debut, but it was rather unusual because for the benefit of Leicestershire supporters, Green scored 100 in his first innings for Gloucestershire, but did so whilst cramping up on that first afternoon towards the evening, and reached his 100 and then basically collapsed on the floor, and the other batter, James Bracey, just waving off towards the pavilion immediately. He'd been having some attention and some stretching out earlier, but reached his 100 and then went straight off. So it was 100 retired hurt for a while as Van Beek bowls to Hammond, and Hammond forward defending to mid-off. And actually, Gloucestershire were able to play out the rest of the day, so Green came back and scored 12 more runs on the second day before being adjudged LBW for 112. He was also adjudged LBW for 3 in the second innings, so anyway. Van Beek bowls wide, and Hammond sort of leaves while swaying out of the way, and behind it goes. But Green became the 10th player to score 100 in his first-class match for Gloucestershire, the 8th in County Championship cricket. Actually, in terms of Championship cricket, there have only been 2 Englishmen who've scored hundreds on their Gloucestershire debut. Richard Scott and Chris Taylor. In goes Van Beek and bowls. That's very wide, and Hammond leaves and sends Cox sprawling away to his left in front of Ben Green at first slip. But yeah, he certainly showed his value there, but he's going to have to play a different type of innings here because Gloucestershire were in a stronger position when Green came to the crease at Canterbury. So it'll be quite interesting to see how he negotiates this. Duke's ball, cloudy skies, 2-paced pitch, 2 bowlers with their tails up. Van Beek bowls to Hammond, who tries to drive, and it skews off into the onside, and it seems as though any shot Gloucestershire play at the moment is fraught with danger. Picked up at mid-wicket. Just a little bit of late in-swing again. Oh, that's very close to just missing that bat altogether, and it would have been the most almighty shout for LBW, and I don't think it would have lasted very long if he'd missed that. 21 for 3. Van Beek bowls, edge dropped at third slip. That was a very good chance for a 4th wicket. Should have been taken. Rehan Ahmed at third slip. I think he decided to go palms up. Probably was a palms up catch still, and slightly to his left. He's very close to second slip, but the edge went the other side, and he's taken it palms up whilst almost on his knees. He's not in a massively balanced position as he tries to take the catch, but that's still got to be taken. So Hammond gets a life on 3. You just don't want to allow Gloucestershire any route back in if you're Leicestershire. So 22 for 3 with a single taken. As forward goes Green, he'll guide a single through point as there's more of a cover point with the attacking field, and it's a single, and doubly annoying for Van Beek because that looks as if that's his last over. He's just got plenty of hand claps from those in the slip, so he should have had 2 as well as Holland, but Gloucestershire still in pretty dire trouble at 23 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a fairly regulation catch, if I'm honest, but I don't think he expected it to be on him as quick as it was. But hopefully, you know, the next one will come and he will take it. Or Gloucestershire will take the chance now as Holland comes in. Green on strike, that's hit him on the pad as a big appeal from second slip, but it looks quite high.
So, sorry, Richard, I missed which batter that was put down at Old Trafford by Rehan Ahmed on 2. I missed which batter it was. Tell me in a second, okay. We'll get it in stages.
Holland in here, full delivery, inside edge through the leg side, not going to come through for a single. Just picked up there by mid-wicket. Really good length.
Sorry.
That Holland's bowling here.
2 chances were missed, that's what.
Okay, so we're just being told that Ahmed had 2 chances in the last match.
Hurst dropped twice. Now, interesting, once again, we're having a conversation between umpire and striker. Now it's Cameron Green, who is being told that he also can't get down the pitch as much as he seemingly wants to. There's a fairly protracted conversation between batter and umpire, but the umpire's always going to win.
Interesting. Holland coming in here, 3 slips in play. Back of a length, way outside the off stump, left alone. But good carry.
That's great. Almost as soon as
Green
that was
is
left.
just checking that with the umpire. Is that okay?
Just, yeah.
Giving him a little thumbs up.
Left it alone, thumbs up to the umpire. Now he's having it. He's trying to get on the right side of the umpires now, because of course in his first innings he did pick up a level 1 for an absolutely outrageous decision in the first innings.
Holland in here, back of a length, left alone outside the off stump, about fifth stump that ball. 4 dots so far in this over.
I mean, the fact that in the second innings he middled the ball, but that wasn't the worst decision he got at Canterbury, I think sort of tells you something. So he's obviously trying to get on the right side of the umpires, because clearly he's done something wrong, despite being one of the nicest people I think I've ever interviewed.
Holland in here, Green on strike, defended into the onside, picked up by mid-wicket, no runs scored. 5 dots in this over so far. Holland just seeming to hold his length really well.
No, his picture, I got Green to pose for a picture just in case the club wanted to use it as much as anything else for the interview. But somebody quote tweeted it saying first day of kindergarten look to it, and it was, he was beaming.
Holland in here, Green on strike, defended just back of a length, no run. There's another maiden there for Holland. Gloucestershire 23 for 3.
7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 11. Wonder if they could get him to go an 8th over. It's so metronomic, you'd feel that he could manage it. It's just whether Leicestershire want him to do that. It was fairly clear that it was the end of Van Beek's spell, so his first spell, just a mere 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. And Josh Hull will come into the attack. Will Gloucestershire possibly enjoy a little bit more pace on the ball, bizarrely? But all eyes will be certainly on Hull, with India coming up this summer, Ashes in the winter. There's lots of important Test cricket coming pretty soon. What's he going to do here? There'll also be more eyes on him because there are only 5 championship matches this round. And I'll have a little look round the country in a moment, because Gloucestershire are not the only side who are in this sort of position. But anyway, for now it's Hull, left arm over, charging in and bowling, and oh good grief, I thought that was played on. He tried to drive off the back foot, first ball, Hammond played it into the ground. I think it smashed against his boot, and then I thought it was going to, well, I mean, first of all I thought it had gone straight back onto the stumps, and I thought it was going to go off his foot onto the stumps anyway. Dear me. So in the other Division 2 game, Derbyshire 35 for 1 against Middlesex at Derby. No surprise, Derbyshire were put in. 3 games in the first division, as Hull runs in and bowls, and Hammond plays that one not particularly comfortably, but solidly enough out towards mid-off as Hull digs it in back of a length. In the game between Nottinghamshire and Sussex at Trent Bridge, Sussex put in are 25 for 3, with Brett Hutton 3 for 17. That's a fairly tasty bowling attack if it's going to be doing something. Brett Hutton, Fergus O'Neill and Josh Tongue on as first change. Hull runs in and bowls, very short, very wide. It's a no ball, and Hammond's cut shot is completely plinked to backward point, and there's no run. Just comes straight off the toe end of the bat. Absolutely no timing at all, but it's 2 runs to the total. It's 25 for 3. Somerset, 41 without loss at Surrey, although Sean Dixon has had to retire hurt on 2. So let's try and scroll through the live text service in a moment to see what that's all about. Hull bowls. Oh, it's a leg stump delivery which has come off Hammond's pad. Green's come a long way down at the non-striker's end and is told in no uncertain terms to get back into his ground, which he does, and there's no shy at the stumps. Fairly eventful delivery there. I suspect missing leg.
Oh, I mean, so far in this over, his lengths have been all over the shop.
Yeah, he's had
but the
2 deliveries come quite close to getting a wicket, yeah.
Because they thought, oh, I'm going to hit there, flash at that, and inside edge.
He's going quite hard at the ball, Hammond. Hull bowls a full ball that's more gently played into the onside, and it's fielded up at mid-on for no run. Worcestershire also banging trouble at a New Road, and Jake Ball is on loan for Durham, and he's got 3 for 13 in 6 overs. So that's turned out to be quite a good move for them. They've lost Roderick, Libby and Rob Jones. Henry Nichols, who's playing as an overseas player for Worcestershire, is in at the moment as Hull bowls, and that makes quite a tinny noise off Hammond's bat as he pushes forward into the offside. And again, there is no run. So 3 sides out of the 5 matches are in the 20s and have lost 3 wickets.
Interesting.
And I suspect every side has been put in. Just looking to make sure on that. Yup. I'm sure there are some people who'll be saying you should go back to uncontested tosses, therefore. Hull is in and bowls down the leg side, and Hammond tries to flick it away, and there is no run to complete the over. Gloucestershire are 25 for 3, no runs off that over apart from the no ball, so been an awful lot of overs this morning where there have been no runs off the bat, and that's another one. 25 for 3. I will get Richard Ray in here for his 12 o'clock update. Nicole Harvey and then Richard Ray.
Yeah, we're looking overcast here, and we're not going to change the bowling here from the pavilion end. Holland is going to continue with his 8th over. This will be Gloucestershire 25 for 3 after 14 overs. Hammond on 4, Green on 1. Their run rate only 1.79 as Holland comes in here. Wide delivery, shaping away, big shape. It's not Richard. Holland coming in here for his 2nd delivery of this over. Back of a length, left alone, hit the pad, but it's a big appeal, but it's too high.
Just high, I think, on that one.
Carrying over the
Just
stumps.
high on that one. Hello.
Hi, sorry.
It's all right.
There was music in my ear.
Sorry,
Hello,
it happens from time to
That's
time.
okay.
Little bursts of usually sort of 90s pop. I'm quite good at identifying some of them, but it has to be a bit earlier, but they'll all be a little bit too old, I suspect, for you.
Holland coming in here. 3 slips still in play, and I tell you what, how fantastic has he bowled so far?
He's done this all season. You know, I mentioned earlier that Pete Hanscom said after Old Trafford, Ian Holland at the moment can get movement off glass. Yeah. And, you know, obviously this isn't glass, but he just always asks questions. He gives so little away, but he gets so much movement that when he does bowl the occasional loose delivery, it doesn't tend to get put away. Only happened once so far in this game.
You know, it's remarkable. Even the lengths he's bowling, and you know, there's a big debate. Both your opening bowlers 34 years old, and you know what brilliant experience they've got.
Absolutely. Morning, Brunty, who has just switched off his tractor engine for a few minutes so he can catch up with what's going on. He's having a cup of tea as he fixes cycle paths across the country.
Holland in here, back of a length defended there by Green. Green on 1 of 13 so far. Seems to be quite a lot of debate here with the umpires and the batters giving them warnings.
It's Pollard at that, poor Pollard at that
It's
Ashley
very
Down
much
Road
on
end,
that.
isn't it?
The second one to the second batter.
Yeah, I've seen him do it a few times. Not obviously, not just today. It is something he's very keen on.
Holland coming in wide of the crease, defended by Green. Looking a little bit trapped on their crease. They're not looking comfortable, if I'm honest. And I mean, I suppose they're getting warnings for coming too far down the pitch, but it's difficult because they're trying to almost prevent that swing and that shape he's trying to get. So the further down they can get, the better.
It's the first time I've seen it this season, actually, the batters being told. Each time I've seen batters against Holland this season, they have tried to do this because he does get that movement, and you know, they've been batting miles outside the crease in some cases, very much shuffling down. But first time I've actually seen any of the umpires do something or say anything about it, really. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 11 for Ian Holland. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Into the news. You might hear me break into news. Well, maybe we can squeeze it in between overs because there's still a sawdust application going on. Here we go. They've made a great start at Bristol, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first. They've picked up 3 wickets already. Those of Cameron Bancroft, bowled by Logan van Beek without scoring. Ollie Price was bowled by Ian Holland for 1, and a few moments ago Ben Charlesworth was caught by wicketkeeper Ben Cox, again off the bowling of Holland, in his case for 14. Could be even better, but Rehan Ahmed at third slip dropped Miles Hammond when the score was on just 21. Even so, Leicestershire very much on top in Bristol with Gloucestershire 25 for 3. Hull is in bowls, fullish and walking forward into a sort of checked drive, really. Essentially defensive is Hammond pushing the ball to mid on, and I'm mentioning too earlier that Rehan Ahmed had dropped a couple of not straightforward chances. They never are completely straightforward, but chances you'd expect him to take at third slip. That was at Old Trafford, and that one off Hammond, you've got to take them. You have got to take them. And unfortunately, it went down again. So how much more time he'll spend at third slip remains to be seen. Hull, first time we've seen him this season, is in bowl. Short, clothed the attempted pull from Hammond, but it is another no ball as well. It didn't go in the air to Budinger at mid-wicket.
On Hammond a little bit quick there. It almost didn't get as high as I think he thought, and he's got a little bit cramped up.
Now, Hamish reckons that Josh Hull's action has changed over the winter. He obviously was injured, worked through that injury, and has been working a lot with the England coaches as well as the Leicestershire coaches. In he comes over the wicket and bowls short, bounces up into the air and good bounce from Hull. Didn't fly behind him though, it sort of popped up in front out towards extra cover. Roman Walker well back at mid off, couldn't get there and would have been well short of him anyway. Hammond wanders forward, prods at the pitch, but yeah, you've talked about its two-pace nature and the bounce there, but also Hull's height and pace, something to do with it, you would think.
Yeah, I mean, but you can see it even with Holland.
Yes.
You know, he's not got that height and he's still getting the two-pace.
Hull is in bowls Fuller this time. Hammond is walking forward into the defensive push, slightly thick outside part of the bat. On top of the bounce though, squeezes it out to Rehan Ahmed, now at slightly backward point.
Whereas naturally you would think Hull is going to get the carry anyway, you know, with that height.
Hamish thinks his action now looks slightly smoother.
I think he does look smoother. I think that first over it looked a little bit like, you know, he wasn't quite in his rhythm, whereas now you can see he's in his rhythm and his run-up seems to be very much all one motion.
In he comes and bowls Fuller and onto a sort of middle leg line, sort of looking to drive off the back foot, but again checking the shot slightly as Hammond rehearses a sort of clip through a straighter mid-wicket.
And it looks more effortless, if I'm honest. It looks like he's not having to work so hard.
famous last words, and consequently less susceptible, hopefully, to injury. But you hesitate, you're scared to say things like that sometimes with these sort of younger bowlers. But it does look as though he's moving slightly more naturally. The whole thing looks slightly more together. In he comes and bowls. That is clipped to mid-wicket. Same delivery, perhaps just a fraction shorter, and Hammond, with the previous delivery in mind, just leant forward, clipped away very nicely, turned his wrists on it and picks up 4, moves on to 8, 31 for 3. Well, how much will they regret that drop of Hammond by Ahmed? Well, Matty Hurst went on to score very close. I think he was dropped a few times actually. It was a slightly ropey innings, but he did go on to get almost a half century, 40 odd I think he got in the end, so could have made a difference. And Hammond has made a lot of runs against Leicestershire in the past. In goes Hull, bowls to him down the leg side, clipped down to Lewis Hill, who forms the long barrier down at long leg. I think that's the first time Lewis has been in the game this morning. Hammond picks up 1, keeps the strike. He moves on to 9, Gloucestershire 32 for 3, and the thing with Hull, 9 off 2 overs, he will inevitably concede more runs than the likes of Hammond and indeed Logan van Beek. Might be a double change. Will we get
Green?
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
A player with whom you're familiar, I would imagine.
Ben Green's going to come here from the pavilion end. Ian Holland's figures.
8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 11. I think it was.
Which I'm sure he'll be very happy with, and so will Leicestershire. It's a great start from him, and I'm sure Ben Green's going to look to try and carry on that momentum here. Trying to just change it up from the Leicestershire's attack. 2 new different bowlers. The batters have spent a little bit of time here. Hammond 9 off 22 balls, Green 1 off 14, and I think Leicestershire, if they can get another breakthrough now in the next 4 overs in the first 20, if they have 4 wickets, they're really in the driving seat very much. Green coming around the wicket here to Hammond, driven through, looking like a chance. I'm going to have to see that on the replay. It looked very low, in fairness, but it is driven on the up through the covers, and he's going to come back for 2.
Did it carry? Sol Buddington diving to his right at extra cover.
If it was a chance, it was very low.
Did it carry?
Yes,
oh, it did carry.
I think that carried. Replay. I mean, that is a hard chance. Dive into his right-hand side, very low, but he's going to get away with 2 of Ben Green's first ball. Green coming in, inside edge as he tries to defend that, going through into the onside there, Hammond. Leicestershire will be slightly disappointed now, as that is the second time he's been put down. And that was a hard chance, but you know the old saying, catches win matches, and they can make a big difference. So we will see.
Absolutely.
As Green comes in, back of a length, and that's caught by Ahmed, and Hammond goes for 11, his 3rd chance, 3rd time lucky there for Leicestershire. Hammond 11 off 24 as he goes. He's caught at 3rd slip on a ball on the up, and he's tried to cut that one.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot, was it? Really,
little bit loose.
Bit of bounce. And
Green's got bounce and carry through there, and it's a loose, away from his body shot, and unfortunately that one has gone into the hands, and Ahmed has kept hold of that one.
He didn't do much more than that, actually. It was a sort of grasp, wasn't it, rather than a clean. You could sort of see the relief in his body when he hung on to that one, but
it looked like he was hugging it. But, but in the book it says caught, so he will take that, and I'm sure he will be happy, as you know he's dropped him on 3 and he hasn't gone on and made many more. If he'd gone on and made 50, you'd be feeling awful. You know, it's a big difference in a game.
It is. Leicestershire, as you say, will be hugely relieved. Dropped him twice. Hammond on this occasion, not able to take advantage. So Cameron Green, what words of advice will he have? Well, not many. I wouldn't have thought. James Bracey has been there, seen it, done it all, and scored. Well, like Hammond, a lot of runs against Leicestershire. Didn't he get a big double 100 not so very long ago against the Foxes?
207 unbeaten, wasn't it? You know, very experienced and in some fine form as well, James Bracey. So I'm sure he will be up for the challenge and very much wanting runs at home for himself, but also for his supporters here. As Ben Green's going to come here with his 4th delivery of this over. It's going to come around the wicket, 3 slips in play, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg and 3rd man out on the boundary. Bracey just giving himself a minute, making sure he's ready. As Green comes in. Back of a length, really good carry there from Green. It's coming around chest height through to the keeper. Cox and Bracey just leaving that one alone, just having a look.
He's a big old unit, is Ben Green, isn't he? And there's a lot of strength in the action. It sort of, he kind of almost wanders up to the crease. It's not a long run or a particularly vigorous one, but a lot of shoulder action.
Bowls and an inside edge there, just through to mid-wicket. He's going to get a single as he's worked that one off his hip. Yeah, no, it's a nice action. It's fairly smooth, but as you say, he's very strong. He's got a predominant upper body action, I would say, Ben Green. As he's going to come over to Green, who is on 1 of 14 so far. Gloucestershire moving on to 35 for 4 now. Key
partnership now, if Gloucester are going to build a first innings.
Well, they need something, and they need something fairly sharpish as Green comes in here. Back of a length, defended nicely there, played nice and late, guided it down there to 3rd man. Going to come through for a single. Gloucestershire now 36 off 17 overs for 4. Yeah, I think they need a big partnership here. They need some time at the crease. You know, there's been a breakthrough after a breakthrough. They're only, 17 overs in, 16 overs in, and you've already lost 4 wickets. No one's spent time out there, which is effectively what they need at the minute.
Lots of sawdust going on that around the wicket crease. Being put on there by Josh Hull. He's changed numbers this season. I must check that. I don't remember him being 20, but one or two of the players have. Sol Buddinger's gone from 1 to 11 for some reason. I don't know why, but maybe a little bit of superstition. Do you have a preferred?
I had number 2.
Always? Okay. For why? Any particular reason?
I think I wanted 7, but that was gone, so I had 2 instead. So it was no particular reason.
Well, Hull was on his way to the wicket there when Cameron Green just held up his hand. I think it was a snapper, I'm afraid. I think John Mallett, the Leicestershire snapper. I shall have words next time I see him.
Just creeping behind the screen there.
Hull, with that long run, won't have been very pleased about that. In he comes again. Over the wicket and bowls fullish. Dug out a little bit by the tall Green. Steered comfortably enough out towards Ahmed at point and no run. He will be so much happier now at Rehan.
Yeah, interestingly, he's only got 2 slips in now, rather than 3.
Hanscom will know Green pretty well, won't he? From well, not necessarily sort of international duties, although Pete's been fairly close to coming back into the Australian international setup in the last year or so. But from in goes Hull, bowls on towards the hip of the tall Green. It would have been to the ribs of somebody else, but Green got up on his toes, just dropped it to short leg, took the run, and it's a 3rd no ball for Josh Hull. It's something Leicestershire have done well in the first 3 games. They have given away very few unnecessary extras, no balls, wides, etc., etc. But young Hull, first bowling of the season in anger, just taking his time to get into the right rhythm. Also the ground. I mean, he bowled here last season, but It isn't perfectly flat from that Ashley Down Road end. It varies slightly downhill, I suspect, or down a slope. In goes Hull and bowls again. It's drifting towards leg, and Bracey this time turns his wrists on it, but doesn't try and clip it away, just turns it out towards Sol Budinger. He too will be a relieved young man after dropping a difficult chance off Hammond.
No, it's a little bit overcast, a little bit of cloud here, which is also helpful for a bowling.
Yeah, good turnout as well, isn't there?
There is a good crowd. I was just having a look there. There seems to be more people coming in now.
Hull bowls. Lovely delivery outside off stump, just past the outside edge of James Bracey's bat. Little bit of movement, that extra little bit of bounce. He was looking to come forward. He was nowhere near the pitch of it. Good length from Hull, who is hearing words from umpire Pollard, it looks like. I don't know what that's. Words of congratulation, perhaps. That's the line, young man. Former batsman, of course, Paul Pollard, wasn't he? Opening batsman for Notts, I think.
Interesting how he is picking up on the batters moving down the wicket, though.
In goes Hull, slightly squares up Bracey with a ball that just threatens to shape away, but he plays it well. And off the back foot, slightly angled bat, runs it down towards Rishi Patel, who hasn't been in the game very much at third man, and takes his single. Yeah, it's often the way of it, isn't it? Former seam bowlers are sometimes the hardest to convince when there's an LBW shout goes up as well, when you think they'd be a bit more sympathetic. In goes Hull and bowls to Green, who drives, again not getting to the pitch of it, so he just checks the shot slightly. It's in the air for a few feet as it goes out towards mid-off, but only sort of halfway down the pitch, sort of in the air, and mid-off. Hill is quite deep, actually, in front of the flats over there. Alfonso Thomas walking round the boundary. They have a sweeper out. Leicestershire on the extra cover boundary. Slightly surprisingly, perhaps. Encouraging the drive, perhaps. In goes Hull and bowls outside off stump. Green steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. They want him to try and drive. He didn't.
No, tempting them, think about it. There is a good crowd in here, and if you'd like to get hold of Richard, Ed or myself, you can on, I'm going to let you go for it. Myself, I'm on X, Nicole Harvey 02. If anyone would like to send us a message, we'd love to hear from you.
richardray23@gmail.com for emails, and Blue Sky at richr23.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you, and let us know if you're listening. Message here from Dan Whiting, listening to the excellent Ed Cricket 6 and Nicole Harvey on air. Having worked with both, I can vouch for them as both excellent commentators, so thanks, Dan. That was really nice of you. Ben Green coming in with a late cut there from Bracey as he comes through for a single. Worked down there to third man. Great shot, played nice and late.
I keep having to restrain some of the more excitable Leicestershire sports presenters who are convinced this is going to be the Foxes' year, but every time a wicket falls...
Well, I mean, they've had a brilliant start so far, haven't they? Top of the table. 54 points, is that right?
It is.
Green coming in here. Back of a length, left alone. Brilliant carry there. Really good carry there from Green as that comes through to the keeper, Cox. Round about chest, shoulder height.
It's that strength, isn't it? His run-up, I know people sort of might decry this, but it does remind me a bit of Botham with a sort of, you know...
I see what you mean in terms
it's just the run-up. Just
the mannerism.
That, yeah.
Yeah. Green coming in, full delivery, driven through the covers. That's going to race away across the square. Thinking about a second, but very well fielded and got rid of really quickly there.
Lewis Hill sprinting back on this very wide Bristol square.
He's released that really quickly, and they've only been able to get a single as that's raced across the square. Brilliant piece of fielding here. Leicestershire fielded really well this morning so far in this session. We've had people cutting balls off before the boundary, saving at least 2-3 runs in some cases, as Green comes around the wicket here, left alone. No, they're just trying to get him to drive, and so far they've bowled really well. You know, to be fair, you know, Gloucester fall down, but they have, you know, bowled really well.
They have. Despite, as I say, missing sort of two of the key members of the attack in Tom Scriven and Ben Mike.
Green in here, full delivery, driven back to the bowler, no run.
Quite close to his pad first there,
You
wasn't
could
it?
hear the slips getting a little bit excited there, as they thought that could have been pad first, but it wasn't. It was close.
Who's gone in at first with Green bowling? Is that Roman Walker?
Green coming in here. Back of a length, just defended there by Bracey, into the covers, no run. Gloucestershire now 42 for 4 after 19.
It is Roman Walker. Who will be the next seamer to get a bowl? Again, they've left out, they didn't even bring the spinner, the finger spinner, Liam Travaskis. Leicestershire, they used Louis Kimber as, who bowls sort of occasional off spin at Old Trafford, but obviously just Rahan, who you'll be looking forward to see, I guess, as a fellow leggy.
Looking elsewhere, we've got Derbyshire against Middlesex. Derbyshire are 59 for 1.
Josh Hull in from the Ashley Down Road end, down the leg side, flicks the pad, goes down to fine leg. In fact, didn't flick anything, it swung down. I thought I just flicked the pad.
It looked like it.
But it didn't, it just swung away down the leg side. Wasn't so very far down the leg side, but at that pace, no chance for Ben Cox, who concedes 4 byes. Gloucestershire on to 46 for 4. Got a little bit dark. Don't think there's any suggestion of any possible rain around.
No, I'll have a look at the weather a second.
But Ed was saying that tomorrow is suddenly looking a little bit ropey, but fingers crossed. Hull stands, hands on hips. If not exactly disgruntled, being very far from being gruntled, as Woodhouse once happily wrote, bless him. Hull is in and bowls. Again, good bounce, but it's a little bit leg side. Green plays it well, just steps inside the line and makes sure everything's out of the way as it bounces through to the lime green gauntlets of Ben Cox.
No, tomorrow they're looking at showers between 6 AM and 1 o'clock, so we'll see. Hopefully that changes.
He's thinking about a leg gully, leg slip, Pete Hanscom, and indeed he summons Van Beek in from square leg to leg slip. Hull is in and bowls full of, that's a good shout for leg before he's got his man full in swing. Green couldn't get down on it in time and he is trapped in front. That certainly isn't going over. We'll have a look at the replay, but Paul Pollard raised his finger pretty much straight away. Not surprised. Back foot bang in front, halfway up, if that. Middle stump. And Green knew his fate, and Leicestershire are all over Gloucestershire at the moment. Hull playing his part in the attack. Picks up his first wicket, and it's a big one. Cameron Green, century. But not this time. Gloucestershire 46 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a hard morning for Gloucestershire so far, and Leicestershire have bowled very well, and credit's due. But unfortunately, the breakthroughs aren't helping them, and they can't quite get a partnership going here. They can't quite get a little bit of time at the crease, and they're going to have to reset and go again.
All the talk beforehand, including, I have to say for myself, was how many runs would be scored in this game. You know, with Bristol's famously batter-friendly pitches and Leicestershire's attack being a little bit down on front line bowling, apparently. But, well, so far, not the case. Now, how did Ed tell us how we had to pronounce Van Buren, who we've pronounced, or I've always pronounced Van Buren throughout the last 11 or so years, but we have to say something else now, apparently.
Ed, can you assist?
Do you want to elucidate? Do you want to no pressure.
Graham Van Buren.
Well, that's quite a lot of pressure. I'm just going to go for
Van Beerden. We have to say, apparently.
I'm not sure I'm going to manage that, but I'll give it a
Okay,
try.
we'll do our best. Van Beerden. If we can say Van Beek, we can bake. You see, I'm going to get that mixed up now.
So, I mean, apologies. So, we'll try our best.
He's on strike anyway, slightly opens his stance to Josh Hull, who comes in and bowls to him. He drives, gets a thickish outside edge to the ball, and maybe doing a bit of a disservice there. Got plenty on it, really. Steered it behind backward point where Rehan Ahmed was lurking, and running up from wide-ish third man, Ian Holland, who's actually doing some stretching in a way that suggests that if there is going to be another change before lunch, and there almost certainly will be, that Hanscom might go back to Holland, sensing a chance to get through the Gloucestershire lower order. Certainly another next wicket could be very important. Hull is in, bowls up on his back foot is James Bracey, steering it towards backward point. Didn't put his full weight into the shot, rehearses a firmer cut, but he just made sure he got on top of the bounce there and steered it to Ahmed. The Leicestershire backroom staff continue to try and walk wickets. Anti-clockwise. No, clockwise is which way round is it?
They're walking clockwise, aren't they?
So that must be the one for wickets then. Hull is in, bowls. Bracey gets the delivery on the legs. He waits for it, turns it, but only as far as Budinger at mid-wicket. End of Hull's over, his first successful one in terms of taking a wicket. 4 overs, 1 for 14 for Josh Hull. His first-class wicket of the season. Gets a pat on the rear from Ben Cox, and a low 5 from Roman Walker. And congratulations from his skipper, Peter Hanscom. Gloucestershire 47 for 5, half an hour before lunch on day 1. One more before lunch. I think we can definitely say it's already been Leicestershire's morning, but one more before lunch. And
5 down in 20 overs is very much a good start here. As Ben Green comes in wide outside the off stump, and that is a wide. Outside the popping crease, just pushing it a little bit. I don't think you're going to tempt it that much. 3 slips in play here for Green. No, I mean, if they get a 6th, they're very much going to be, happy days there.
Yeah, I think they'll enjoy their lunch as it is, but yeah, one more.
Shape's just carried on, going away from the right-hander here as Green comes in, back of a length, defended straight back to the bowler.
How much bowling Roman Walker will get remains to be seen. He's warming up again. He's at first slip at the moment. Stretching off his quads.
I think he's hinting to the skipper,
yeah,
I
do you
want
reckon?
a bowl. Can you please come on? I'm ready. There's Green coming in here. Back of a length, and that is cut away. A brilliant shot there, and racing away for 4. Punish. That was a poor delivery there from Green. Back of a length, far too short, and that's been put away. And that's gone underneath the covers. That will be getting a little bit wet, I would imagine.
He's not been there long, Van Buren, and even so, wasn't going to miss out on that.
He's a very experienced batter, and he loves Gloucestershire here, and very much knows what he's doing, and he's very much maximised on what was a short delivery. A few more people coming in here, as you can hear on our speaker there. Just defended there, guided down to third man, and he's going to come away with a single as Green just outside the off stump. A little bit fuller delivery there.
He really changes expression, Ben Green.
With his moustache is strong.
And the tash doesn't help either. This sort of hides anything, but he's a lovely chap to chat to off the field. But
quite a character, isn't he?
He is.
Green coming in here. Bracey on strike, back of a length, worked through the offside. Lovely piece of timing there as they're going to come through for 2. Just sat on that one and timed it really well, through backward point. Green here's not quite settled on his length. He's gone full and wide, and then he's gone short, and then he's gone full. So just needing to settle in a little bit with his length, because that's worked so well for Leicestershire so far this morning.
Yeah, and it's what he, like all the other bowlers, has done well for the most part this season.
Green coming in, full delivery, driven out to mid-on. No run there.
Yeah, they've got to be careful not to sort of get carried away by getting a little bit of movement or the situation of the game, and just keep doing what has brought them success so far.
Yeah, they need to keep it simple. Holland did that very well, and it's worked for them. Green coming in here. Bracey's defended that into the offside. Slightly slower delivery, that's looking like, as Gloucestershire are now 55 for 5 after 21 overs. I'm going to leave you, and I'll leave you with Ed and Richard.
I think I'll be back after lunch. I wonder if we should do a sort of double swap here. I think we probably will, actually. So excuse us if there's a few odd noises, folks, while computers get moved and headphones get exchanged. And fingers get trapped in headphones.
Oh no. perhaps we won't bother next time.
These snazzy things that move. Our headphones are very much fixed. They don't move around too much. There is a change. Roman Walker is in. Bowls outside off stump. Hit hard down into the ground. Good stop by Ahmed at point. And he's pointing to the boundary now, saying, should I... If you're going to bowl there, I'll go back. But
he was doing the hidden ball trick at all.
Big grin on his face, yes, so that it had gone past. But I thought for a minute that might have carried. It didn't. Van Buren laced into it, and a couple of those have hit fielders so far this season. Walker then, his first-class bowl of the season. Possibly a bit unlucky, you know, he bowled well pre-season, comes running in and bowls outside off stump, good line, better line anyway. Van Buren just lifts his bat over the line of it, but it was, I'm sure, close enough to off stump for him to think about playing. He didn't. Wanders forward, taps at the pitch. He remains on 6, Bracey 5, and well, I said that the Green Bracey partnership was possibly key, but this is very much key now. These are the two absolutely last, what you describe as very much front-line batsmen, aren't they, really? Then you're down into people who can bat, but in goes Walker, bowls, bounces down into the ground as it's driven hard by Van Buren, and bounces quite nicely actually for Budinger at extra cover, who dives to his left and makes a clean stop. Van Beek sprints across to the sawdust, because much of the all the sawdust has been going on the other side of the crease in this when the bowling has been from the Ashley Down Road end. But Walker, more conventional, over the wicket, right arm seamer, bowling to a right-hander. Just needs a little bit of sawdust on that side of the crease as well. And Van Beek obliged. In goes Walker, bowls outside off stump. That one is cut away. It's short and wide outside off stump, and that at last pierces the field. Van Buren cracked it away and didn't miss the gap this time.
Yep, has never been and will never be the place to bowl to Graham Van Buren, or indeed most top order players.
Walker mustn't waste his chance in a way, really. He's getting a chance because of injuries to others. And Hanscom will not be pleased to see as many loose balls early on in comes the Welshman and bowls outside off stump, cut away down towards wide third man. Holland might not get there, puts in the dive, does get there. Good work by Ian Holland, saves 2, running away to his right. Van Beeren has to settle for a couple. He moves on to 12 off just 9 deliveries. He is throwing punches back.
Yeah, you can tell there's more moisture out there as well, because you wouldn't have seen that in the Glamorgan game as Holland dived round the boundary, took a chunk of the outfield with him, got a chunk of the outfield on him as well, on his trousers. But you can see even from the landing areas there's a bit more moisture than there was for that first game.
Walker in, bowls short, pulled 4. This has been an awful first over from Roman Walker, and to a certain extent he's got away with it in conceding only 10. Hanscom, well, I suppose you get 1 to get back into your bowling, but you won't be impressed if there's another. 65 for 5. It can change momentums, you know, it can just take 1 over, can't it, really? And that, well, Van Buren, the 10 all came from the last 3 balls of the over, but as I say, it could easily have been a sort of 18 or even 20 run over.
I mean, you just don't want to be giving Van Buren those sorts of deliveries, especially because he is so strong on the cut and the pull, and because he is that sort of counter-punchy type player at 7. Still, though, Gloucestershire cannot afford to lose another wicket before lunch. Green bowls, Bracey plays into the onside. He's come a long way across his stumps there to work that one away. I would like to congratulate Josh Hull on his no doubt England call-up now following that wicket. I mean, there's been all sorts of facetious suggestions mentioned about things like, well, they only pick people off social media, but Josh Hull's just got rid of Cameron Green. Ben Green bowls, down leg side, it's going to be 4 somethings, I think buys, it is. Bracey tried to get everything out of the way of that in the end, because if he had that just deflect off him, he wouldn't have been playing a shot, but as it is, it's another ill-directed ball which Cox got a glove onto somehow but couldn't stop completely and is now wringing out his right hand. 69 for 5. So a second set of 4 buys. Green to Bracey, forward defends into the offside.
Yeah, I mean, it will be remarkable. I mean, you sort of say it slightly tongue-in-cheek, but I am sure Hull dismissing Cameron Green will be remarked on. You know, it's why England are interested in him. You know, and there is talk of the Ashes down under, etc., and what he can bring.
Yeah, he's been very much mentioned in the frame, as there are so many injury concerns around so many of England's fast bowlers. There's a wide ball which is let go. I think, well, Jofra Archer's bowling quick in the IPL, but is he going to be able to bowl in Test cricket? Mark Wood out. You start going into another sort of tranche of fast bowlers. Josh Tongue back fit this season.
It's the left arm
yes,
that's his USP, as they say.
Green bowls a fuller ball, giving it a chance to swing, and Bracey on drives it to mid-on. But yeah, and the fact that he got him out with it wasn't just a case of Green playing all round one or flashing at one. It was a ball that Green just couldn't keep out. He was beaten for swing and for pace. So that will certainly excite not only selectors, but I'm sure Leicestershire fans and county cricket fans in general as well, to see him back bowling that well, as Green can't interest Bracey in a shot. Last ball of the over. It was a maiden, but I think of the many maidens that we've had this morning, it was possibly the least threatening, as Gloucestershire are 69 for 5. And I reckon if Ian Holland fancies another spell before lunch, you'd be giving him 2 or 3 overs, because as we've mentioned, this one partnership, you've then got Zaman Akhtar at 8, Shaw probably comes in at 9, Goodman and Singh Dale. I mean, Akhtar and and sure, particularly actors, certainly got ability with the bat, but Gloucestershire need this partnership to be a big one if they're going to have a respectable first innings score.
Walker is in, bowls to Van Buren. That's a better delivery and gets applause from Peter Hanscom. It was well played by Van Buren. He just steered it away, almost off stump actually, with that sort of staying on the back foot down to third man, and he picks up a single. But as I say, Hanscom's hands above his head applauding Walker. It was well played by Van Buren, cleverly played, positively played. There wasn't too much wrong with the delivery. So, Bracey on strike to Walker for the first time. 2 slips as round the wicket comes Walker. Bowls, good bounce, and Bracey lifted his bat out of the line of the ball at the very last second, but it rose so much. Deliveries like that sometimes clip the bat anyway.
Yeah, it didn't look that far off.
It went over the stumps actually. Well above the stumps, but good movement from Walker. Again, it's almost coming from round the wicket. You're just hitting that the green strips, aren't you, so to speak, and on the pitch. Walker swinging his arms, comes in and bowls outside off stump, and a much less threatening delivery, much less response from the pitch. Allowed to go through by James Bracey. He is on 5 off 22 balls. It was against Leicester when he got a double hundred, not so very long ago.
Yeah, it was the second of his back-to-back unbeaten double hundreds, because he just made one in the fixture. If I double check this, because I'm having doubts now. It was against Glamorgan at Cheltenham, of course it was. Walker is in, bowls Fuller. Bracey leans forward, dabs it out towards extra cover. Hull is both at wide-ish mid-off and has a long way to bend down to get to the ball, and indeed to get to it in the first place, and so it's actually a pretty comfortable single for Bracey and the always alert Van Buren. Hull lobs the ball to Walker. A happy man at the moment. His beloved Wrexham look like they're going to. Oh, he's a Wrexham supporter.
Yeah, he's a North Walian, is Roman Walker, who is in and bowls outside off stump. Van Buren steps forward and leaves.
Fought off Wickham, have they?
Not quite yet. It's not a done deal,
No.
I don't think, as one is wont to remind Roman.
Has he got a part in the documentary or docu?
I don't think Roman has yet figured in in what's it called? Something Wrexham, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd love one. In he comes and bowls, trying to edged over the slips, but almost deliberately lifted over the slips. He's smiling, Walker, with his eyes aren't smiling, but a little bit of extra bounce. And Van Buren ready to cut, did sort of cut. It took a top edge and flew high over the slips, so Walker will feel that was very much one up to him, but he sort of knew what he was doing up to a point. Do you think? Am I doing the bowler a disservice?
I think it's just the amount that it's bounced. I mean, you see that and you think, is this Bristol? And it's quite full. I know Van Buren's not tall either, but
he sort of lifted it over.
I think he probably was never going to get out to it, but it's just what that ball's done is extraordinary. There's a shout for leg before here, looks a little high. It nipped back in to the pads of Bracey from round the wicket. Not out, says Tom Lungley.
Green's appeal wasn't that of a completely convinced man. Let's have a look outside the line. Just outside, and there was a little gesture from Bracey that he thought maybe to sit outside the line. It might not be what that gesture means.
Worst shout.
No.
Green bowls Fuller this time. Bracey drives it wide of mid-off. There'll be a single. They'll probably be able to come back for 2, and they will, as mid-off tracks across. 77 for 5. Just going back to that point about selection, there's a TMS podcast out, which I was listening to a bit of the other day, which is talking about this and selection. And one of the things they're saying now is that actually the selectors post on Instagram which grounds they're at. So as players, you know when you're being watched. Green bowls, this is turned into the leg side towards the square leg umpire. They'll just pick up one and nothing more as Hill is busy to the ball, 78 for 5.
What do they post? Do you mean that just where
So
they're,
they just post
where they're
that,
at?
yeah, they're at
Okay.
the ground today, so I don't know. I mean, it's hard, isn't it? Because you're always being watched, really, because at any point
There's a camera
selectors
on you.
can, and they can just go back, and with the streams being on YouTube, just go back and watch through your innings even if they've not watched it live now. Green to Van Buren. It's a full ball, which is poked defensively into the covers. But I suppose there's always got to be that bit of you that still thinks, yeah, I know such and such is, I don't know who it is, I know Luke Wright's at the ground today or something, so just perk up a little bit. It's got a fraction brighter, but it's still fairly thick-set cloud. 78 for 5, green bowls a fuller ball. Van Buren drives it sweetly between cover and mid-off for 4. That was the kind of delivery that was causing significant trouble in the early stages, but not so much there. Maybe just that little bit fuller. That was, well, we saw one, I think, from, was it Holland to Charlesworth? Just the one that was aptly described as floaty, and that one was as well. So Van Buren's got 25 off only 15 balls. Gloucestershire to 82 for 5. Last ball of the over. Green runs in. Bowles, oh, he's bowled him. He's left it alone, and it's smashed into off stump. And Leicestershire have got the 6th wicket that they were after before the lunch break, and they are now into the bowlers. Off stump is pegged back. It's taken a beating this morning. All 3 bowls have hit off stump. That one actually, I think, has hit more of it than either the Bancroft or Ollie Price dismissals, and Van Buren's counter-attack has only been a cameo. 25 off 16. Gloucestershire 82 for 6. It's nipped back a bit, but, well, that's a serious misjudgment from Van Buren.
Yep, huge bonus for Leicestershire before lunch. Extraordinary, really, from Van Buren. He had been looking to swing it away, but it didn't nip back, as you say, too much, and just a little bit of a brain fade.
He did it so positively and in utter conviction as well. It wasn't a half-hearted leave. He really held the bat there and prodded forward as though he were just absolutely certain that that ball was missing the stumps by a distance. And, well, if Gloucestershire looked as though they were briefly fighting back, it's not lasted very long. That partnership worth 36 between Van Buren and Bracey, and in fact it's Dom Goodman who's come out at number 8. So coming in ahead of Actor and Shaw.
Walker round the wicket to James Bracey, who plays it firmly back down into the ground, bounces up nicely for Walker. Bracey says Walker doesn't take it cleanly. The ball runs back past Bracey, who offers to pick it up, but Hanscom is getting there. Yeah, if they were to get Bracey before lunch, then,
well, yeah,
Leicestershire would expect to be batting reasonably early this afternoon. As it is, where there's Bracey and good support from the lower order, they know they still have plenty of work to do, the Foxes, but they have picked up 2 bowling bonus points already. In comes Walker, bowls, Bracey drives that foolish delivery and drives it out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. It was Logan Van Beek defeating the diving Ahmed to his left, but as I say, Van Beek out there giving Walker some cover, there for the bad ball, but saves 3 on that occasion. Goodman whose picture came up on the as he walked out, came up on the splendid electronic scoreboard here. He looked about 12. They all do these boys now, but he looked so young. Tall young right-hander, faces Walker, bowls, and he's solidly behind that delivery, leaning forward on off stump, playing it back down the pitch to Roman Walker. I think Hanscom might well be tempted to just try and get a couple more from Holland, maybe from the Ashley Down Road end before lunch.
I'd wondered if he might replace Green, but that wicket possibly will keep Green into the attack to lunch now.
Walker, elbow swinging, runs in, bowls, goes past the outside edge of Goodman's bat.
Batted at 6 for the second 11, which he was captain of in the week. Made 27 in the first innings and didn't bat in the second, but also didn't bowl in the second innings, which I suppose was the first clue that he would be playing in this game. 2 for 23 with the ball in the first innings, but as I said earlier, coming back from an injury during the winter, so his first appearance of 2025.
Walker is in, bowled, bounce, edge, caught, no, not caught. Everybody went up there and it looked like a deflection. Beg your pardon, it wasn't, it just moved a little bit too much. Apologies for misleading you there. Thought I even heard something then as well. Clearly not. Sparred away outside off stump, yeah.
It's a sort of shot that you would expect to produce a nick because of how hard he went at it. It's surprising as well because Goodman's tends to be really quite a safety first type batter, and in this situation especially he didn't get through to lunch.
Walker is in, bowls to him, very straight, and he's shuffling down the pitch slightly, but he does get bat on it, plays it out to mid-on, and there is no run. Foxy Phil, is this the former Wolves player Don Goodman? No, it isn't. It's Dom with an M. That would be a surprise.
No, apparently James Healy, who's operating the stream here, is saying that they did do a video on that once. I do also remember back in his early days, Dom Goodman doing an interview in the Gloucestershire hot air balloon. I think this was about 4 years ago, and trying to get in as many hot air balloon related puns in the interview as possible. Green round the wicket, bowls, Bracey opens the face of the bat and is happy just to knock it into the offside and take a single. And I think Goodman is almost the lunch watchman here, because Bracey needs to be there from a Gloucestershire perspective after lunch. So if Leicestershire just want to give him a couple of singles off the first few balls of the over, I think both sides would be quite happy with that. Bracey to 11, 84 for 6. But there are all sorts of things like, it's been a fast rise, and I don't want to sound like I'm blowing hot air here or that sort of thing. Green runs in and bowls a pretty banana-ing away swinger, but it's left by Goodman through to the keeper.
He was actually born in Kent, in
Yes.
Ashford, but brought up, spent a good part of his youth near Glasgow. Has he got a slight Scottish accent still?
Near Glasgow? That part I didn't know.
There you go.
Okay.
I like to surprise.
I thought it was... I know about there. I know about Chesham. Green bowls, down leg, and Goodman can't flick it away. Cox tidies up just about behind the stumps.
He's 24. He loves the Glaswegian singer Jerry Cinnamon because of that childhood,
yes,
he says.
I think he went to see that particular singer last season. Dan Whiting was telling me. Dan knows about all these things. I had no idea who that was. Who is that? Oh, Healy doesn't know either. I feel a bit better now. Green bowls are full of ball. Goodman drives at it, doesn't time it, and they'll sprint a single as the ball goes up to mid-off. So mid-on rather. Goodman is off the mark, just about 85 for 6.
And he has in the past also dressed up as SpongeBob SquarePants.
just in general, or
not Jerry Cinnamon? That's Don Goodman.
Yeah. but
24.
just for the sake of it, or I don't know, is there a particular reason to do it? Green bowls, Bracey steps down the pitch and then watches it go by. So, well, probably one more over before lunch.
You've started this now.
What's that?
Brunty says, was it just one hot air balloon pun, or was there a barrage?
Okay. Yeah.
Brunty's puns tend to be quite high class, actually, so...
Dan has messaged me, he's listening. Apparently him and Ollie Price saw this particular singer at Cardiff Castle last year, I'm told. Forward goes Bracey, nudges it out into the offside, and he'll keep the strike at the end of that over, as Rehan Ahmed turns the most routine piece of fielding imaginable into an event, as he always does, which is great to see, just jogging alongside the ball and languidly reaching down to scoop it up. 86 for 6, 3 from that over. Got 3 minutes to go until lunch with Walker bowling. I think Gloucestershire will probably be able to drag this out so that this is the last one.
Yeah. Just 28 overs in the session, if that is the case, but I suppose when 6 wickets fall,
cascading,
there's some excuse for the Foxes. Round the wicket comes Walker, past umpire Pollard and bowls outside off stump. Bracey steps forward and leaves, all very routine after the events of the morning thus far. Lewis Hill claps his hands above his head at mid-on. The former skipper, of course, Lewis Hill, gave it up at the end of last season. It was literally affecting his health, physical and mental. And he's a much more relaxed character as a consequence, much happier, I think, and it's good to see. Walker is in and bowls. Bracey gets a slightly short of a length delivery on towards middle leg that he can just drop. Very routine single there. Drop to the completely almost vacant leg side and run across. Walker himself has to field. Bracey on to 13. He very much holds the key now for Gloucestershire if they're going to post any sort of really, not imposing, but keep you in this sort of game first innings score, i.e. sort of 200, 250 plus, that sort of area you want, and then get bowling on a pitch that is at the moment offering the seamers something. In goes Walker, bowls. Goodman plays it well by not playing it, just steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. 6'5", Dom Goodman, a tall young man.
Yeah, as we've talked about plenty of times before, Gloucestershire are a very tall side in general. Van Buren not the tallest, but most of the others are 6 foot at least, and in many cases quite a lot more, likes of Green and Goodman.
What is Green? 6'7", 6'8"?
Yeah, I'd have said 6'7".
Walker sprints in almost and bowls, and walking forward into defensive push slightly unconvincingly is Dom Goodman. Gets plenty on it, steers it out into the covers where Budinger fields. The green on Goodman's batting gloves, the same green as Cox's wicket-keeping gloves.
Yes, I think they're both the same sponsor.
Nauseous.
Well, that's what you get with Australians, isn't it?
Okay. Oh, is it? It's an Australian make, is it?
I think it is the Australian make.
Bit harsh there, I think. Right. Square leg has gone back.
They have always favoured that, particularly, as you say, lurid shade of green.
That very bright, limey green. Ironically, as Walker is in and bowled. A little bit of, not bounce really, it was slightly short of a length delivery. Goodman rode it pretty comfortably. Blocked it out to Ahmed at point, and Walker, having bowled the delivery, immediately stopped, turned and looked at the crease. Maybe just slipped a bit as he bowled, because Hill is immediately running across to the sawdust and going down on one knee to smooth it in to where Walker's front foot has been landing. Very almost shaven-headed at the moment, Roman Walker. He too has favoured a sort of fairly flamboyant moustache in the past. Just sort of vaguely unshaven look at the moment. Just the two slips behind Dom Goodman. Bat raised as Walker is in, bowls to him, goes past the outside edge with a beauty. That's probably the best ball Walker has bowled. And just to emphasise the point, make his point, he continues running down the pitch, but that, as the umpire Tom Lungley approaches the crease, is indeed lunch. And I think you have to say, Ed Seaborn, that it has been even Leicestershire's morning.
Well, it has been a cascade of wickets for Gloucestershire. They've lost them at regular intervals. I think, well, about 5-6 overs is about the maximum that Gloucestershire have gone without losing a wicket. It's been that steady flow, and for Gloucestershire, well, James Bracey, the only member of that, what looked like a pretty strong top 7 surviving. And it's not as though Gloucestershire are out of form up at the top. In fact, of the top 6, only Miles Hammond doesn't have 100 this year, and he's just coming off the back of an 89. So it's not as though they're not in form, but they've really struggled to deal with the moving ball this morning, as all 4 of the front line, 2 pairs of bowlers have picked up wickets, 2 each for Holland and Green, 1 each for Van Beek and Hull. And, well, I wonder if there was a certain sense of, oh no, here we go, when they lost the toss. It has certainly done plenty out there, but Gloucestershire needed to find a way to get through that morning session, losing, say, something like 3 wickets rather than 6, I think.
You'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. Otherwise, we'll go and have some lunch. Suggest you do the same. It's been a fascinating morning, and we'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time. Yeah, inspired indeed, because the players are just leaving the field. The Gloucestershire in an awful lot of trouble on 87 for 6. Leicestershire have exploited the conditions, which by Bristol standards are remarkably bowler friendly. It's usually very much a batter's game here, but Leicestershire have used the pace and movement. A slightly too paced pitch. Ian Holland has picked up 2 wickets, bowled beautifully. Logan Van Beek won. Josh Hull, playing his first game for Leicestershire this season, picked up just the 1 wicket, but a very important one, that of the Australia Test star Cameron Green. The England selectors will have noted that, and Ben Green 2 wickets. Only Roman Walker has gone wicketless. If the Foxes can continue this after lunch bowl Gloucestershire out for perhaps less than 150, they'll be well on top in this game. Gloucestershire at lunch then are 87 for 6.
One other game in the second division of this round of games at Trent Bridge. Sussex is 75 for 4 against Notts. At the Oval, Somerset 87 without loss against Surrey. And at New Road, Worcestershire are 75 for 3 against Durham. The other game in the second division is at Derby, where Derbyshire are 90 for 1 against Middlesex. here at the St Unique Stadium. Obviously it is members only. They can attend in person or online, and the link for the meeting will be sent out to members by 4 o'clock on the day of the AGM. So that's next Monday, the 28th of April, the annual general meeting of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Members can attend in person here at the St Unique Stadium or online, link provided on the day. At the start of the afternoon session, please welcome back our umpires, Tom Lumley and Paul Pollard. In the field, the Leicestershire side captained by number 54, Peter Hanscom. And resuming for Gloucestershire, the 7th wicket pair of number 25, James Bracey, and number 83, Dominic Goodman.
Welcome back to Bristol after a calamitous morning for the home side. Has seen them lost. We'll come back to that. Start again. Seen them lose 6 wickets. It's 87 for 6 Gloucestershire after 28 overs. They were put in, so I suppose at least they didn't choose to bat and lose 6 wickets in the morning session, but it's not been an ideal start to say the least for the home side. But for Leicestershire, top of Division 2, and they've already picked up 2 more bowling points inside the morning, with Gloucestershire 6 down. James Bracey's on 13, Dom Goodman is on 1, and those are the 2 that have to set about doing some sort of a job rebuilding the innings. Speaking of rebuilding, it does sound as though we might need to rebuild something out in the area behind the box. Sounds like a serious amount of crashing going on there. Anyway, Ian Holland is bowling, and Nicole Harvey is alongside me as the first ball's left alone. Nicole Harvey and Ed Seaborn with you on the BBC Sport website and on the app, via your smart speaker on BBC Sounds and on the Gloucestershire YouTube channel. And actually I will, you do this over, because I'll start getting confused. I'll be doing a different end from this morning.
That's okay. Holland's coming in here. Bracey on strike, 2 slips in play. Back of her length worked off his hip there. Going down to fine legs, going to get a single. As that's first run after lunch for Gloucestershire. They're out 88 for 6.
What's the mentality coming in at 80 odd for 6, do you reckon?
Well, I think they do still need to play with intent. I think if they do get too defensive in their mindset, they might get a little bit trapped. But you've got to try and be positive in these situations, and try and just build a partnership. If they can bat, for a while, try and bat for an hour, get a partnership going, runs will come. As Holland comes in, full delivery, and it's hit him on the pad, and that is out. Goodman's gone for 1 off 11 deliveries. I'm just going to watch the replay as Holland gets his 3rd wicket. He's now 3 for 12 off 8.3 overs. Full delivery, shaping in, and it looks like it's hit him straight on the knee roll in front. And it's going to be very disappointing for Gloucestershire, as that wasn't the start they would have liked after lunch. to lose a wicket in the first over. It's not ideal, and it's very much they're on the back foot here trying to reset, and it's not happening at the moment.
No, it isn't, and it's again, I mean, if you look at it from the reverse angle, I think it looked far more out from in front, really. He's tall, is Goodman, so well, I don't think height saving. Holland's very skiddy as well. I didn't think that was going over the top first look, so I think a fair enough decision from umpire Lungley, and again it's around about 4 overs. 4 or 5 overs seems to be pretty much the point where Gloucestershire lose a wicket. I think 5.5 overs.
Yeah, you're looking at 5 overs.
So around about that is the maximum amount of time Gloucestershire have ever gone in this innings without a breakthrough. 5.4 I think it is. So it's just been so consistent for them. And in fact, in Hammond's case especially, Hammond was put down twice and made 11. Pretty much everybody has looked in trouble from the start. Zaman Akhtar is the new man to come out. He's got ability with the bat, has Akhtar, first class average of something like 20-ish, 20.8 at the moment. But going to need that and more from him, I suspect.
Yeah, it's a big ask, batting at number 9, isn't it, to come out and go on, but he's probably going to see it as an opportunity. Holland in, and oh my goodness me, that's a brilliant delivery. He's made that look quite difficult, but it was an outstanding delivery there from Holland.
I can't watch this.
Squared him up, and just watching the replay here, Holland coming in slightly wide of the crease, angling in, and it's just gone away, and Akhtar's nowhere near it.
It's like a 75-mile-an-hour leg break.
Looking like he's on the move as he plays that as well. As Holland comes in again, defended into the offside, more solid there from Akhtar, and yeah, it's not looking brilliant for Gloucestershire at the moment.
No. The first session at Cheltenham actually last year in the Epic comes to mind, where Gloucestershire were 88 for 8. Wouldn't put it past them to be 88 for 8 shortly, and they did go on to nearly win that game, clutching at straws, but yes, troubling.
Holland in here, 3 slips in play on the leg side, worked in just to the right of mid-on, and he's going to come through for a single there, and Gloucestershire are going to move on to 89 for 7 off 29 overs. Holland has bowled particularly well, only 9 overs so far, and he's already 3 for 13.
Yeah, he's been the pick, I think, hasn't he? As much as others have bowled superbly too. I think it's Holland who's led the way pretty much since that first over.
Going to need a big ask here from James Bracey, who comes off the back of 151 not out and 30 not out against Kent. And, you know, I think there's going to be a big ask from him here.
Yeah, and he's also not going to get a huge amount of the strike with the way that the fields have been set by Leicestershire. They've dropped everybody back at the end of an over, hoping that Akhtar will keep the strike, which he has, and then everybody's dropped back for Bracey, so he can pretty much just push and run and get off strike. So,
which makes sense,
yeah.
Bowl at number 9.
Well, at this point, yeah. Van Beek bowling from the Ashley Down road end and over pitching, and he's been driven pleasantly for 4. So, as I say, he's got ability with the bat, has Akhtar, and okay, it was a half volley, but there's still not too many number 9s who'd be putting it away quite that stylishly. 93 for 7. Gloucestershire edging towards at least cracking 3 figures. That was just a bit of a loosener from Van Beek or not, whether he really decided to push it up to the bat and try and get it to swing, but it didn't work, and that's more like the length as he beats Akhtar through to the keeper. Again, it's just this life out of the surface that we've seen. At times there has been some slowness as well, but it's just the movement. You don't see many pitches here offer that much in terms of sideways movement, but this one is. Van Beek runs in again, leaps and bowls, and Akhtar clips this down to fine leg and Bracey will get some strike here because they'll take a single. And Gloucestershire to 94 for 7. Still a fairly gloomy picture out there. There are a few breaks in the cloud, but it doesn't look particularly as though things are going to change much this afternoon. Just looking at the forecast, where they're predicting a few more sunny intervals later on, and then tomorrow is still looking quite wet, particularly in the early part of the day. And Bake round the wicket to Bracey, bowls a ballooning bouncer, and that's what's got to be signalled as something. He's got away with it as being one for the over rather than, or first one for the over rather than being a wide. That was more like the sort of bumpers that you tend to see here. But almost as much as the wickets that we saw this morning, there was that one ball that was bowled to Van Buren, I think it was by Walker, which was quite full, leapt up, caught the edge and went over the top of the slips. Van Beek is in, forward Bracey defending positively, but for no run up to mid-off. So it's not as though there hasn't been something in it, but you sort of look at elsewhere around the country, there were 2 other fixtures where sides were about 20 odd for 3. Sussex 82 for 4 now against Notts, and Worcestershire 77 for 3. You just hope that you can come through that early period, having lost 3 or 4 wickets, and back into the afternoon. Van Beek bowls, Bracey runs that one off the back foot. He's frustrated with himself that he can't force it through that gap, which is fairly sizable between backward point and mid-off. You can tell he wanted to keep the strike there, but he couldn't do so. He got just the ball for it as well. But the over is completed. It's 94 for 7. Leicestershire's over rate, by the way, at lunch, +2. Got through 28 overs in the morning session, but I suppose 6 wickets and also quite a lot of delays for sawdust and things like that, so they've been given a bit of leeway.
Yeah. Holland coming here. That's kept very low. Holland coming here for his 10th over as he bowls, and it goes outside off stump, but keeping very low, shaping away again.
How many times did you play here in?
Oh, Ed, I don't know those kind of
well, you
questions.
don't. Oh, right. So you're not
I'm
one of those that keeps a. You know, I was trying to think.
I'm really not. Is that a bad thing?
No, that's all right.
I'm quite relaxed. Holland coming in here.
Oh,
And it's a play and miss there. Acton looks like he's... I don't know, I think he wanted to hit that back to the pavilion there.
Yeah.
He's gone for a big drive and a play and miss outside the off stump. His feet aren't looking particularly close to the ball at the moment, but he's certainly playing with intent.
yes. It was quite ambitious to straight drive a ball that started on off stump and then swung further away.
As Holland comes in, 3 slips in play, and it's a brilliant delivery. Play and miss here, 2 in a row, as Actor is playing 2 full drives, but is not looking anywhere near the ball as the ball's going away from him further and further. I'm watching the replay, and he's squaring up.
I think what Gloucestershire are missing here, we'll come back to your feats at Bristol in a bit, but what Gloucestershire are missing here is Marchant de Lange.
Well, yes. As Holland comes in, and that's outside the off stump. It's a 3rd play and miss in a row. It's kept low, that delivery, but Actor's not looking anywhere near it at the moment.
Sort of a ghoulish moan came from the back of the box after that latest one.
I think Richard's getting a little bit excited by this prospect. And I think so are all 3 slips at the moment in time, as Holland comes in wide of the crease, and he's a 4th play and miss as that comes literally over the top of off stump. And I think Holland's just enjoying this day out at the moment. He's bowling fantastically, and
She's just toying with Actor at the moment.
That one's come back on him.
Bowling him ball after ball that's too good for him, unfortunately. That's no discredit to Zaman Actor, but these deliveries are too good for him.
As Holland comes in here. Back of a length, just defended there into the onside. Holland's just fallen over there on his follow through. I think he got a bit excited, but that's another maiden for him, as he is 3 for 13 and Gloucestershire 94 for 7. I don't know that, so I'm really sorry. I probably should know that, but I'm not a cricket geek in terms of statistics.
Do you know, I think there's probably, in terms of stats, I could bring them up here. I can tell you one
stat, but I'm not really like that. But
it's obviously a really good one then, isn't it?
I am the highest wicket taker in county championship history ever.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad.
Yeah. And comes Van Beek round the wicket bowling, and Bracey pushes this one up to mid-off. There's no run. No, I did know that one, but I didn't.
Sorry.
I thought it was better coming from you.
I don't like to say it, and I got told off at the Oval because I was being too, what's the word? When you're not being
forward.
I wasn't being forward.
You weren't being forward.
Didn't want to talk about myself, and I got told off.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, I brought it up,
so yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Now, I was asked a question about how many wickets I took at the Oval for Welsh Fire, and I said, I'm really sorry, I don't know. And I tried to skim over the question and move on, and there we go.
Last delivery, by the way, was cut out to backward point, and there is no run. No, well, I mean, he would have... But I should remember as well, because I would have been covering them. Yeah. But...
No.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You must have played here a few times anyway.
Yeah, I have.
I wonder whether you had any particularly happy memories or otherwise. As this is driven by Bracey through extra cover, there will be 4 runs for this as Hill is unable to get round, and that really was as good a shot, I think, as we've seen possibly so far in this innings. Not that there's been an enormous amount to choose from, but that's just a beautifully controlled, exquisite cover drive from Bracey. Gloucestershire up to 98 for 7 as Bracey moves on to 18. I mean, did you particularly enjoy bowling here versus Taunton, or? I
liked bowling at both. It is a little bit of a slow pitch, so that's quite conducive, really, in a way.
Van Beek runs in and bowls. Oh, inside edge! Oh, has that hit the stumps? I think it's hit the stumps and the bails haven't come off. We'll have a look at the replay, but maybe it's just an illusion and it hit the pad. But live, I thought that was off the outside of the off stump. Let's have a look here. Ooh.
Just a thigh pad.
Yeah.
And it's rolled almost
just like coat of varnish wide of the stumps. Yeah, good grief.
No, that's cut him in half. It's a good delivery.
Live, I couldn't work out how that hadn't bowled him.
Bracey fights to see another day.
Down the pitch to this next delivery from Van Beek. Yeah, it's knocked up to mid-on for no run. So I suppose I don't know. Is it bad to say you almost can't bowl it too slowly?
I think you can play definitely around with your pace and your trajectory a lot here, and also at Taunton. Taunton, obviously, you've got quite a short straight as well. The same when you're over in Glamorgan.
Van Beek bowls, Bracey drives pleasantly. It'll only be a single this time as he's picked out deep cover, but I suspect that's pretty much what he was after, because he will retain the strike for the next Ian Holland over. It's 99 for 7.
Tell you what, that delivery, that's just cut him in half, James Bracey.
Yup. Well, it's been an unpleasant stay at the crease, really, for just about everybody. Van Buren is the top scorer in this innings at the moment, 25 off 16 balls.
What I liked about his innings was he was, as always, he's very confident, and he's very sure about where his strengths are. And obviously he's extremely experienced, but he came in, he played his cut shots, he hit the ball very late, his timing was impeccable. Holland coming in here, it's just defended into the onside by Bracey, who's on 19 or 45 deliveries now. That's what I liked about his, even though Gloucestershire very much on the back foot, he still had that intent, he was still playing his shots. And I think James obviously looked to do that and spend time at the crease now here. Holland coming in with 2 slips in play now to Bracey. So it's defended into the offside, going to scamper free for a quick single. That's 100 up for Gloucestershire, as you can hear the crowd just clapping, and There is actually not a bad crowd in a minute for the first day and a Friday.
No, it's decent. There was good crowds for the start of the Glamorgan match as well. I think nicer weather at the start of the season always helps.
3 slips in now to Actor as Holland comes in and just keeps shaping away, playing at that, just looking to play at that again, rather than just saying that's way outside my off stump and it's carrying on going further and further away from me. He's looking to almost play it, and it's a dangerous game to play, especially with 3 slips in play.
Now that delivery also, it puts to bed this idea that batters only look back when they've nicked it. Because Actor looked back there, didn't nick it. Well, assume he didn't.
Holland coming in there, just back of a length, defended into the offside. No, I don't know why he was playing at that ball before, because it was way away from his off stump, and even if it cut back, he's got quite a lot of room. That would have to have gone round corners. Holland coming in here, Actor on strike, back of a length, just worked off his legs there, through backwards square leg, and he's going to come through for 2 as fine leg swoops round, picks that up.
I think it's the part of Zaman Actor that's still a bowler batting. He can look, as long as you don't probe on that 4th, 5th stump line, and when he's driving especially, and driving well, you see there's serious ability there with the bat. Oh!
Holland bowls, and that's a chance there at 3rd slip.
Rehan Ahmed again,
has dropped a 2nd catch of the day, and it looked like it was straight in. I was just going to watch the replay there, but it's actually gone straight in his hand and straight out.
Yeah.
In my opinion, he looks like he's almost a step too close, and instead of letting the ball come to him, he almost is going and snatching at the ball. Having firm hands is good, but he's almost too eager on it.
He also seems to be down on his knees, as he's sort of collapsing to his knees again as he's trying to take the catch. There's a short ball. Van Beek starts the new over, and again that is signalled as first one for the over.
For me, he looks rushed, and if you look at the angle of the slip cordon, he's quite sharp, he's quite close. He could afford to take 1 step back, and then he's not going to be rushed. I don't know why he's falling to his knees. That's not making sense. It's almost like he's panicking that he's not going to catch it cleanly, and he's almost trying to catch it in his stomach. That sounds harsh.
Because you want to be down low as a slipper, but you don't want to be falling to your knees as you're taking the catches.
No, I'm not off balance, no.
Van Beek bowls, Bracey drives, doesn't time it, but it's into that gap between point and mid-off, and they'll take a single, so it's 103 for 7. Bracey on to 21, but, well, we'll see. Hammond's 2 drops not costly at all. You'd still have to think, if you're Leicestershire, that there's going to be another chance coming along fairly soon, but at the same time, if Rehan Ahmed wants to keep his position in the slips, he'll have to be holding the catches. Van Beek bowls to Actor, who's firmly forward to this one and working the ball up to Hull at mid-on. There is no run. So 3 for 16 for Holland, 1 for 20 for Van Beek, the opening bowlers, but backed up more than ably by Messrs Hull and Green. Green removing both Hammond and Van Buren, and Hull removing Green. Van Beek bowls edged, and that's gone down in front of 2nd slip this time. I don't think there was a opportunity for Hanscom there. It'll squirt through the cordon and be 2. So Gloucestershire will take these runs any way they can get them, but it's not pretty by any stretch. Yeah, just short of Hanscom at 2nd. Again, kind of squared up, bat coming across the ball a bit as it just nipped away, but it's 2 more to the total, 105 for 7. And Beek bowls. Actor plays a air shot as he drove it on the up, and the ball, well, he didn't hit it. There's no other way of putting it kindly. He didn't hit it. So it's reached this point again as well, by the way. So we're now 5 overs since a wicket. So it's been exactly at this point that Gloucestershire have lost another one.
Well, they should have there in that last
well, yeah.
over.
Van Beek bowls. Actor forces this away down to a wide-ish third position and will have the strike at the end of the over. He's got 11. Gloucestershire to 106 for 7. And it just feels as though the next wicket is right around the corner, especially with the spell that Holland has cast on them. 6 maidens out of his 11 overs, 3 wickets.
I think they've got another slip going in, and Ahmed is now moved to mid-off.
He's been banished.
Which is probably a good decision, as even though he might have the experience, you know, naturally in his head, he's dropped 2 catches, it is going to be in his head. As Holland comes in, plays and misses at that one, just outside the off stump. Not too much carry there. No, Ahmed has been moved out of third slip, and I can't see, Ed, can you see?
Roman Walker.
Roman Walker has moved into third slip, which is probably a good decision.
Fast bowler at third slip. Seen that too often.
No, Ben Green is in first slip. As Holland comes in, good length, but actually well played late down there, and that's going to run away for 4 as third man tries to dive across and cut that one off, but he's not quite made that. And that's 4 more on the total for Gloucestershire, who move on to 110 for 7 now.
I think he was trying to do that a couple of times, just opening the face on it, but
just guiding it
that
down
time
there.
He made contact, as he would have hoped for.
It's a dangerous game, though, in my opinion. 3 slips in play, guiding it. You know, if it just takes it to take off, and could get caught out doing that. It's a lovely drive, though, down the ground, on drive, straight down the ground. It's going to race away for 4 here. And it's a really well-timed shot there from Actor, who moves on to 19 off 23. And he's just lent on that one straight down the ground as Holland's got a little bit full with his length.
Yeah, I think possibly might have been stopped by another fielder, but it's hard to criticise Josh Hull when it's just so far down for him. He didn't Humber Bridge it. So, anyway, I think you take the... Well, actually, to be honest, as big as his strides are, others might not have got there.
Holland coming in, back of a length, brilliant carry there, and it's a play and miss there by Actor. Short one, he's really tried to cut that one, but he hasn't got hold of it as it's kept on going and gone above his bat. Cox taking that around head height.
That's the one, and Actor himself, to some extent, I don't think he'll be thinking it in this exact moment, but to some extent he'll be thinking, oh, okay, quite like to have a bit of that myself when I'm bowling.
Holland coming in here. It's a play and miss outside the off stump, around about 5th stump line. And Actor is just tapping down the wicket, having a look, and I think James Bracey is just saying to him, steady on, mate, we're only 114 for 7.
Well, at some point one of these surely is going to find the outside edge. Surely.
Holland coming in here for the last delivery of this over. Just back of a length, defended into the offside, no runs scored. Holland finishing his 12th over, 3 for 24.
Yeah.
And really well bowled from him. Bracey's on 21 off 48 deliveries, and Actor 19 off 26.
It's that infuriating thing of bowling to the lower order as well. I mean, Zaman Akhtar's done an admirable job, actually, even though he's played and missed a lot. He's got to 19 valuable runs, but it's that annoying thing of Holland straightening up his line off the last ball, thinking he's missing all these deliveries, but once he straightens it up, Actor gets the bat on it. Van Beek to continue. Bracey is forward and pushing to point and screaming no, as Actor has almost overtaken him now. He's had by far the majority of the strike in this partnership. And Bracey, I suppose he's just got to make sure that he faces enough deliveries that he doesn't think too much in terms of feeling out of touch. And sometimes in this situation you even see the batter just actually turn down a single for a few deliveries, even though they're not farming the strike, just ensure that the mind's still kept fresh and you aren't feeling as though you're being starved of bowling. Just a readjustment of the gloves there, but he's ready again, crouching as Van Beek bowls to him, and this is pushed into the offside, and they'll take a quick single, and Rehan Ahmed pivots and throws, but doesn't throw because it would have been possibility of overthrows. 115 for 7. Bracey on to 22. I don't know, can we just about call this sunshine?
Yeah, it was warm. It was warmer out there, actually.
Gloucester should be thinking, great, sun comes out just as just as it's nearly time for us to bowl. But, well, again, afraid it's why you've got to somehow get through that morning without losing as many wickets as they did. Van Beek into Acto, who's clipped this one neatly down to fine leg for another single. So he's into the 20s, 116 for 7. This must be the highest partnership of the innings so far now, I think it is. Well, not quite, actually. Not quite yet. Haven't quite eclipsed the Van Buren-Bracey partnership yet.
That was 36, wasn't
There's
it?
still, yes, and still those dizzy heights to come. Just 2 slips for Bracey. That wide open space at cover that he's been exploiting a bit. Deep square and a fine leg and a deep third on the boundary. Van Beek in over the wicket now to Bracey, who drives square on the offside, and that took a really sharp piece of fielding from Rehan Ahmed to get some sort of a hand on that, because that would have flashed away to the boundary in no time, and he's saved 2 runs there with that right hand. And that just slowed it down enough for Rishi Patel to get across from deep third and dive and stop it just before crossing the boundary. 118 for 7. Bracey on 24. And again, timed well. And Bake bowls to him, driven straight, and that's a gorgeous shot. You don't have to hit it that hard to get it for 4 to that particular part of the ground. It runs away very quickly towards the flats. And that's just a really controlled shot. It's 122 for 7.
No, Bracey's timing is really something. Just hit that, crunched it right underneath his eyes. So raced away.
He's just lent into it. Last ball of the over, Van Beek bowls, and oh gosh, I thought he'd nicked off there. It looked as if it moved a bit as Bracey sliced at a cut shot and missed it. Have another look at that, because I must say I thought that was possibly there, but maybe another one that's just taken off a bit, one of the quicker ones through. And Van Beek's not slow, it's certainly slippery enough. Just getting that one to bounce over the edge, but it's another play and miss. It's 122 for 7. I think that's roughly the first half hour of the afternoon, so I'll hand over to Nicole Harvey and then Richard Ray will be back.
Holland coming here from the pavilion end, and that's defended there by Actor, who's on 20 of 27. A little bit of an inside edge there onto his pad. Looking elsewhere, you've got Nottinghamshire versus Sussex. Sussex are 110 for 5 at the minute of 37 overs. Somerset versus Surrey. Somerset are 105 for 2. Worcestershire are 85 for 4 against Durham. And Derbyshire, Middlesex, Derbyshire are 98 for 1. Holland coming in here. Actor just playing and missing at that as it's shaping away from him, squaring him up. And just back of a length there. Bracey on 28 and Actor on 20. as the sun's just coming across the ground here now. It's looking a little bit brighter. Richard's back with me now as Holland comes in, and it's a fantastic delivery. Squaring up Actor.
Sorry, I've been doing that all the time in the back of the box, but...
He's been very unlucky here with Actor, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Angle it in, shape it away. He's squaring him up and playing it missing at nearly every delivery.
Yes. If it swings at all, it seems to completely bamboozle him, and yet he plays, as Ed has been saying, some super shots as well if it's straight.
Holland in, 3 slips in play, inside edge there to mid-wicket, no run. Thought about it.
On 9, I think, when he was dropped by Ahmed, and he's added 11 to that already, but also, obviously, it's so important putting overs into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers. The ball's getting a little bit older, and suddenly partnership builds, and 88 for 7 can become 150 for 7, and
it's not the 11 he scored either, it's the partnership, isn't
exactly.
it? So it is a massive thing. As Holland comes in there, it's defended into the offside, squirts away to point, and they're just going to come through for a single there. Actor moving on to 21. Gloucestershire moving on to 123 for 7. No, I think he was too close at third slip, if I'm honest. And I do think he's not in a very good position.
yeah, he's a sort of super confident young man who thinks he can do anything in cricket, but that's 4 drops out of the last 5 chances he's had. There were 2 at Old Trafford and now 2 here, and I think Hanscom's patience snapped.
As Holland coming around the wicket here to Bracey. Solid defence there back to the bowler, and no runs scored. Gloucestershire now 123 for 7 off 37 overs. Bracey on 28 and Actor on 21.
Roman Walker shedding sweaters. Whether that means he's going to come on for Logan van Beek, not yet, I don't think. I think he'd go to Hull first, or he is going to go to Josh Hull and see if Hull's extra pace bounce, and that sort of quick one that swings in might make the difference. There's a little practice run, Josh Hull. Interview with him in The Guardian I saw this morning. Not a long interview, but I shall... I don't know what the verb is for sending something out on Blue Sky. Post? Blue Sky it? I don't know. Post, I suppose, yes, on Blue Sky. Or you can obviously go to the Graniad's website and read that. Talking about working with Jimmy Anderson, who he points out kindly he wasn't born when Anderson first played for England, which must make Jimmy Anderson feel great. Over the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end, with a short leg, comes in and bowls to Actar, who's up on his toes, playing the short ball reasonably comfortably, steering it past Rehan Ahmed at backward point. It's a jog around the boundary for Ian Holland. He picks up, throws in. Actar picks up a couple. Moves on to 23.
It's actually a nice shot. He's actually played that and angled that. Guided it just behind point there.
Yeah, proper shot. As we've been saying, he plays proper shots. It's just the ones that swing away from Holland couldn't play. Hull leans forward slightly, gets into his run and bowls again, slightly short of a length. Again, played perfectly competently by Actar, dropping the ball down out into the offside. Ahmed fields, Ben Coxon points away to the leg side. Sol Buddinger's gone in there at short leg. Van Beek is at mid on. I think that's Hill grazing down there at deep backward square in front of the car park. A gorilla costume appears behind us, being modelled by Mr. Seaborn, as in goes Hull and bowls again, looking to get it into the ribs of Actar, seeing if he pops one up to short leg. It's a little bit too sort of off stump line at the moment, off stump, middle stump, so he again right behind it. He's not concerned in that respect. Drops it down into the offside, and that is no run. I don't know who the Gloucestershire
Ed is thinking about dressing up
mascot is.
as a gorilla.
Is that the Gloucestershire mascot?
Well, it suits you, Ed, actually.
Right, John F. tells us that sending something out on Blue Sky is called skeeting, S-K, obviously.
Good.
E-E-T-I-N-G. In goes Hull and bowls, and in the air but on driven. Admittedly in the air for a few feet, but lots of it. And solidly played by Zaman Akhtar. He has charged onto 27. He's almost caught Bracey already and extended the partnership for the 8th wicket. On to 29 plus 12, 41 into the 40s now. Skeeting, so now we know. Blue Sky is skeeting. Thank you, John. Will Jennings was in touch on email as well, saying that he thinks it's April, possibly April tomfoolery, but is he right to be optimistic about Leicestershire's chances this season? Hull is in and bowls on off stump. Akhtar leans forward, pushes it calmly into the gap in front of mid-off. Roman Walker runs round from mid-off to field towards extra cover, and the single is taken. Akhtar joins Bracey on 28. Is he misguided? One's natural instinct as a Leicestershire sort of follower is to be pessimistic after the last sort of decade or so, but they do look to have strength in depth this year, and that could make all the difference in keeping them competitive as the season goes on, would be my cautious response. In goes Hull, bowls to Bracey outside off stump, short, steered by Bracey wristily in the air through the vacant gully down to Rishi Patel, who's at a wideish third man. One is taken. Bracey keeps the strike, and Gloucestershire's 8th wicket pair continue on their way with an increasing degree of comfort.
Akhtar scoring 19 more from his drop catch there by Ahmed, and the partnership begins to build here, and that could be costly there for Leicestershire. And you've seen a little bit of swing in the momentum, you know, very much so. It seemed like Leicestershire have got their foot on the gas and they are in the driving seat, but even then, when the earlier partnership of 36 came about, that momentum started swaying in Gloucestershire's way just slightly, and I've got a feeling that is happening a little bit now. As Holland comes in, it's defended by Bracey into the offside. Just taking that partnership and taking that time here, though. It's just swinging it back a little bit.
Walker swinging his arms. Sorry, Ben Green swinging his arms at first slip, so he's going to be in the attack before too long, possibly after this one from this Holland end.
Holland coming in, 2 slips in play, cut away outside the off stump, and a fantastic shot there from Bracey as that races behind backward point for 4. And Bracey moving on to 33 or 57. Brilliant timing, hitting the ball nice and late.
Yeah, real width there from Holland, wasn't there? And it didn't really get up that much, didn't do too much. Did well to adjust to that sort of slight lack of bounce. A lot of sweaters being shed out there, so it is getting warmer. The sun is threatening to come out again. In the 20s next week, apparently. Huzzah.
Which seems very odd for April, May. As Holland coming in here, Bracey on strike. Full delivery, left alone outside the off stump. Approximately 6th or 7th stump line. It's Bracey shoulders and arms that delivery. Leicestershire very much knowing that they need to get James Bracey out here. They know he's dangerous. They know he is a good batter in good form at the moment.
He must be 200 runs without being out now, isn't he? After his exploits against Kent, something like that.
Holland coming in, wide of the crease, outside off stump, good carry, left alone by Bracey. Yeah. Akhtar just practicing some cover drives and some on drives here at the bowler's end. Holland coming in. back of a length. Just flicked off his hip there by Bracey. It's actually caught his thigh pad, I believe, and that's going to be a leg bye. As Gloucestershire move on to 135 for 7 now. Nice to see the unravelling of the Charlotte Edwards portrait at Lord's yesterday. Richard?
Unravelling or unveiling?
Unveiling. That's the word I was looking for.
That's right. Like Penelope's tapestry. Is it a good one?
I saw it. I mean, I'm not, obviously I don't paint. I don't know if you do, Richard, but it's not something I could do.
Did it look like her?
Yeah, I thought it was very good.
Fair enough.
Have you
I
seen
guess
it?
no, I haven't. I shall immediately
Have a look.
have a look on. I'm sure it's on interweb somewhere.
Painting, is that your hobby?
No,
Richard?
no. No, I wouldn't claim absolutely to be able to appreciate good art. But there's some interesting portraits at Lord's. It is fun to look around at all the individuals. There's some spectacular ones, some sort of quite modern ones. They're not all traditional by any stretch of the imagination, are they?
No.
The one of Lily in sort of full motion is great. You know, everything in the painting is moving and the background is all blurred and
Fascinating.
Your portrait up there yet?
Absolutely not. I think there's 3 women.
Josh Hull is in 2. Bracey
Oh.
squares him up. Just a little bit of something there for him there, and he looks askance back down the pitch there, Bracey, as it bounced off sort of bat and pad and trickled towards the gully, but that's well bowled by Josh Hull.
Just watching the replay. Was that bat or just thigh pad?
Did a bit more than, or did a bit of something that he didn't quite expect. Green continues to swing his arms. I think he's definitely coming on here at this pavilion end. As Josh Holt turns, comes running in and bowls full toss that is bunted away wide of mid-on, but good work away to his left by Walker, who dusts off his knees. Might just have that hurt, didn't it? It was on one of the dusty
Rough patches.
Rough
I've been
patches,
there.
yeah.
I've fielded there before, and I tell you, it hurts.
We've all got a few scabs and bits of pink skin as a consequence.
Especially by August, it's even harder and dustier.
Horrible. Walker picks him, gives his left knee another rub. And short leg goes in for Akhtar, who is defending on the back foot to deliver it on off stump. He's played Hull well so far, perfectly competently.
Who have we got there at short leg, Richard?
It's Budinger.
Budinger.
Hands plunged deep in pockets. It's not, as I say, not that cold now, but he'll have some hand warmers in there, I'm sure. Do you use those sort of chemical
Hand warmers,
hand warmer
yeah.
things? How long do they last?
No, they last
once
about 8
activated,
hours.
if you have to keep giving them a shake,
Yeah.
don't you, from activate the chemicals. 8 hours, that's
Yeah, they're really good.
value, isn't it? It lasts you the day. Hull in past umpire Pollard. Bowls short, but again very well played by Akhtar on his toes. He is a tall man, tall right-hander, but everything's neat and close together when he defends like that on the back foot. And he looks a very competent bat. Best score, highest score of a 70, highest first class score. And Walker running backwards because he's being put into the gully. I think, yes. Hill comes in from deep square to mid on. And Hanscom moves third man a touch wider. Look to push it across Akhtar here, maybe short again. In goes Hull, bowls, and it is short of a good length, but not that short, not bouncer short. And again, Akhtar plays it very well. Budinger signals to the 12th man. He wants something. I can't read those signals. I'm not sure what that means. I think he might want a bit more protection in the abdominal area, so let us see what happens. Hull, shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers. he's been desperate to play the last couple of weeks. So he'll be loving actually running in and bowling, and Akhtar drives. It's a no ball as well. Steers it down between gully and backward point down to the third man boundary for a single, but add the 2 for the no ball. Is that 4 no balls? I think Huller's bowled now. Just overstepping. As I said, it is slightly down. It isn't perfectly flat from that end, is it? It's a fairly flattish ground compared to some, including hole goes in and pushed away through mid-wicket this time. Will be 2, as it's Walker who picks up very athletically, slides, picks up, and it's a great throw as well. Really good work by Roman Walker. But even so, he couldn't prevent Bracey taking 2 and bringing up the 50 partnership. Well, it was, he says, thinking about it, 12 and 12. It was 24 when the catch went down. And these runs could be crucial come the end of the game. Ed has talked about that famous game at Cheltenham. 88 for 8, were they? Claws in the first innings. And the game ultimately ended in a tie, basically. So...
What was they dropped? He was dropped on 102 when they were on 102, weren't they?
Yeah, and he was on 9.
40. 40 runs. They're 140.
What did I say? Not that anyway. Yeah.
40 runs though have been added to that score.
My maths is notoriously horrendous.
That's okay.
I was doing the 88 from 80 for some reason.
You're going to have a change of bowling here from the pavilion end as Ben Green is going to come on. And Holland's going to have a break for a moment.
Yeah, it might be until after tea, if he's required to bowl again.
There's Green coming in here. Akhtar on strike. 3 slips in play, and it's a big drive, and that's caught at third slip. That's been a great choice there from the captain to move Ahmed out of third slip and change the man as that one's been taken, because 40 were added to that total from that last drop catch. And that could have been costly.
This is kryptonite, isn't it? With Akhtar, he can bat anything except outswing. The bat at it, thick outside edge. A nice two-handed catch to his right. Smart catch. It was travelling, but it was at a nice height, wasn't it? Away to his right. And
Akhtar goes for 29 off 43 deliveries. Gloucestershire now 142 for 8. But it was a good partnership there, and they did put 40 on. After that drop catch, so that's 40, you know, could be costly runs in a game as 40 is added to the total, but we will see.
What will Bracey do now? Will he start to look a bit, or trust his 10 and 11? Or will he look to harvest the strike and try and be a bit more positive? Shaw can bat, he's a Yorkshireman.
Josh Shaw coming out to the crease now to join Bracey, and Ben Green picks up his third wicket now.
3 for 24.
Good bowling changes. They needed that breakthrough there.
They did. They'd have been hoping for sort of 150-ish, wouldn't they, at 88 for 7. Now they'll probably take less than sort of 175, something like that. And maybe, never judge a wicket till both sides are batted on it, maybe that'll be par.
Yeah, we will see. Overcast a little bit, but the sun has started to come out this afternoon slightly more as Green comes in. 3 slips in play. Well played, defended, and scampering through. That's hit the batter, otherwise that could have been a chance.
He gets 5 for that.
As that's ran away for 4 to the boundary as it's hit batter and raced away for 4. It actually looked like it stung as well as that's hit.
Where did it hit him?
I think it hit his back and then his arm.
Ah, okay. Oh, arm. Ow.
Arm, yeah.
We'll have a bit of a bruise there.
Yeah. Unlucky for Ben Green, really, and it was only defended into the offside, and it's you know, gone for a run-out chance and unfortunately hit the batter and raced away for 4. There we go. It was a good chance to shy, so it made sense. As Green comes around the wicket here to Bracey. Oh, and that's a player miss outside the off stump. Brilliant delivery, as it's just got big on him outside the off stump there. Really good carry from Ben Green here. Only 2 slips in play to the left-hander, as we've got backward point, third man and fine leg on the boundary, cover out, and mid on, mid off, and mid wicket out. Green coming in onto the leg side, worked off the legs to mid on, but no runs scored. Well timed there by Bracey, but no runs. So he's on 36 off 65 currently.
Josh Shaw needs 91 for 1,000 runs in first-class cricket. Do well to get it in this one.
Well,
innings, but you never know.
Well, these funny things do happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Green comes in, defended by Bracey and scampering through for a quick single there. Bracey's going to try and have as much strike as possible, as much as Shaw can bat. I would imagine he's going to look to keep the strike as much as he can. Green coming in here. Full outside the off stump, driven to mid-off by Shaw. Good shot, well timed, but no run. That's Gloucestershire are now 148 for 8 off 41. They needed that breakthrough, so it was a good change of bowling there from Ben Green and a good change of field there with the fielder taking that catch at third slip.
There comes a point where you have to say, no, you know, got to make a change here, Rehan. And the way Walker took the catch, to say it was smart. Definitely the right decision. Hull to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Over the wicket to the left-handed James Bracey. 37 not out as Hull is in. Outside off stump. Little bit of shape away from the batsman, but started wide, went that little bit wider. Bracey had nothing to do with it.
So I was talking earlier and I was saying Leicestershire have got a very good coaching staff, Richard.
You
Lots
reckon?
of experience
You reckon?
and,
yeah, there is a lot of experience. So you know, you won't know Alfonso, I guess. Alfonso
yeah.
Thomas.
And then, you know, you've got a lot of experience there. Good people to have around the changing room.
A lot of knowledge, isn't there? Really?
Yeah, there's evoking good conversation and knowledge and how they might go about it.
Hull is in short, well played by Bracey, just rides it down and drops it down to the vacant short leg area. Cox jogs up from behind the stumps to field, and Bracey happy to take his single.
James Taylor, Alfonso Thomas, Stephen Franklin, and what's this man called? Patel.
Dev.
Yeah, so a really
Dips Patel.
really good coaching team there.
Very experienced. Third slip. No. Gully. Walker goes to Gully. Hanscom makes sure that Holland is sort of in the gap between second slip and Gully. Short leg goes in as well, as Hull is in and bowls very full outside off stump. Reaching for it a little bit short, slightly flat-footed as he tried to sort of drive it away through the offside. It was a little bit too quick and didn't get anything on it as it slid rather through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Hanscom claps his hands. Ben Mike would normally sort of be bowling these overs, looking to bang it in against the tail and sort of see if he can just get them to pop one up. Hull, different sort of bowler, is in. Bowls, that is a good short ball, but Shaw plays it well, actually. Up on his toes. Drops it down towards backward point. Keeps it down. He's got a forearm guard on. Wisely, he's having a chat to Sol Budinger. leans nonchalantly on his bat.
Like that word.
I bet his heart's beating a bit faster than normal there. As Hull turns, casting a shadow now. Comes in and bowls full, looking for the organ. Nicely dug out by Shaw. Didn't quite get it right there, Hull, and thick inside edge from Shaw steered it into the onside and brings up the Gloss 150, the scoreboard. Hopefully informs us in big yellow numbers and letters. And as I say, we don't know yet whether that might be a perfectly decent score. Or, not decent score, but you know what I mean, for the pitch. Hull is in. Short. Pulled in the air, didn't get that at all. Well, he got enough of it.
Tennis ball
Gracie, and there was no,
wasn't it?
yeah, what you were saying at the beginning about this sort of slightly too paced nature of the pitch. Hit it up into the air. There was no square leg, just Ahmed out on the boundary. And so he picks up one and keeps the strike. Gracie on to 39, 151 for 8. Still 54 overs left to be bowled today. We're not, well, not close to halfway.
If you'd like to get hold of Richard or myself or Ed, you can contact us on, myself is Nicole Harvey 02, that's on X, and Richard is on Blue Sky.
Skeeting, apparently, we now know.
And your handle is?
At RichR23.
Perfect. There's Green coming in from the pavilion end, just cutting back on Bracey, but it's well played, nice and late behind backward point, and he's going to get a single for that. We'd love to hear from you. If you're listening, let us know. And if you know that is skeeting, then sorry. But if you don't, I hope you've learnt something new like I have. Green's going to come back over the wicket here to Shaw, who's on 6 off 5 deliveries so far. 3 slips in play. Covers come up, mid-wickets come up. Everyone's in the ring other than the third man and fine leg. As Green comes in, wide of the crease, it's defended straight back to mid-off. Gloucestershire 152 for 8 now, Bracey 40 and Shaw 6. As Green comes in here. Just back of a length, and that's hit him on the pad. There's a big appeal there, but the umpire's not interested. It looked quite high. Green wanted his 4th wicket of the day, though. Watching the replay there. Yeah, it's quite high. Good carry here from Ben Green. But we have seen the nature of this wicket is slightly too paced still at the moment. We had a tennis ball bounce in that last over. Very short delivery. It's almost ballooned up. As Green comes in, back of a length, timed nicely there through backward point, and he's going to get a single there for sure. How long have the coaching staff been that team?
Well, Alfonso
Richard?
Thomas took over from, was initially assistant coach to, or one of the assistant coaches to Paul Nixon.
Green coming in here from the pavilion end. Short delivery as Bracey pulls that away. Fairly flat batted, and that's going to race away for 4 as he moves on to 44.
Swatted away, wasn't it? So basically 2 years, really. The first year he took over. He said he didn't want the job full time, but then he was persuaded to take it sort of last year. So this is, I suppose, really in a way his first sort of full season after a close season, working with the players, etc., etc.
Green coming in here, brace on strike. Little bit of movement. He's just coming down the track slightly, trying to cut him off a little bit, but that's defended to mid-on and there's no runs scored. Gloucestershire are now 157 for 8 after 43. Bracey moves on to 44 and Shaw on to 7.
43 overs with this ball now. Not, it won't be quite as soft as a 43 over old ball might normally be. It hasn't sort of been slamming into the advertising hoardings too much, and it's fairly lush, isn't it? So it should still be in fairly good condition for the bowlers. 2 slips, gully, short leg, in again for Hull bowling 2 short. Over the wicket he comes. Bowls outside off stump. Nice bounce, but wrong direction in terms of making sure play. He let it bounce through into the gloves of Cox. Behind the stumps, Green immediately gets to work on the ball, the back of his trousers.
Yeah, Bracey coming back off the 151 not out and 30 not out. He's batting really well at the moment. 27 years old.
Yeah, well over 200 runs without being dismissed. He's used to that against Leicestershire. Albeit not all in this innings. He's watching as in goes Hull. Slightly squared up, is sure, but again he's on top of the bounce. Plays it effectively enough. Squeezes it out towards Gully. Walker will be feeling better, feeling as though he's in the game now, having taken that catch and has made a sort of positive contribution. Only Leicestershire bowler who's been wicketless in this innings so far. As I say, he'll now feel as though he's made a difference. He's in the game, waiting with hands on knees, as are the slips, as Hull is in and bowls outside off stump. And again, Shaw leaves successfully. A few more coming into the ground. Ground staff all watching. That's a good sign. They're next to the blotters over there. Ground staff don't always watch, but they're absorbed in the cricket. It's tense at the moment out there. Which way will the innings go? I mean, obviously still in a lot of trouble, but if they can get it over 200, who knows? In goes Hull. Bowls. Oh, good bouncer. Shaw plays it well. Just moves his head out of the way of the ball. Slightly to the left as the ball went over to his right shoulder, but it wasn't far off. He smelt the leather, as they say. Yeah, Hamish says time to get Rahan on to bowl now and see if Shaw is inclined to try and whack a couple. Might be worth the risk. Hanscom doesn't like sort of risking losing runs, or leaking runs as Hull bowls outside off stump. Fuller looking for that in swinging full delivery, but it didn't swing enough. And outside off stump again. Shaw has nothing to do with it. Remember watching him play for Yorkshire in the early days, Josh Shaw. Very much a man of these parts now, though. He's been here a fair while now, hasn't he? 8 years, something like that. I have to look
7
in there.
or 8, yeah.
Who's who? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Give you your book there, Richard.
I have to look you up in this. Haven't looked yet.
Not in there, Richard.
In goes Hull and bowls on off stump and defended again by Shaw solidly enough, dropping it out into the offside, and there's no run. We had Phoebe Graham on with us up in Manchester. She was fascinated. She hadn't seen all the entries for all her friends and herself and everything. So I'd have thought if you were in it, you'd get a complimentary copy, but apparently not.
Yeah. Ben Green is pushing back his hair and looking like he wants another wicket as he shines the ball.
He got his Gloucestershire County cap in 2016. Yeah. Josh Shaw.
There we go.
So 9 years.
9 years. Green's coming around hit the wicket here to Bracey. Off the pad. A little bit of a desperate appeal, I would describe that as it didn't look anywhere near.
Definitely going down.
And that's going to be leg byes there. And Gloucestershire moving on to 158 now. Just building a little bit of momentum. They needed this because before lunch it was looking a little bit desperate. But they needed this, and they had a great partnership there. As Bracey and Actor had a nice partnership going.
He wants to be a groundsman one day, Josh Shaw.
Really?
So he says.
Green coming in. Oh, it's well bowled. A played and missed. Squared up Shaw as that's moved away.
It's not dissimilar to Holland in a way, is it? This sort of green
very.
stuff. And it's sort of old-fashioned county stuff in a way, but doesn't make it any easier to play. That it's not express pace, but it's, you know, fast enough. And it's movement. It makes such a difference.
Green coming in here. A big swing and miss there. Shaw's tried to hit that back over the pavilion and has played and missed.
We were nearly in the game there, I thought.
I thought, yeah, you were going to dive out the window for a catch, Richard.
Sadly, this is one of the commentary boxes which you can't
Not
open
possible.
a window.
Well, there we go. But I was up at the Oval the other day and they had a funny, protector on the windows, and it made everything look much darker than it was. We kept thinking it was going to rain because it was so dark. But no, it's a nice view here. As Green comes in, that's left alone outside the off stump. Good carry there as it goes through to Cox around chest height. Cox has got some bright green gloves, white on the outside of his hands, but inside is bright green.
Ed has identified the manufacturer for us already. So it's characteristic of a particular Australian manufacturer.
Yes, I wasn't going to name any names. As Green comes in, well bowled, very well bowled, and they're appealing for caught behind, but the umpire's not looking interested as Shaw walks to the square leg.
Hit something, but not the bat, says the umpire.
Shaw is signalling that it's hit his hip as it carries on through. Looking on the replay, it doesn't look like he's hit that, if I'm honest. It does look like it is the pad. But it was a very good delivery there from Ben Green. He is shaping, he's opening up Shaw, he's making him square up. And his three slips are looking very excited. As that comes in, it's an inside edge going through backward square, going down to fine leg there. And Shaw is going to pick up a single. Really well bowled there by Green. Good bit of pressure there. Gloucestershire moving on to 159 now for 8.
Well, rather than go to the spinner, Peter Hanscom has gone to his 5th seamer, Roman Walker. Give him another chance to break his wicket duck for the season. Rishi Patel, who's been off, comes jogging back on. He's just back in the side. He dislocated his thumb, 3rd over of the season, in the slips. So he hasn't actually picked up a bat in anger, having looked in super form in pre-season. So he's very welcome back into the side.
I think I'm going to leave you now, Richard, and Ed is going to join you.
See you later. As Walker at the Ashley Down Road end with 2 slips comes running in, bowls to Josh Shaw, very straight. Shaw just strokes it back down into the pitch and back to Roman Walker. And there's no run. Ed returns. Just the 2 wickets post lunch so far for the Foxes. The Gloucestershire tail marshalled by James Bracey, proving hard to get out. In goes Walker and bowls, again very straight. Again Shaw solidly enough behind it. Dave Whitmore, Leicestershire's fielding coach, wanders out for a walk.
Sorry, that's Dave Whitmore, not Dav Watmore.
Something like that, yeah. Sorry, Dave. Dav. Is it?
There used to,
Whit or what?
Yeah.
Check.
What is it?
What? What's the difference in Dav and Dave? Other than the E. In goes Walker and bowls. Driven and undriven very nicely for 4 by Josh Shaw. Overpitched by Walker and Shaw. Good enough to pumped that away through very straight mid-on. Lovely shot.
Now this is Dav Watmore, former Pakistan
It's definitely
coach.
no. It's definitely not him.
No. I was just
Oh, you
meaning
were-
more just
okay,
the fact that it's
alright,
not Dav
alright,
Watmore.
okay.
It's yeah.
I
I was just trying to confuse everyone basically, and I succeeded.
completely. In goes Roman Walker and bowls. That's a big shout for leg before. No. Looking to whip it away through the leg side, Josh Short. Didn't look to get anything on it. Perhaps it was going on down the leg side. Umpire Pollard is sometimes one of those umpires who does indicate which way it's, why he hasn't given it. Oh, blimey, that was a decent shout.
If he's not hit that, that looks out.
It wasn't going down the leg side.
No, and I thought live it wasn't either, even though he was trying to whip it away. Maybe he did get some bat on it.
It can only have been that which saved him. So Walker, perhaps a touch unfortunate that he managed to get a little inside edge on it. Comes in and bowls to Shaw, the outswinger, but it started wide, went wider, and Shaw let it go through.
I thought he fronted up against Josh Hull really well there, and it was a quick spell. He was banging it in. There's still some life in this pitch.
I thought Akhtar did as well.
Yeah. But I think I was suggesting that maybe being an avid rugby league fan, he might have grown up dreaming of facing Hull. I think it's Wakefield Trinity.
Wakefield Trinity, yes. They are back now being Wakefield Trinity. In goes Walker, bowls down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. Looked maybe as though it flicked the thigh pad, but it was taken by Cox. Diving to his left. They were briefly, not briefly, for a few years, they were Wakefield Trinity Wildcats, weren't they? But I think
That's
back,
right.
back to being Trinity, but known as the Wildcats. Yep, it'll be in his blood.
Well, you can often see him before the start of play bringing the rugby ball out for a bit of a punt. He's got a good punt on him as Josh Shaw makes a change from the usual football.
And the two Hull clubs are top of the rugby league at the moment.
Green looking for a fourth scalp, bowling to Bracey on 44, make that 45 at least as he works it between backward square and fine leg. They thought about a second, but I think it was a wise decision just to stick with the one. So Bracey has 45, Gloucestershire to 164 for 8. So at the moment this is actually quite similar to the sort of recovery that they did make in that game at Cheltenham, but I don't know. You just never know which direction a game of cricket's going in, but the confidence that this Leicestershire batting lineup has at the moment is Green bowls, punched away by Shaw, and a sliding half stop at cover from Hill is enough to prevent the single. You sort of feel that even 200 or so, Leicestershire would look at that and think, yeah, we can get substantially past that, but they haven't done too badly since lunch, being 87 for 6.
No. Well, you know, getting close to doubling the score for with power to add.
It's about the best that they could have hoped for, I think, this really, from the dire position they were in at lunch. Green bowls to Shaw, gets in line and blocks it straight back up the surface.
And there will be frustration from the Leicester players if they do get the score up to 200 or so, or, you know, or more.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Especially something to look again. I mean, it doesn't look as if it's going to be an entire day of rain tomorrow, but the forecast is looking a bit sketchy. So you then have Sunday, Monday to force things through. Green bowl, Shaw swipes at that one. He's looped it over the top of backward point and will pick up 4 just. Fielder tries to slide almost headlong after it. That's Rishi Patel there, but the ball just loops irritatingly over his head. He had no chance of getting there. And Shaw gets a fortuitous boundary. It is 168 for 8. There was one shot that he played where I thought suddenly he turned into Marchant de Lange, and that was another de Lange-esque shot, clearing the front leg and swinging for the hills. And it worked. Green bowls, and Shaw this time plays a much more conventional shot straight down into the ground, and there's no run. So yeah, even though Leicestershire have got to be looking at this and thinking, well, there's no way we're not going to restrict them to a score they'd be happy with, it does start to get very annoying when you've got the tail out there and you can't finish them off. It's a problem that, I mean, particularly nowadays anyway, you so seldom just rattle through a tail like that. Green bowls, and there's a beauty. It's that away swinger again. The problem is it's swinging away too much for sure to get an edge on it once again. He fished after it, but he just couldn't catch up with it. And that is the end of the over. That's a good old waft, that. 168 for 8. That's not even a waft, that's a waft.
He survives. 16 not out. Another useful partnership for the home side. 26 it's worth now. Bracey looks around him.
He loves his shadow batting to square leg.
Deep backward, square long leg, look levelly back. 2 slips as round the wicket goes Walker, and bowls and bounces a little bit. There's an appeal for, I don't know what, because it certainly wasn't leg before. Burst sort of through the defence, came off the sort of top of the pad, almost the thigh pad, and trickled around to first slip. And sort of Walker appealed on principle, really, beating the bat, I think.
Appeal, end it, please, end it for us. We quite got to that stage where Josh Shaw's doing a bit of real umpire buttering up there. Leaning on his bat right next to umpire Pollard, having a good chat.
Walker is in, bowls again, good bounce, and that's hurt Bracey. It jumped up and hit him on the elbow, judging by what he's looking at. He had even his back to us as he played the shot, so I thought for a minute it had hit him on the actual glove, but it did more than that, and we have a nasty bruise there tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just not what you're expecting, even on a day one pitch here, to see the kind of ball that could do that. And it, yeah, I don't know, it looked like it did still hit him on the glove, but maybe it's just somehow shot up his arm as well, because he was looking at his elbow as well.
Yeah, indeed. Walker's in, bowls to him outside off stump. It rather loops through to Cox behind the stumps. Sun comes back out at Neville Road. The, what are we, Seat Unique?
Seat Unique
Stadium at the moment.
Quite sure how many years that's
been a few years now, yeah.
It was last year, was it the first, or was the year before
was
that?
It?
I think year before that was its first, but I can't remember how many years the deal was signed. I thought it was 3 as well, so who knows.
Walker in, bowls onto the legs of Bracey. There's an appeal for leg before. Umpire Pollard is already walking away, from which Walker already knows his fate. It was going on down, and the leg bye is taken. Just thinking that the conversation between umpire Pollard and Josh Shaw. Pollard will have played against Chris Shaw, won't he? His dad, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Who I remember playing for Yorkshire. And Pollard was at Notts, possibly at Worcester. Probably dandled him on his knee or something. Back over the wicket goes Walker and bowls to Josh Shaw, who leaves outside off stump.
It's a pretty sobering thought, that, when you see the likes of the Taylors and, well, actually, whenever James Fuller comes back to Gloucestershire, James Fuller's kids are always out there, and Benny Howells, no matter what has happened in the game, they're just straight out there after the game, and you just think, well, if they you know, at some point in the future,
you'd just
be sitting embittered in my old age, watching as the child
not embittered,
of,
surely.
so I'm sure,
not embittered.
watching
Enjoying Gloucestershire success.
Commentated on, ends up playing out there.
Van Beek's starting to warm up as Walker is in, bowls. Oh, sure. Looked as though he had a little feel for that one. It swung away into the gloves of Cox. No reaction from the bowler or the slips, or indeed the wicketkeeper. No great excitement shown. Let's have a look. Did he have a little feel? Yes, he did.
It's just that away swing again, isn't it? It's a pretty prodigious away swing, that one. 48th over. of the new ball, and it's still doing that. We've still never lost the cloud cover.
No, as we were talking about it earlier, you know, it hasn't been sort of rattling against the advertising hoardings, and the ground is fairly lush, so...
Green, new over. Bracey has had that one hit quite high up off his bat. He's thinking about coming back for 2 here. They're going to go for it. The shy goes to the non-striker's end. I'm not sure that was the right end to go to, because Bracey was diving at the striker's end, thinking he was going to be the one in question, but he wasn't. And the fielder had to pivot and throw. And I think Shaw, was fine at the non-striker's end. Anyway, it's 2 more runs. 171 for 8. Bracey on to 49. Surveys the leg side field, where he'll see at mid-on there's still the only fielder saving 1. Green bowls to him wide outside the off stump. He's had a full-blooded drive at that and missed it. He's actually driven pretty well in this innings as Bracey, but missed out on that one. Apologies, the scoreboard already moved. He's on 47 now, not 49. The score is 171 for 8. That left elbow of Green, as he's running in, comes jutting out sideways almost as he passes the umpire. It's almost as if he's actually going to just dig it in his side. Green bowls very wide and let go by Bracey.
Are you watching?
Just in case, watch for the next one that he doesn't give out, and then, oh, sorry, umps. No, I don't think that would be a great plan, really, if you're planning on getting any LBW decisions, or first one that comes within a foot of your pad when you come out to bat. Up goes the finger. Green bowls, and that's in the air as Bracey pushed down the ground, and whether that was one of those that just did stop in the pitch a little bit, or Bracey certainly threw his shot too early, that's for sure, and one bounce back to the bowler. Nearly a catch chip back. It's still, even for Bracey, who's spent the longest amount of time out there, he is still mistiming it, and as you say, he's scored now well over 200 runs without being dismissed in the championship. Green bowls Bracey, this time way down the pitch and defending back to the bowler. An immediate look at umpire Pollard there to see whether Bracey was going to get another of those chats, but doesn't look like it. But in some ways you have to think, surely if Bracey's mistiming the ball that badly, then Gloucestershire have got to believe that there's enough in this that they can limit the damage on first innings. This is short and cut away, straight to backward point. And Rehan Ahmed stops it. End of the over, 171 for 8. We've had 49 overs this innings, so I suppose we're just past the halfway mark of the day. Gloucestershire have since lunch done a really decent job.
They have. 87 for 6. Remember at lunch. Now 171 for 8, so dragging the innings towards respectability. What would be respectable? We're not sure on this pitch, as Ed has been saying. It may be it'll retain the slightly two-pace nature throughout. Walker is in, bowls to Shaw straight, and Shaw nice high left elbows. He blocks that back down the pitch to the North Walian. Is that right? North Welshman, North Walian.
North Walian, yeah.
Sounds sort of okay, doesn't it?
Why not? Whereabouts is he actually?
I think he's actually from Wrexham. Let me just check that.
Yep.
Yeah? There you go.
Wrexham Clwyd.
Charges in and bowls. Shaw drives very pleasantly, and it is not stopped by Josh Hull even. I thought Hull was the favourite to get there, but it does sometimes go down in stages.
That was a very tall man, and that one.
He did rather sort of topple towards that one rather than drop onto it, and he might just have brushed his fingers as he did so. But unfortunately, from his and Leicestershire's point of view, couldn't stop it. Shaw picks up 4, moves on to 20, 175 for 8. Walker is in and bowling, and looking to drive again is Shaw. Doesn't time that one though, and it bounces down, and Walker fields in his follow-through.
Got off the mark with a 5.
He did.
Josh Shaw, and that's the second match in a row I've seen somebody get off the mark with a 5. I remember thinking that at Canterbury. How long will I go again before seeing somebody get off the mark with a 5?
Well, it'll either be the next game or it'll never happen
Exactly.
again, won't it?
I just won't remember it, yeah. I think it was Grant Stewart, if I remember rightly.
In the same way, I mean, you're not going to run 5 at Canterbury, are you?
Yeah.
Wherever you hit it. In goes Walker. Bowls down the leg side. Flicks the pad. He started to think about appealing. It trickles down towards long leg. Not very far, though, down towards long leg, because Cox gets across and gets there before the incoming Rishi Patel. And fields, and the leg bite is added to the score. Van Beek, his warm-ups take on a more vigorous nature. He is certainly going to be in the attack shortly. Hamish has been calling for Ahmed to have an over or two just to see if Shaw is inclined to try and hit one up in the air.
Overs.
Walker's in, bowls outside off stump and a little bit short, steered, and the width was there as well, so Bracey, who's very good out there, can just get up on his toes and steer it away wristily down to third man. Patel gets there sufficiently quickly to prevent a second.
Well, I wouldn't say comfortable, but they're not looking too troubled by the pace, and Van Beek coming on, he might dig a few in back of a length, but
well, in the absence of Mike, he
overs.
is now the quickest Van Beek of the Leicestershire seamers by quite a long way, actually. Walker is in, bowls are driven for 4. Over-pitched, and he lies there, the Welshman, having dived to his left in the hope of getting there. Possibly he's trying almost too hard now. He knows this is a rare chance, and he knows at the moment he isn't taking it. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31 for Roman Walker, who takes his cap and sweater and walks away with a head down.
It's a lugubrious walk, that one. 4 first-class matches. That's all for Roman Walker. I was a bit surprised. I felt as though he's been around for some time, but
he didn't get the chances he was hoping for at Glamorgan. Came to Leicestershire, but hasn't really been able to effect a breakthrough here either.
Green into his 12th over, gives Bracey a little bit of width, but again he just can't time it. It was swinging back in towards him, which didn't help him trying to get it through the offside, but it's another one that as soon as batters have tried to go really hard at it, that's when the problems have come with some of the timing issues. And there's all sorts of different modes of dismissal, of course, as it so often is in a top order collapse. As Green bowls a full ball, it's squeezed down, I think, into the ground and then loops up towards mid-off for no run. But you know, there were some indifferent shots played in that Gloucestershire top order, as well as some really tight bowling. I think Gloucestershire would have, I don't think they'd have exactly been in a fantastic looking position at lunch, even if they hadn't had those shots. This is clipped down to fine leg by Bracey, and this time he will move on to 49, so nobody can accuse me of putting the mockers on him and him not getting to 49. Having announced that about 10 minutes ago. It's 182 for 8. But yeah, I think, you know, 3-4 down at lunch, and you do so often see it, even with the Duke's ball, never mind with the Kookaburra ball, but even with the Dukes you see it as it starts to get into the sort of 50th, 60th over, it noticeably gets easier to bat. Green to Shaw, who leaves that on length. We've already seen one off stump pegged back off the bowling of Ben Green with a leave.
That was over the top of off, I'm sure. It was a good couple of inches over the top of off, but that...
It's not a ball you'll be leaving at Bristol too much, put it that way. And again, it was seen so early by Shaw. It's cut back, hasn't it, as well as just being a straight-on delivery anyway. Green bowls and Shaw forward and defending. Ball runs up to extra cover. Is that still Van Beek warming up there? It's taking some time. It's funny now, you see some bowlers just It really is 2 balls before they start, or are going to start bowling, start warming up. Not Van Beek, he's having a good old stretch. Green to Shaw, floated up there, and Shaw plays an ugly shot which has gone through square leg, and it'll be 4. I have no idea how that's gone for 4. I think that was almost, well, it was at least 150 degrees from where it was aimed, but it's still gone to the boundary somehow. It's 186 for 8. I thought he was looking for it. Yeah, well, actually, maybe not quite that far. He was looking for a straight thump.
I'll give you 30 degrees.
Square leg, yeah. I thought he was looking for the covers to start with, but actually he wasn't. He was looking for more sort of straight mid-on, maybe. But anyway, it's 4, and he's on to 28 extremely valuable runs.
Indeed. 142 when Zaman Akhtar was caught by Roman Walker at third slip off the bowling of Ben Green for 29. 44 runs ago. So Van Beek is being called on to try and end this troublesome partnership, this promising partnership for Gloucestershire, troublesome for Leicestershire. Van Beek is going to go around the wicket to James Bracey on 49. Do you want to see him over the line? Or
oh, no.
By his, okay.
That's fine.
In goes Van Beek, and there is the run that James Bracey needed for yet another 50, yet another landmark, little landmark innings. There's plenty against Leicestershire, but in super form in recent games, James Bracey. His 50 has come off 90 deliveries.
Well, he thought that he was going to struggle at one stage, even to have enough time to reach a half century. How much further can he take it? And he hit
4 fours. Over the wicket goes Van Beek. Bowls to Shaw, goes straight through him outside off stump.
It's funny, isn't it? The top order nicking a few, but it's almost as though the tail have got it right in terms of, yeah.
They're good enough to nick them, aren't they?
Yes.
I suppose by definition, you know, if it moves too much, then your lower order batsmen are not going to get
the likes of Charlesworth and Hammond edging, but
yeah.
Akhtar and Shaw must have played and missed about 20.
In goes Van Beek, bowls and driven out into the offside, but Budinger fell across almost to his left and made a 2-handed stop, effectively enough.
Be interested to get the degrees of swing as well, because you know nowadays in Test cricket you can get those sorts of numbers. I'd be quite interested to know, compared with other first days at Bristol, just how much more this has moved than most.
Van Beek bowls onto the legs of Shaw, neatly turned through square legs, should be 2, and it's Rishi Patel coming up from wide long leg to square leg 2 field, backward square, getting there before Lewis Hill. Shaw picks up a couple, moves on to 30.
Yeah, and I still like the idea of Rehan Ahmed. Even you don't. Okay, it might be an expensive over, but I don't think you're going to give away too much by just having a look.
I have to say, he hasn't bowled particularly well so far this season as Van Beek is in bowls. Quicker delivery and just a touch late on it. Josh Shaw played it okay, jammed it down into the ground off the bottom of his bat just outside off stump, but he was just a smidgen late. So this season Rehan has bowled 36 overs and has won for 111. Economy rate hasn't been too bad, 3.08. As in goes Van Beek and bowls Shaw defensively. This time plays it solidly away off stump out to mid-off, and there's no run. But he hasn't looked particularly likely to take. He hasn't beaten the bat that often. It hasn't turned too much for him. I know it's difficult with the conditions the way they are at the start of the season, but I think Peter Handscomb, like a lot of like some Australian captains, likes to sort of play it fairly straight, really, and he will always seems to look to prefer pace where possible. And he will ask Holland to keep coming back You know, he will ask his best bowlers to keep coming back, and he will not look to his what he considers to be his sort of lesser bowlers, you know, unless things are really desperate.
So Holland, 15th over for him. 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 29, and he's just bowled probably the worst ball that he's bowled all day. But because of the fact that there's protection out at deep cover, and the fact Bracey didn't really time it, his cut shot off a short, wide, long op will only produce a single.
What was it, 8 overs this morning, then 6 after lunch. It's quite early to be coming. Feels quite early to be bringing him back, really, to be asking him. And as you've pointed out, he's experienced. 34.
Here he comes. Jogs up and bowls to Shaw. There's a bit of width there. Shaw tries to drive and is dived past by cover as Lewis Hill and Rehan Ahmed will exchange a high five, because I actually do think that Hill was trying to field that. He just couldn't quite get there. Not that there was any need to, because went straight to mid-off. But anyway, he did a bit of Rehan Ahmed-esque melodrama there at Hill. That's probably why Rehan gave him the high five. Holland bowls and Shaw leaves that alone, almost nonchalantly through to the wicketkeeper.
He is so much more relaxed now, Hilly. You know, it's lovely to see, actually. You know, he talked about what the captaincy did to him.
Yeah, I read that article on the BBC website. I've forgotten the technical name for it, but hair falling out.
Alopecia.
Thank you.
It gave him, and he really didn't like it. You know, he wore a cap all the time. Said nobody. I've tried to reassure him about it.
Holland in and let go by Shaw again.
Not something anybody really noticed him, but he was very conscious, self-conscious about it.
I mean, just something that can happen with anxiety. Yeah. Actually, I did notice on a far different level just how warm these headphones felt to my ears when I put them on, as Holland bowls inside edge. Ow! Oh no, that's crouch down and wince time for Josh Shaw. And I'm not going to laugh, it's not funny, just isn't funny at all. That's got to be worse when it comes off wood first. So I thought, oh dear.
What were you saying about headphones?
Yes. Well, no, you just noticed, because I've had my sort of half-annual shearing recently.
Oh, okay.
Of the mop. Holland is in and bowls, and I don't think you left that one really, Josh Shaw. He sort of motioned as if to waft at it and then withdrew the bat. Am I being a bit harsh on him?
I think it was okay there.
Yeah, all right. It was certainly a different leave from the ones earlier on in the over. Perhaps he's practising a Labuschagne type variety of his leave. It's 190 for 8. No, but you do notice, it didn't seem that cold the other day, but all of a sudden ears were feeling frigid after having a nice covering over the top of them the last few days. It's all of a sudden it's just feeling about 10 degrees colder outside than it used to.
I wondered where you were going with that one.
Not very far.
No.
As usual.
Van Beek from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground comes in and bowls to Bracey, who just turns the delivery off his legs down towards long leg. Ian Holland comes in to meet the ball, throws on the bounce to Cox, and there's no real chance of a second, though both batsmen looked at each other.
No, I was trying to get people listening at home going, you know, oh, poor you having too much hair, but there we go. I mean, it'd be one thing to actually have nice hair, but there we go.
Tell us about the gorilla costume.
Oh yes, Alfred the gorilla.
Alfred?
Yes.
Okay. Van Beek over the wicket to Shaw. Bowls a bouncer, and it's a very high, loopy tennis ball bouncer, which Shaw nonetheless tries to sort of swat away down to fine leg and didn't reach it, basically.
Yeah.
The wide is signalled,
It's interesting
and it brings,
because...
yeah, go on.
Sorry, I was going to say, because now if he nicks that, he's out. Whereas last year, if he'd edged that, it would have been a no ball, so it wouldn't have mattered. And we had that in the game between these sides in 2021. I think it was Hill maybe was given out to a ball that was above his head, and then he was recalled halfway up the dressing room steps.
In goes Van Beek, played out to Shaw, who nearly sells Bracey a dummy, took a couple of steps down the wicket, suddenly realised that Walker was closing quickly on the ball at mid-on and held up his bat, sent Bracey back. Bracey scrambled back and is now deep in conversation with umpire Pollard as sounded like a helicopter went overhead. Is that heading towards the city centre?
Yeah, it could be one of the air ambulance ones. You get those, and you get the ones inspecting the pylons over there sometimes.
Van Beek is in, and they are going to take the single that's pushed towards Walker on this occasion because didn't get quite as much on it. Shaw and Walker had much further to go. Bracey responded, and the single was comfortably taken. 193 for 8. As I say, they wide brought up the 50 partnership. And, well, the Gloucestershire tail most definitely wagging. Bracey's confidence in Shaw proving, and indeed Akhtar, proving completely justified at the moment. As Van Beek is in, bowls 2, Bracey pulls it up into the air and it's going to land safely between Hull and the sweeper out on the leg side boundary, who I think is Budinger. It is. Neither could get there, but again, rather clothed one earlier. He rehearses the shot. It went up into the air and it went high, but it went quite a long way and there was no chance for Hull or Budinger to get there. Worthwhile, though, the bouncer.
Yeah.
It's hard to read. The pace of the ball is hard to read, it would appear. Van Beek in to Shaw, defends on off stump, working the ball out to mid-off where Hull fields and immediately gets to work polishing the ball.
Yeah, the pitch is pretty central as well, so it's not as though you've got a really short boundary to clear, even towards the mound stand. Is a fairly sizable hit, and it was just a really kind of loose-armed pull shot from Bracey, as though you sort of was a bit worried about hitting it too well.
Van Beek bowls down the leg side, slower ball, sort of bouncer, or perhaps just didn't get it right, and Shaw stepped inside it, gestured at it, but basically let it go through. Well, Gloucestershire have had a much better afternoon session than they had morning session so far. And Ed will shortly be joined again by Nicole.
Thanks, Richard. So we've got, what, 10 overs left until tea. Now, you were asking about Alfred. So Alfred is the Gloucestershire mascot, and I think one of the better mascots in terms of real connection to the place around the country. As Holland continues from the pavilion end bowling, cut back in towards Bracey. He was trying to take that one, I think, for a single initially, and then just had to check his defensive shot. I know Alfred is named after a very famous gorilla at the Bristol Zoo, which sort of became a symbol of the city, really, Alfred. And he was quite a personality.
Is that where you were dressing up as him?
And comes Holland, bowls a fuller ball. This is on, pushed by Bracey, straight to mid-on. There's no run. But, yes.
Going for the same look, were you, Ed?
Well, I mean, it was just felt like an improvement, really, on the original. So thought I'd put on the smiling gorilla head.
Do a lap, maybe later.
Yeah, it could do. I mean, that would really scare everyone, wouldn't it? I don't think County Championship members would like a gorilla
that would be funny
in their face. This is left again by Bracey through to the wicketkeeper. But no, Alfred, I won't be doing what the original Alfred did either. If he was displeased with you in any way, and there could be multiple ways that you could displease him, wrong sort of food, petrified of people with beards as well. So you would get a certain something thrown at you,
Holland coming here. 4th delivery of this over outside the off stump, back of a length. Is this my end now, Ed?
Oh, go on. Yeah, no, that's fine.
or
Please do. It wasn't particularly savoury.
Okay.
Put it that way. What was thrown about. So
There we
just
go.
be careful.
I
Anybody
will.
in that gorilla
I'll bear that
outfit.
in mind.
But no, Alfred's this Alfred's lovely, and of course, mascot derby champion of 2023. So Gloucestershire have come away with something from final stage of the last 2 years.
There we go. Holland coming in here. Bracey on strike, cut away. Racing away down there. Bit of a
Stop.
misfield there, so we'll get back for 2.
I think
But it was well played.
he's probably, I don't know, you'd be a harsh fielding coach if you marked that down as a -2 for Hull, I think, if it had been another fielder. Or are you
No.
thinking -2 there rather than +2?
Well, it was a misfield, wasn't
Okay.
it? It's just need it.
It's a bit harsh.
Harsh? I don't think that was harsh. I thought that was honest. There we go. Holland coming in here. And it's just whipped off the hip there. Out to deep mid-wicket for a single. And there's lots of school children walking past, having a little watch. It's nice to see.
Yes, that's something that I suppose we haven't had yet this year, with the kids being on holiday for the first game, but they'll often cut through from the Ashley Down school just behind the flats over there and are allowed to walk through the car park and hopefully have a bit of a watch, maybe buy an ice cream as they go by.
Oh, is that down there? I can see someone that says steak.
Yeah, the ice cream's a little bit further around. You might not be able to see it where you are. Paolo's
I might
is
have a little
in
walk
business as
down
usual.
there. Any other like sort of desserts? I'm fancying a little treat for tea, I think.
Van Beek is into Bracey, who touches it into the offside. There is no runners. Rehan Ahmed comes in. Don't know, Paolo's is both here and at the Cheltenham Festival. It's quite warm today, but normally I hold off until Cheltenham for the cider lolly.
Do you have a sweet tooth, Ed?
Not massively so, no, but I quite like the
Really?
cider lollies.
I've never had one of those, no.
Oh,
I like an apple crumble or a brownie or
yeah.
something.
Oh no, I like my puds. This is driven. Oh, it's almost wiped out Shaw. It sort of chipped back actually as Bracey looked for the on drive, and he spooned it towards Shaw. And the problem was, I think Shaw ducked, and the ball wasn't hit quite as hard as Shaw thought it was. Oh, get out of the way! Get down, Mr. President. That's almost clocked him on the head, but actually would have been because, I say, it wasn't hit as well as Shaw initially thought. Anyway, they picked up a single to wide mid on. It's 198 for 8. And Bake Bowles digs it in, but Shaw flinches underneath it.
Good little partnership coming here, isn't there?
Yeah, well, what's that worth now? 56 for the 9th wicket. Ajit Singh Dale to come, who's got one first-class 50, and it came against Leicestershire
There you
on
go.
this ground. So we'll have happy memories.
And I think Leicestershire must be thinking a little bit, you know, they had...
And Bake Bowles, Shaw turns it into the onside. It'll be a quickish single, but it's well taken. Shaw to 32, 199 for 8.
6 wickets before lunch, you know. Only 2 so far in this spell. And obviously Gloucestershire have put on quite a few runs since then, so probably doubled their total since lunch.
Yeah, more than.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they'll be annoyed. I don't think they've really done a huge amount wrong. I don't think it's as though they've suddenly sprayed the ball about a bit, but all of a sudden they were coming up against an awful lot of plays and misses where they were creating regular opportunities. That's another one that's just leapt up a bit off a fullish length, and you could hear it made just a really ugly noise as it hit Bracey's bat. And I don't think it hit him on the glove,
Vibrated
but
up
he's
the handle.
yeah, exactly. It's one of those, isn't it?
A little bit of a sting they are.
Yeah.
Not-
Especially when he got that
it's not a
wrap
nice
actually on the
feeling.
fingers. You know, he's already taken a blow to the gloves anyway, so that's not going to help that.
No, it's not a nice feeling.
And considering he's going to have to go and keep wicket fairly soon as well. Well, I'll be hoping not that soon. Short again from Van Beek, and Bracey's able to get on top of it, pull it away to deep backward square, and if there was a certain sense of sarcasm in the applause for the 100, I don't think there's any for the 200. It's warm applause from Gloucestershire's members and the spectators here, who've seen their side recover from what looked like a pretty impossible position when they lost that 7th wicket, especially straight after lunch. Not only 87 for 6 at lunch, but then 88 for 7 right after it. You're thinking, you know, any chance of a fight back, probably everybody has to come off from that point on. But actually, even though Goodman went for 1 pretty much straight after lunch, everybody else is coming off so far. It's 200 for 8, end of the over.
Holland coming here from the pavilion end, just outside the off stump as Bracey cuts that away down to third man. Just saw the ice cream van there on the stream. It did make me think, oh, I might have one in a bit.
Well, I mean, it's got to be done on certain days. I mean, to be honest,
if I was here for 4 days, I might not peak so soon
that's
on day
the thing,
1,
isn't it? I was going to say, to be honest, days 3 and days 4 look, I mean, day 4 especially, if we make it that far, 22 degrees and sunny.
Yeah, nice. Holland back over the wicket now, 2 slips in play, slower ball back of the hand. And that's left alone outside the off stump.
17th over for Holland as well. It's a fair body of work now, and you sort of feel...
He doesn't look like he's flagging, to be honest.
Well, he does look as though he's got it in him to bowl all day, because he's not, let's be honest, he's not charging in there, but also just getting up and having some time in the field, getting back bowling, it's not easy.
Full delivery, just driven down the ground. A little bit of a misfield, but they won't come through for a single. It's another 1 and a dot off this over so far. And another dot. Last wicket, 142 for 8. Now 201 for 8. As this partnership really starts to build. And the momentum starts to swing in Gloucestershire's favour a little bit for the first time today. As Holland comes in, left alone. Good length there, back of a length.
Yeah, so what is it now, 100?
Shaw just trying to not get tempted. He's on 32 off 59 deliveries, and Brace is on 59 off 103 deliveries.
113 for the last 2 wickets combined now. Sizable contributions.
As Holland comes in, back of a length worked into the onside, just up to mid-on, no run. Just 1 off the over so far with 1 delivery remaining. Run rate at the moment is 3.54. We're looking at around 39 overs left in the day. What do you think Gloucestershire are thinking now, Ed?
Keep batting.
So a ball down the leg side, and Cox has missed that one. It's just going to get picked up there by fine leg. Oh no, just buys. What's funny, I think it just bounced a little bit before him, and he didn't quite get it on the half volley of the keeper there, and it's just got through for 1 buy. So Gloucestershire moving on to 202 for 8 now.
Well, it's interesting actually looking at that Nottinghamshire Sussex score that I was holding up as the example of what Gloucestershire could have been from a position where Sussex were 28 for 4, but actually they've been bowled out by Nottinghamshire for 169. Josh Tongue has taken 5 for 44. He's making a serious case as Josh Tongue, and he did bowl very well in the Ashes a couple of years ago. Certainly has got to be in the frame. 4 more wickets for Brett Hutton. 4 for 53. Churns them out. Van Beek bowls to Shaw, who tries a back foot jabbing drive and drives past it. That's another one to add on to the list of plays and misses. It would be needing a few extra sheets of paper if you were writing them down.
Ball in the school book, Ed?
Yep. And it's another one that's gone so far that you'd almost think he's had to have nicked that, but he hasn't. Speaking of Ahmed's, Farhan It's taken, I think, no, not the last wicket. He's got the last sort of top order wicket there. Van Beek in. There's width on offer there. It's carved away past backward point. Deep third will get round, though, and keep it to a couple of runs. But Shaw on to 34, 204 for 8. So Notts 169 all out against... No, Sussex 169 all out against Notts. Need a 50-50 chance there and got it wrong. Somerset 150 for 3 against Surrey. Tom Lammonby 74 not out. Sean Dixon had to go off with a hand injury though. So at the moment they're effectively 4 down. Van Beek bowls back of a length. Oh, that's a nasty one. That's got Shaw on the glove. Yeah, right hand coming off the bat. But there's no short leg in place anymore. So, okay, it wasn't comfortable and did get big on Shaw, but actually, I mean, he's going to have to pop up considerably to be a catch for anybody other than the slips. So, you know, whilst it's not pleasant, Shaw will be of a mind that he can just stick this out. 204 for 8. Van Beek bowls to Shaw. This is clipped into the leg side, and Van Beek turns away in some almost disgust, actually, after that one. I think he was really hoping for a good follow-up delivery to be able to continue the pressure on Shaw that over, but now he's off strike with a simple single, 205 for 8.
What's your favourite ground?
What's my favourite ground?
Yeah.
Well...
Other than Gloucestershire.
Oh, okay, so that you made it easy for me, because otherwise I would have had to have said Cheltenham.
Okay.
Which I think I'm entitled to say anyway, because...
That's okay.
You know, especially... When I say mid-season, I mean this season, it's more like end-of-season, championship-wise. Van Beek in, forward Bracey, and just setting off for a comfortable single. And he will pinch the strike at the end of the over, is it? No, there's still one to come. 206 rate. That board's very quick today. Bracey on to 60. Yeah, I know it's not you, Healy. No, it's not you operating that. So he takes a swig from a massive bottle of squash he's got there.
Good, it's really hot in here.
Yeah. I think we might not mind another burst of the
okay, so
air
other
conditioning,
than
he says
Cheltenham,
loudly enough, hoping somebody can hear. Other than Cheltenham, I think, well, the problem is their heads get so big about it. In comes Van Beek and bowls. It's a full ball. It's driven up to mid-off by Shaw for no run. 206 rate at the end of the over.
Come on, you're avoiding this question.
The Oval is one of my absolute favourites. I love the fact that it's got so much history to it, but it still feels modern and also exactly. There's always great crowds. Doesn't matter what the format is. There's always a fantastic crowd. Everybody's
when I was there
really
the other
welcoming
day.
There.
Was it day 1 or day 2 of County Championship? We had over 6,000 people.
Yeah. No, it's great. I love the Oval. Yeah, I don't know. I think in terms of away trips for 4 days, Hove is probably my favourite.
Okay.
Just seaside. Brighton, Hove's a great settlement to spend a few days.
Holland coming here for his 18th over. Bracey on strike on 60.
Wow.
Slower ball wide outside the popping crease. That's given wide by the umpire.
It's almost off the cut strip, that one. Good grief. Where's that come from? From Holland as well.
It's like the polar opposite to what he's been bowling all day. But maybe he just thought he'd spice it up. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking, but...
Attack the toe end of Bracey's bat.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Holland in at the crease. Back of a length.
Oh, wow.
That has kept very low and not bounced at all. The keeper has almost long barriered that delivery.
What a pair of deliveries.
It's quite a variation. I think Bracey's probably thinking what's coming next. We've had an extreme wide outside off stump, and we've had a back of a length slower ball that's not bounced in this over so far. As Holland comes in. Really good delivery, just back of a length, holding it, just moving away from him outside the off stump there.
So what about you? Do you have a difference in, say, your favourite ground to play at versus spectate or commentate at?
Well, I've only commentated at a few grounds so far. This is my 4th different ground. And so far they've all been different and fun, so I can't say that. As Holland comes in, that's left alone by Bracey outside the off stump. Just a tempting line there. You know, do you want to cut it? So it's just back of a length, but Bracey's chosen to shoulder and arms that. Yeah, I've been at Taunton, I've been here, I've been at the Oval, and I've been at Trent Bridge, which have all been really nice, all very different for the commentary so far. And I'm having lots of fun doing it. So Holland, in you come, and that's just defended into the offside, into the covers, and Bracey's going to scamper through for a single. Gloucestershire moving on to 208 for 8.
I should tell you where else I'd put in there, and I got to do a game there last year, and it depends whether we're just counting HQs or just any ground, but I loved York last year. It was just a fantastic feel to it. It was one of those places where there was no advertising boards, people are just sitting right next to the action.
Wholesome, that is really nice. Holland in there to Shaw, left alone outside the off stump. Good bit of shape still here from Holland in his 18th over. As he keeps grinding. He's 3 for 36 so far. I'm not sure whether they're going to make a bowling change in a minute. Now, I mean, playing wise, I loved playing at the Oval. It was a great atmosphere in the 100. And, you know, it's always a challenge. Holland coming in here. Full delivery, driven straight back. Great stop by Holland there. No runs scored, and that's Holland's over. Finished. Gloucestershire 208 for 8. Hard question. It's always nice to play at Lords. I think it's obviously a really nice place to play. I do think there's a really good atmosphere at the Oval, so I would say the Oval for atmosphere, Lords just for the sort of setting. But it's always good to play here, you know, and at Taunton. And the same at Glamorgan, you get quite a nice crowd, quite a few familiar faces come down to support you, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, well, I will say, also because it had taken me so, relatively long to get a game at Lords, I really was kid at Christmas first morning at Lords, and then even more so, because I didn't realise that at the end of the day, as press, you're actually taken straight over the middle of the square to go over into the pavilion, through the long room, up the steps, and then do the interviews on the members' balcony right next to the players' balcony. I mean, that you just, it's one of those things where you think, how did I ever get in a position to be able to do that? So I really tried to
take it all in.
Yeah, really tried to make the most of those 4 days. Josh Hull returns from the Ashley Down road end and bowls a back of a length delivery, which Bracey rides the bounce of and knocks it down to deep third and takes another straightforward single. He's on to 62, 209 for 8. That's the last game in 2025 for Gloucestershire this year at Lords. Quite a fine way to end the season. Last year they pretty much scuppered Middlesex's promotion hopes by winning that game just before finals day, so Middlesex I'm sure will be out for revenge, and they're coming to Cheltenham. Middlesex are for the second of the 2 championship matches at the festival this year. Short leg in place now as Hull is in, left arm round to Shaw, bangs it in short, and Shaw just ducks, bobs underneath it, so it goes behind. But yeah, there should be a really exciting festival this year. T20 double header as well, with Gloss women and the men playing after, and then also a standalone Gloss women's fixture, and then the first game I think it is of Gloucestershire's one-day cup campaign, so quite a variety of cricket available. Hull in wide of the crease and again back of a length rather than really short, and Shaw stands as tall as he can and gets on top of it, plays it out into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, there's a really nice mixture, I think, of grounds this year. It's not too many out grounds. There's a 50 over match at Guildford.
Guildford, yeah, it's a nice
which
round.
I've not been to at all, but I don't think I will be going to actually. But
Guildford's nice. It's a nice setting. It's a nice place as well.
I go as a spectator. But yeah, I think that's one I would like to get to anyway, because the well, I don't know. It's not too many grounds now that I've not got to. I think Durham was my last first-class ground I've not visited at all. Hull bowls and Shaw rather prods at this outside the off stump, and again it's beaten the bat but not taken the edge, only adding further to Leicestershire frustrations. Yeah, I think Durham was the last of the 18 that I'd not got to, but Lords was the last of the 18 that I'd commentated at, so it's kind of a, I suppose, save one of the best till last. Hull running in, such a long approach. He bowls now, it's another bumper, and again Shaw sees it well. Ducks underneath it. It's been a battling 35 from Josh Shaw. Always looked massively comfortable, but actually, short stuff aside, he's probably looked as comfortable as anybody has. I mean, even the top order have been playing and missing. You're going to play and miss, it looks like, but it's just been a really admirable job. 72 balls he's been out there for, provided great support for Bracey, and actually really had to do the majority of the scoring as well, because Bracey's only being allowed singles for the most part. Hull bowls, and that's a really fiery delivery that zips past the edge of Shaw, but once again a Leicestershire bowler just has to turn round, take sweater and cap and think, how did that not get me a wicket? That really did go through at some pace to Ben Cox behind the stumps. So 60 overs gone. There are 4 left until tea. And Gloucestershire at 209 for 8. Still this 9th wicket partnership grows. I did actually find, I wasn't going to embarrass you with this on air actually. I was going to wait, but now that we've started talking about on grounds, I did find your list day record on this ground.
Thanks.
Average 20.8, we'll round it down.
Thanks. Didn't know you had all these geeky statistics.
Oh yes,
Ernie.
I can find.
How many
these
times
things.
have I played on this ground?
List A cricket. Do you know what? That's ridiculous.
Sorry. Sorry. I've had a total moment. Sorry. Don't know what happened in that ball, so
It was
apologies.
a short ball from Ben Green, who's back into the attack, pulled away for a single to deep
looking
square
at
leg.
Ed's
No, I'm sorry, it was my
computer.
fault.
He's
I
distracted me.
distracted you. I shouldn't have
There
done
we
that.
go.
But
Green has
yes.
come through so far for a single in this over. This is his 13th over as he comes on 3 for 50.
Do you know,
And,
of all the things it says on this page, you would have thought that matches would have been one of them, but it doesn't actually say how many matches you played.
Really?
It says you bowled 218 deliveries here.
Okay. Green coming in. Ooh. Just pop that one up in the air out to mid-off there, and just on the up there, a little bit early on it, sure, but he's still there, 35 off 74 balls, and this has been a massive contribution to Gloucestershire, this partnership so far, and I think the Gloucestershire fans will be saying long may it continue after tea as Green comes in, just defended straight back there, just back of a length.
Yeah, so well, I don't know. I mean, it depends how many overs
not
I'm trying to
distracting me.
work
Keep
out.
watching
I'm trying to do multiples of
7
60 now,
wickets.
but it must be 4 or 5.
3 for 32 is the best. Right, you're distracting me, Ed. Green coming in, Yorker there, just dug out to cover.
See, this is the problem with you cricketers. you pretend you're not interested, and then all of a sudden somebody puts it in front of you, and
Yeah, then I'm
guess what, you are
interested.
interested, and all along you're just pretending you weren't.
It's because I'm competitive, but I'm not. I don't sit and look at it, if that makes sense. Green coming in here, full delivery, big shot there over the top, and it's going to be a 1 bounce 4 there as it goes flying over mid-on. Shaw has taken that one to hit it straight back to the pavilion.
He's done that 3 times in this innings, just really opened his shoulders. The first one he missed, and there was one that was sliced up. Yeah, and each time it has been, I was just going to say, each time it's been completely out of the blue. It's just been... Defence,
whoosh.
Going along nonchalantly, and in the space of about 20-25 balls, it just decides it's time to go, and there it went.
Just put square leg back on the boundary, and backward point is heading back as it's defended into the offside, and that is Green's over finish, 3 for 54 after 13 overs. Gloucestershire are now 214 for 8. And this partnership of 72 has been really key in this innings so far. You know, massive contribution from Shaw here at 39 of 78. Yes, he's played and missed, but at the end of the day, it doesn't say that, does it? It says that there's a huge partnership for them, and it's, you know, almost a third of the contribution to the innings.
Yeah.
Which is huge. And we're going to have Hull coming again for his 10th over now, Ed.
Yeah, they've still got some way to go to beat the record for Gloucestershire against Leicestershire, which is 123, so if they want to be breaking that record, I'm sure Gloucestershire should be quite happy about that, but still a bit of a ways to go. Bracey on 63 as Hull charges in once more and bowls, and Bracey just pretty much without any air of trouble at all knocks it straight back to the bowler. Harry Smith and Charlie Parker put on that 123 at Leicester in 1921, so it stood for quite some time. Harry Smith, one of the great Gloucestershire keepers, Bristolian through and through. Hull bowls a short ball, plinked in the air and just over the head of Hull and short of mid-on. How did he place it there? Hull is so tall, you'd have thought that anything that would have gone over his head would have been caught at mid-on, and somehow he's lobbed the bowler and is safe. Wow.
Oh, that was an ugly flat bat. I'm not going to dress it up.
He's struggled a little bit with that pull shot this innings, hasn't he? Because he had the one that just looped safely out to the mid-wicket boundary. Just doesn't look like it's an easy surface to pull on, and it also doesn't feel as though Bracey's really trusting it, so he isn't really fully going through with the shot. Hull bowls. This is short and help round the corner past the leg gully fielder that they've got there, and it's a no ball anyway, so that's 3 more onto the total. Yeah, I've seen it. Oh, scorers haven't. Is anybody there? Yeah, there we go. Adrian switched on his red light next door.
I think he's
going to get stick now because I think his wife listens in to me, so she's going to be
maybe.
What about that no ball you missed then?
He might have just got distracted like me.
He might have done. He might have been looking at his scoring statistics on each ground.
Or he's thinking about tees.
217 for 8. Shaw thinks about working leg side, and the ball plops out somehow into the offside. So there's no run. Yeah, it's felt like quite a long session. I'm sure it's felt even longer for the Leicestershire fielders.
Yeah.
Because they would have expected, especially, as I said, when they got Goodman so quickly after the lunch break, they'd have expected to be well underway in their innings by now.
Well, yeah, I mean, undoubtedly they would have been thinking, you know, at lunch we'll be batting by tea.
Yeah.
And that's not happened.
Field very much set for short pitch bowling now. There's a slip, a gully, a short leg, 2 back fine on the boundary as well as a deep square as Hull bowls and Shaw's. He's not pushed as hard as that as some, but again he's certainly been beaten by it. He's not thinking about leaving that or withdrawing the bat, so that's yet another one to add onto the list. But what he's done so well in this innings so far is when that has happened, and also when he's had the short ball, he's just treated the next delivery as though that previous one hadn't happened. Put it out of his mind quickly. He's on 39, facing up to Hull, and there's a back of a length ball which is just about negotiated to safety by Shaw. Another really nasty delivery to get as a lower order player. It's boring in on his rib cage, and
it's got big.
Yeah, but he's taken a hand off. He's done his best to try. I mean, he doesn't know exactly where it's going, but I think at least give him enough credit to say that he knew it was going into the offside and away from the short leg fielder. I'd be glad to get out of this over. This is the last ball of it. Hull, left arm round, in and bowls a full ball which is whipped away past mid-wicket, and that will go to the boundary. So Shaw into the 40s, and he's now just 1 run shy of his first-class best score. He's got into the 40s several times.
The nervous 40s.
Could be the nervous 40s, yeah. 221 for 8, end of the over. 2 left until tea.
Well, really, he wants to get that 50 before teas, otherwise it's going to be
yes, that's not going to be pleasant,
it's getting even more twitchy.
So I reckon this is his 3rd score in the 40s at least in his career so far. He had a 38 not out as well back in 2019, so he's got close on a few occasions, actually been not out a few times as well, so Bracey's got to hold his end of the bargain as well. 64.
Green coming around the wicket here. Bracey, full delivery, brilliant shots, covered drive there through backward point, and he's going to come through for 2. It's well fielded by the man on the deep, who sweeps round, picks that up. Really well timed there by Bracey. He's leaning on that full face of the bat.
Yeah, he's a really prolific square driver of the ball. Bracey on the offside, a lot of his runs scored in that area.
Green here, full delivery, and again driven through, hard through the offside. They're going to come back for a quick 2. Been unlucky there not to get a boundary, if I'm honest, but it's well fielded there by Leicestershire. Green has gone a little bit full there on those 2 deliveries, but it's really well played by Bracey. As he moves on to 68 off 115 balls now. Gloucestershire moving on to 225. Green in, back of a length, just defended into the offside. And comes through for a single, which is a good bit of cricket there. 5 off those 3 deliveries. 2-2 and a single.
It's always great also when you get in these sorts of situations, because the crowd just love it when the tail are fighting like this, because they're into it every ball, and every run is applauded with far more vigour than you would get if, say, as he does so often at Bancroft, for example, had just pushed a single into the offside. He got a couple of claps, but they're really warming to their work, the supporters here.
Green in here, just defended into the offside, no runs scored. And 1 over left after this before tea. So Gloucestershire will probably be very happy with the position they've put themselves in, considering where they were just after lunch. Losing that wicket fairly soon on Green. Full and driven over the top of mid-off. He's going to chase that on. Didn't quite get hold of it all, and he's going to get 2, adding 2 to Shaw's score. That's now his highest score.
Yeah.
45.
highest score in first-class cricket. I did wonder whether he was going to go for another one of those. I nearly said I think he might put away the big shot before tee, but obviously not. And
it was up there, and I think he saw it was up there, and his eyes lit up a little bit too much, and he didn't quite get all of it, but he did get 2. And they're just telling mid on, mid off. There's a little signal there just to sit a little bit deeper on the ring here. As green comes in, and there's a big appeal as it hits him on the pad. The umpire's given him. Shaw has now gone LBW to Ben Green, who takes his 4th wicket of the day. Shaw goes for 45. That is his highest score in County Championship. Just watching the replay here, Ed. It's come across his stumps, and it has hit him on the pad, looking like it's hitting leg stump. But unfortunate, he didn't get that 50, but he did bat really well. And a brilliant partnership between Bracey and Shaw there. But he goes for 45.
Yeah.
And Gloucestershire are now 228 for 9.
And it also means that T, unless a wicket falls in the next over, T will not be at the end of the next over, because we will continue being 9 down for another half an hour, so that might mean a slightly more extended session, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get a wicket next over. Anyway, you certainly can't fault Shaw for anything that he's done there. I'm sure he'll still be really cross against who have got so close to that maiden 50.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a ball that, of all the deliveries, that they were really tough bowling that he's negotiated. The Holland away swingers, the Josh Hull, chest hunters. It's actually a ball that was down the leg side, and it was there to be whipped away. Okay, I mean, I can see why the umpire's given it out, but it was still a ball which was leg side-ish. He was perfectly entitled to hit that. So it'd be really cross not to have got anything on that, especially given that he was on 45. Do you know how I'm blaming? I think it's that section of supporters over there who applauded so loudly for the 45 as though he'd reached a 50, and probably put him off his concentration, I think. They're probably listening.
Oh.
It's 228 for 9. Ajit Singh Dale has come out to the middle. As I say, he does have history against Leicestershire with the bat, but can he replicate it? Gloucestershire, well, whisper it quietly, but they're just about within sight of a batting point.
Yeah, I didn't like to say.
No, it's
just like I didn't like to say we're getting close to that 50.
Yeah. It's 22 runs that they need for the batting point. Bracey, you wonder whether his thinking changes here. Hull is coming left arm round to Bracey. It's a short ball. It's pulled high in the air over everybody on the leg side, and for 6. It's gone backward of square. He's just swiveled on it and helped it round the corner.
I think he heard you saying he wasn't very good on the pull today, and now he's proved you
not
wrong.
Going to put it away, is he? No, he's middled that one for sure, even though they've got the field set for it. They've got 3 fielders out on the boundary for the pull shot, but he knew as soon as he hit that he'd got more than enough connection. And Gloucestershire to 234 for 9. Bracey on 75. Hull switches to over the wicket now to bowl to him, and Bracey just taps that one down gently into the ground, into the onside. Hull across to field, and there is no run. A brief update on scores elsewhere, because there's been a while since we've taken you around the country. At tea at Derby, Derbyshire won 64 for 2, with David Lloyd having been dismissed for 93, just on the stroke of tea, and Harry Kame is 62 not out. Caleb Jewell made a duck. Surprising, considering the form that he's been in. Hull over the wicket, another short ball. It's in the air, but it's going to fall short of the fielder at long leg, and they turn down the single. So Bracey doesn't want Singh Dale to face Hull, at least not yet. He was a bit fortunate to get away with that. Tea time at Worcester. They are Worcestershire 142 for 8 against Durham. Notice that George, and they seem to be calling him George Drizzle up there. I always thought it was George Dressel, but anyway, former Gloucestershire off spinner. He's taken 1 wicket, but Jake Ball, the loney, 3 wickets, and 2 each for Ben Rain and Cody Yusuf, South African overseas player, as Hull bowls, and this is knocked away to point for no run. It's quite a different looking Durham attack. They've got Jack Blatherwick, always one of my favourite county names. Well, I mean, it's just, you can only play for Lancashire with a name like Blatherwick, can't you? But he's playing for Durham, disappointingly. Must be on loan as well, so Durham have clearly gone to the loan market for that game. Worcestershire struggling, 142 for 8. Somerset also now under a little bit of pressure at 159 for 5, but with Dixon also retired, hurt. Hull bowls, Bracey Ford running the ball into the offside. He wants a single, he'll get it. As Walker comes in, that was a little bit too easy, really. Given that Bracey wants to keep the strike, to have deep cover still out there. I know they're also thinking about runs a bit, but now...
Catch-22, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could be a 4.
It could be
Concede it, or, you know, let them have that single.
235 for 9, so Bracey on to 76. Singdale will have 1 ball of this Hull over. And the other score is Sussex, I mentioned, bowled out for 169. They've started their reply now, Nottinghamshire, at 6 for no wicket. Another fielder comes in catching for Singdale, as Green, pardon me, it's Walker goes into first slip. So 2 slips and a gully, a short leg. 1 ball for Singdale to negotiate, tries a Yorker, does Hull, but Singdale drives it actually.
That was
Does
a nice
more
shot,
than just
lovely.
did more than just keep it out. He almost decided that it was time to show off the drive. It goes straight to mid-off, there's no run. It is supposed to be tea time now with 32 overs left in the day, but it won't be tea because of the extra half hour. So I can't remember where we are in the rota at this point. Okay, we'll get Richard on, and that'll probably end the innings immediately, won't it? So Nicole and then Richard Ray. I'll get blamed for this.
I was thinking about my ice cream, which I'm going to have to just wait a little bit longer for. Still overcast here. A little bit of sun. I can see a few people wearing t-shirts, but there is a good little crowd spread around the ground, which is nice to see. Friday afternoon, might get a few more spectators in a minute or two, maybe after work.
They are good, those ice creams.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go for it. Why not? It's a Friday.
Is it me or thee from this end?
It's me.
Crack on.
All right. It's Green coming here for his 15th over. Full delivery, worked onto the onside there by Bracey, but he's not going to take a single. There's an easy single there, but I think he wants the strike, and he wants to face as many balls as he can, as he's 76 now off 121. Gloucestershire 235 for 9 here off 64.
A total they would have taken at 88 for 7.
Absolutely.
That first over after lunch. It's been a great fight back.
Green coming here around the wicket. Short deliveries. Bracey pulls that. A little bit frustrated he didn't get all of it, all the angle, so he isn't going to take a run as he hits it out to the boundary. Difficult one there, but I think he was a little bit off balance, so he knew he wasn't going to get back for a 2, and it would have just been a single. Ben Green getting 4 for 61 so far off his 14.2 as he comes in, full delivery, driven to mid-off. No run.
Ian Holland very much he and Holland even very much the pick of the bowlers.
Oh,
It'd be nice to see Greener, as they all unimaginatively call him, pick up a 5 for.
Yeah, and they've both interestingly bowled from this end. Not that I'm saying that makes a difference, but out of interest they have. They've both got good movement and held their length well. Back of a length, Bracey works that into the onside. Mid-on just coming around and picking that up. Roman Walker just fielding that ball as Gloucestershire get another single to their total. Bracey moving on to 77.
Well, you're talking about Josh Shaw, hopefully getting his maiden first-class half-century. Well, Ben Green hasn't actually got a first-class 5 for.
Really?
His best is a 4 for 28 last season for Leicestershire, actually. Of course, he's bowled very little in red ball cricket. Some use him in white ball cricket only.
Green coming in here, back of a length. Ooh, caught him a little bit on the glove there, just a little bit of an awkward bounce. There's one more delivery left here. That didn't look very comfortable, did it?
No. So he'd dearly love to get that maiden 5 for. I'm not sure how many first class games he's played. Let me just check. This is his 25th, so, you know, not that many.
Green coming in here. Just back of a length, going down the leg side.
Yeah, didn't come back enough.
And umpire calls not out, and that's over bowled. Gloucestershire 236 for 9 now. Ben Green finishing 15th over, 4 for 62.
On we go. Deprived of our tea.
And Bracey 77 off 125. He's batted really well, hasn't he?
He's been superb, really, as he always seems to be. He's one of those batsmen you sort of expect will always score runs against you. Wayne Madsen is another who always gets big runs, obviously in his case for Derbyshire against Leicestershire, but there's certain batsmen who always do, and Bracey for Gloucestershire is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, and it is, you almost think he's older than he is, because he is only 27. And that is something I think people do think he is older than he is.
Hull is in to him, a little bit short of a length, cuts it away. We'll be looking for 2. Rishi Patel gets to the ball, they turn for the second. It's a long throw from there, good running, and is greeted with huge applause. A successful completion of a second run moves him on to 79, 238 for 9. He must have spectacular average with all these not outs, you would have thought, so far this season. Hull is in, bowls to him, short, goes for the pull, almost a hook. Doesn't get anything on it. There's a sort of polite inquiry from Cox, raising the ball in the air as he took it two-handed, obviously, to his right down the leg side. But his was the only polite inquiry. Well, he's currently averaging 113, 341 runs for. He's only been out 3 times so far in 6 innings.
That's not a bad start, is it?
It's not a bad start. In goes Hull, bowls to him. He's working that one down to third man, and because it's only the 3rd ball of the over, he declines the single.
I don't think he's going to run until the 5th, if that, you know. Hull's got that extra pace and bounce, and we saw in that last over a little bit of bounce there from Green, and he wasn't looking particularly comfortable with that, and Hull's obviously got the extra yards, he's got the pace.
I was just thinking about Singdale. There'll be no sort of false sort of confidence from him. No, that's fine. We'll turn that one down. I would think. Yeah. In goes Hull, bowls. Bracey whips him wristily down. 2 fine leg 4. I think that went the distance. No, it didn't actually. It just bounced before, but somehow threaded the eye of the needle between Holland and is that Green down there? I think it is. It's sort of deep backward square. There's only sort of 15 yards at the most between them, really, but it's a shortish boundary. Rope's quite a long way in, and he used the pace of Hull nicely there. Bracey moves on to 83. And that first batting bonus point now very much within Gloucestershire's reach. 8 more will do it. Green and Holland get almost close together. Oh, it's actually what is Hanscom saying? He's telling his deep square Ahmed to go in to mid-wicket. They suddenly twigged that they don't want to give Bracey another single off the last 2 balls of the over. So will he go for the big shots? Maybe off this ball, and then try and pinch a single off the last. But the Leicestershire single field has pretty much come in with the exception of third man and hiding behind a strut long leg. Hull in, bowl short, hooked in the air, and that's fine because everybody had come in on the leg side and it's going to bounce over the ropes at mid-wicket for 4 more. He's playing this beautifully now.
Yeah, he is.
Moves on to 87 off 130 balls, 246 for 9. Well, I say that looked an awful long way off at 88 for 7.
Yeah, I think Leicestershire will be a little bit disappointed, if I'm honest. You know, I would be, if I was playing, I'd wanted to keep the foot on the gas, and I don't think they've done anything particularly wrong.
In goes Hull again, short again, hooked again for, and that is the 250 up for Gloucestershire. Whoops of West Country delight from below us as that bonus point is racked up. And James Bracey moves past 90, I think, now.
91, yeah.
And it's been an outstanding knock, really. And he's trusted his partners for the most part, and that trust has been repaid. First by Zaman Akhtar, then by Josh Shaw. And, well, Arjit Singh Dale hasn't really had a chance to show he's worthy of that trust yet. He's faced 3 balls so far. What can he do now against Ben Green, who still has that chance of picking up a maiden 5 for a Michelle? I don't know whether you still call it that, do you, in top class? Yeah, yes, says Ed, away to my left.
Green in here. 2 slips in play, backward point, cover all in the ring, wide down the leg side, but it's not given.
Did you have sort of...
I don't know why.
Go on.
I'm just thinking he could have... I mean, he did try to get a little bat on that, but...
Yeah, it's instinctive, isn't it, sometimes, down you just automatically sort of flick at it. I was just wondering whether you had any sort of nicknames for events like the Michelle for a 5 for in women's cricket that they don't have in men's cricket.
That's a good question. I'll think about it. Inside edge there as Green comes in. It's a full delivery inside edged onto his boot and no run. Let me have a think about that, Richard.
Sorry, put you on the spot. While you have your tea time ice cream.
Yeah, I'll have a think. I'll have a mooch down there.
Bob
I don't think there is.
Bob often used to nip down for an ice cream at tea, whatever the weather.
Why not? Green in here, full delivery outside the off stump, left alone there.
That's his job. Leave them alone if they're not on the stumps.
Bracey very much looking comfortable here, and Gloucestershire will be delighted with, you know, the contribution he's made to this innings. 91 off 131 balls so far. Yep. And he has been very much in control. Green full, driven down the ground, no run, as Green picks that up. 4 dots so far in this over. But as you say, after lunch, they would have been thinking 140, I think we'll be looking at.
Yeah. So 250, which is indeed very much in the game, you feel.
As Green comes in here, full delivery, looked close there, but he did get a bat on it at the last minute.
That's the line, probably. Just a little bit more movement. Is a Devonian, Ben Green?
Definitely wants his
Or
5
Exeter.
or his tees, or both. As Green comes in here. Full delivery, driven through to the covers, no run. And that's going to be a maiden over for Ben Green as he finishes his 16th over, 4 for 62. Gloucestershire 250 for 9, sorry, after 67. Bracey on 91.
And he's played international age group water polo.
Really, that's an interesting
Green.
fact.
Yeah. Look at that, look, there's much surprise around the country.
Water polo?
Absolutely.
Wow.
That's what he claims.
There you go. Are you into water polo, Richard?
I do my swimming, but only as part of straight in, you know, through
Triathlon.
lake. Yeah,
Yeah.
But we did it. I remember playing at college a few times. It's a brutal sport.
It is. It's really rough.
I know. The object seems to be to drown the opponent and then get the ball from there. But
It's like rugby in water.
it is a rough old business. So, change of bowling. Roman Walker's been given the chance to finish things off. Bowls to Bracey, who defends with all the time in the world. All the field is back, with the exception of Hanscom at slip. And Hull isn't too far away at mid-on. It was played towards Hull. There was a run and a half there, but first ball of the over, Bracey disinclined to take it.
So triathlons. Do you have a road bike, Richard?
I do.
Into that?
Yes, absolutely.
Cycling, nice.
When you say a road bike,
You've
you
probably
could put
got
it in
more than
plurals. In goes Walker and bowls. Bracey defends. Walker jogs after the ball out towards
That means
extra.
you've got 2 or 3.
Anyone who does anything like that probably has a garage full. You start with your basic one, and then you think, oh, well, that's a bit better. Maybe I can get, and all of a sudden.
They're expensive bikes.
Yeah, it depends what. Yes, indeed they are. They're all second-hand. They tend to get, but you can get some pretty decent ones for these days. If you want a brand new one, yes, you're talking
10 grand.
Absolutely, yeah. You?
No, absolutely not.
Walker is in, bowls, and Bracey bunts it firmly out towards mid-on, but again turns down the single. Hanscom has gone to sort of gully.
It's worth more than some people's cars.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. That is an expensive sport, but looks fun.
It doesn't have to be. I get that it is for the the top people, but because they want the top equipment. But you can do it on a budget, basically. The expensive thing is entering, because these days it's £100 usually to enter a well-organised triathlon. Really? In goes Walker, bowls, looking to clip it off his toes, turns with hand raised, but it was as much bat as it was pad. It sounded that way anyway. So
you run, you swim and you cycle. What's the order of that?
You start with the swim. Usually depends on Olympic distances, 1,500 metres in the swim. And then you cycle, usually, again, Olympic distance is about 40 kilometres. And then you run a 10k. But obviously there are gradations thereof, so you go up to sort of half Ironman and then the full Ironman, which is just a terrifying thing. In goes Walker and bowls. Bracey is working that, looking to work it away, and Hanscom knew what he was doing there. He placed himself at gully. He's got a grin on his face, actually, because he was pleased that the ball went straight to him there. He tells his field,
come on.
What's he saying?
Come on.
Wave them all in. How many balls to go?
1.
Suggesting 1.
Son, I don't want you to have a single now.
So will he try and bash it over the top? Well, Singdale looked fairly comfortable against Green last time.
I don't know if he's going to go short, though.
On the other hand, he's on 91. And he doesn't want to make a mistake. In comes Walker. Where will he bowl? Down the pitch goes Bracey. It dropped. He got the thick edge. Cox dived to his left and couldn't hang on. And it runs down to third man. So Bracey gets his single. Not in the way he was hoping to. Went for the big drive. Shuffled down the pitch. Thick outside edge. And Walker is unlucky. Cox flung himself to his left. Couldn't hang on. He too actually put a couple of diving chances down at Old Trafford last week, so he'll be disappointed about that. Leicestershire will be thinking we should be heading for our tee, and they're not. Bracey is on strike on 92. Umpires conferring. They want their tee too.
They're thinking about their cup of tea. I see that.
So Bracey on 91.
Hard chance there for Cox.
Yeah.
Bracey's gone to flick it really, and got that outside edge, a diving catch to the left.
Could be expensive again. 250. Let us see.
Green in here. Bracey on strike 92. He's on as he drives that down to mid-off. He's not going to take the single as it's only the first delivery in this over. Can hear some seagulls very loud on our pitch mic there. But quite a few people out on their balconies now having a watch, maybe after work. And lots of people in the ground, which is nice to see. As Green is coming around the wicket here Full delivery, big swing there from Bracey. Not the nicest looking shot, if I'm honest, as he inside edges that through and goes out to square leg on the boundary. That was a big swing, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's such an aesthetically pleasing player, like so many left-handers, that it really jars when he does something like that when you're watching.
Yeah, I mean, all day it's been lovely textbook shots and then a big swing and not quite the same. Green full down the leg side. He's missed out on that one as Cox takes a diving stop. Good piece of keeping there.
This is where Walker's saying to himself, oh, you can catch that.
Yeah.
So you don't concede buys.
Yeah, I think he'd want the catch, though, to his name, to be fair. But
oh, yeah, no, I'm ready.
I know. But Green in here for the 4th delivery of the over. Just worked into the offside there. Bracey just driving it out to extra cover on the boundary. He's going to take a single, leaving 2 deliveries left in this over.
Either Coxon went sort of straight up, didn't he? But Green didn't.
Full delivery here, just watching them replay, just back of a length actually, and he's just poked a little bit outside the off stump, but he looks nowhere near it in honesty. 1 delivery left here from Ben Green at the pavilion end. Full slower ball, and that's bowled him. That's Ben Green's 5-fer, and he is 5 wickets for 63 runs. He's bowled really well. That is a record for him. 5 wickets for 63, and Gloucestershire are 252 all out in their first innings. Fantastic piece of batting there from James Bracey. Really well done. Fantastic contribution by him. But Ben Green will be really pleased with his 5 for 63. Bracey 93 not out of 141 deliveries. Green 5 for 63 off 17. Holland 3 for 36 off 18. Van Beek. Bake 1 for 45 and Hull 1 for 60. Really well bowled by Leicestershire. They can't be faulted there, and they might be slightly disappointed that they got to that 252, but I think they'll still take that.
Yeah, 164 runs in the session for Gloucestershire, and they will be really pleased with the way they fought back to post what looks a tolerably, in the circumstances, respectable first innings score. 252. You are in the game, and brilliant stuff from James Bracey and indeed from Ben Green, who is being applauded across the boundary, having been, of course, preceded by James Bracey. Green holds the ball, he touches his cap. Leicestershire photographer John Mallett is there on the spot to take the pictures that will go in the Green family album, I'm sure. So it's been a belated tea, but we will now have a 15-minute or so break and head for our various kettles or ice cream vans or whatever, and we will see if the pitch continues to offer the Gloucestershire bowlers as much assistance as it's offered the Leicestershire bowlers so far. Back with you on BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucester, and of course BBC Radio Leicester in 15 minutes time.
Here are the full details of the Gloucestershire first innings after Leicestershire won the toss this morning and decided to field first. Cameron Bancroft bowled Van Beek 0. Ben Charlton Cox bowled Holland 14. Ollie Price bowled Holland 1. Miles Hammond caught Rihan Ahmed bowled Green 11. Cameron Green bowled Hull 4. James Bracey not out 93. Graham van Buren bowled Green 25. Don Goodman LBW bowled Holland 1. Zaman Akhtar caught Walker bowled Green 29. Josh Shaw LBW bowled Green 45. Ajit Singh Dale, Bold Green, naught. There were 29 extras, made up of 9 byes, 7 leg byes, 10 no balls and 3 wides. And the bowling figures for Leicestershire: Ian Holland 18 overs 6 maidens 3 for 36. Logan Finbeck 14 overs 3 maidens 1 for 45. Josh Hull 12 overs 1 maiden 1 for 60. Ben Green 17 overs 2 maidens 5 for 63, that's a career best. And Rowan Walker 8 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 32. Here are the latest scores from elsewhere in the country. In the first division, Sussex all out for 169 at Trent Bridge against Notts. 5 wickets there for Josh Tubb. Notts on 55 for 1 in that reply. At the Oval, Somerset 165 for 5 against Surrey. And Worcestershire have been bowled out for 162 against Durham. They're also at tea there. And one of the matches in the second division is at Derby, where Derbyshire are 192 for 2 against Middlesex. As you can see on the main scoreboard, there are 27 overs left from today's allocation at the start of the session. In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 1, Cameron Bancroft. And to open for Leicestershire, number 11, Sol Budinger, and number 26, Rishi Patel.
Hello everybody, we are back here in Bristol for the final session on this first day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Fascinating first two sessions. Gloucestershire all out in their first innings, but for rather more than it looked likely even to be the case at 88 for 7 in the first over after lunch. They finished 251 all out, having added 164 runs in that afternoon session for the loss of the last 4 wickets. The tail gave James Bracey admirable support. Bracey finishing 93 not out. Pick of the Leicestershire bowlers, Ben Green, who picked up a maiden 5 for 63 for the on-loan seamer from Somerset. Everybody fascinated to see whether the Gloucestershire bowlers can get as much movement as the Leicestershire bowlers managed in the first 2 sessions. Ed Seaborn, Nicole Harvey and myself, Richard Ray, bringing you ball-by-ball commentary as the BBC does on all championship matches this season and most white ball games. Fingers crossed. Ed will take up further commentary.
I think I'd better start, had I? The best of the action. In comes Josh Shaw to Rishi Patel. 3 slips in place, the Yorkshireman bowls and Patel's forward defending into the offside. Now Shaw's bowling, I need to correct a fairly egregious error I made, which was Josh Shaw's rugby league team. Which
Not Wakefield.
I did know this and then I've forgotten it, but it's very, very much not Wakefield Trinity. It is Featherstone
Rovers. Whoa. Not a Super League side.
No, but
much to their chagrin.
I think arch rivals of
yes, absolutely.
Wakefield Trinity. Shaw bowls a full ball on, driven by Patel. It won't beat Singdale at mid-on, despite a fairly geriatric piece of fielding from Singdale. He went down in stages, stumbled over forwards, and then had the ball kick off him, but there is no run. Anyway, he did the important thing. Yes, it does seem to be. That is a little bit concerning. I wonder whether as he went down into the ground, he just jarred his knee a bit. Shaw in, bowls, and Patel lets it go. This has got to be one of the most exciting top 3s, given the fact that we think Rehan Ahmed's going to bat at 3, don't we?
Yes, we think so, but we're not entirely sure. It could depend on the circumstances, if you know what I mean. But, you know, he's shown himself more than capable of batting at the top of the order. And it's just whether you want Patel, Budinger and Rehan Ahmed, who will score very quickly.
Shaw to Patel, who's in behind that one, knocking it towards point, and there's no run.
Or whether you want a slightly steadier batsman between them, an Ian Holland or a Lewis Hill. But Lewis Hill doesn't like batting at 3 and won't unless he has to. Ditto Peter Hanscom. So their options are slightly limited on grounds of superstition, basically.
I noticed that the online system decided Holland, but that is possibly not informed by what the team have decided. Shaw bowls a fuller ball. The on drive this time will find mid-on, and Singdale can't pick up clean. It would have been a difficult throw across his body anyway, so I think it was a well-judged single, given that it was a fast bowler there. Possibly if it had been switched around and Hammond had been there, they wouldn't have taken it, but Patel is off the mark. Leicestershire 1 for no wicket.
Off the mark for the season, as it happens. It's the first run of the season for Rishi, his first innings of the season, of course.
So Budinger to face, and there's been a reshuffle for the Gloucestershire cordon. Ollie Price is now in at first slip. This happened halfway through the game at Canterbury. Bancroft at second and Green at third. Shaw bowls, very full up to the bat. And Budinger gets down and digs it out. So 1 run off the first over from Shaw, who's had a fine day with bat in hand, making 45 to share what was an 86-run partnership with James Bracey for the 9th wicket. That has just given Gloucestershire's first innings total an air of definite respectability about it, reaching 250 in the end. They might feel that as long as they bowl pretty well, they should give themselves a chance, even if they're having to come from behind on second innings, at least maybe to post something. And I'm sure they'll be hoping, as we've said, that they can do similar to what Leicestershire did in terms of bowling with the new ball. Dom Goodman is going to have his first bowl of the season from the Ashley Down Road end.
Rishi Patel looks around him. Conventional field with 3 slips, really. As he comes in, tall young man, bowls very full. Patel goes for the drive, might just have shaped back in sufficiently just to take the inside part of the bat, and the ball squirts apologetically along the pitch down towards mid-on. Sol Budinger's beginning to establish himself in this Leicestershire red ball side, having struggled previously, but his last 5 games, 3 this season, 2 at the end of last season, 56 against Northants, 87 against Derbyshire, comes in and bowls outside off stump Goodman and left by Patel. And then this season, 56 and 32 not out against Glamorgan, 81 and 44 against Derbyshire, and 41 in the first innings, the only innings in which Leicestershire batted up at Old Trafford last week. So he's had a great sort of end to last season when he got into the side and beginning to this, but he still hasn't scored a first-class century, and he'd love to do so here, I'm sure. Goodman charges in, bowls to Patel, who I think pulled his bat inside the line of the outswinger. He's got his back to us, but he indicates with his right hand, as batsman can't resist doing. It moved. Everybody could see that, and I turned my head. Let's have a look and see if he did have a little play at it. I think he brought it back inside the line.
Yeah, nicely bowled, but just nicely played as well.
Twist of the wrists. Goodman turns, knees pumping, runs in and bowls. Bowled him! Patel leaves, comes back in, hits the top of off, and not for the first time today a batsman is bowled leaving. Rishi Patel can't quite believe what he has done, but, well, Leicestershire bite a bit. They leave and the off stump is hit. So Rishi Patel's start to the season delayed and is not a good one. He goes, bowled Goodman for 1. And another wicket has fallen today.
Wow. I mean, it was a ball which has come back a bit again. I mean, I suppose that's
not dramatically.
Yeah, I suppose it's just done enough in that he thinks he can leave it on maybe 5th stump, and it's done enough that it has come back in and clipped the top of off. And we've seen some real top of off deliveries today, and that was another one of them. But Dom Goodman, it has not taken him long. 4 deliveries into his season, he's picked up a wicket without conceding a run. So a fine start for him.
Going to be Rehan Ahmed, so this will be fun. But we have been making the point, of us who follow Leicestershire, that they can have wonderful starts and they can find themselves in trouble. But there was nothing of. I mean, he got himself out in the extent that he left it, but it wasn't sort of trying to overhit it, anything like that. It was just a horrible misjudgment.
Oh, the butler has delivered.
Bless you, sir.
Biscuits.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll go down the chocolate digestive route.
Oh, that's fine. I've done a massive job.
On a plate as well. No packets. This is class, isn't it?
Custard cream for me.
No ripped packets. It's neatly on a plate.
Does that come from hospitality, or is that just been? That can't have been procured just for us. I'm not that vain. It has been. Wow, thank you, Gloucestershire.
Well, Ahmed, 3 slips, waits, bat raised. Goodman is in, bowls to him, he drives. Oh my goodness me, I thought that had got through him as well. He whacks his pad in annoyance, but I think, was it inside edge onto
Yeah, I
pad
think
that
so.
bounced out into the offside? Could so easily have gone onto the stumps, and he will play like this. You know, he doesn't really do much defence. Big inside edge onto the pad, and all the slips up in the air. Bracey leaping into the air behind the stumps, and goodness me. Goodman, with his tail up, charges down the slope. Bowls, Ahmed defends wristily as ever, drops it out towards extra cover, thinks about the single, but Sol Budinger disabuses him of that notion, and a wicket maiden start for Dom Goodman. And Gloucestershire will feel they are right in this game, and indeed they are. 1 for 1.
Yeah, it was a season of promise for Goodman last year, even though he only played 6 games, took 14 wickets. And I know nowadays, I mean, his average was 34.6. You're not thinking in old money, 34.6. You're thinking, well, you'd like it closer to 30. But these days, with pitches being as they are, even the final number of 34.6 is actually pretty decent. And considering he's still a young bowler, Shaw starting a new over, and Budinger comes forward and plays defensively into the offside. So, you know, particularly, and not just in the Championship as well, actually, his white ball bowling showed real promise in the One Day Cup as well, and it's another example of what can happen out of that competition. And I was referring back to that game at York, which was really, really enjoyable last season. Dom Goodman bowled particularly well there, if I remember rightly, as Shaw bowls and Budinger leaves through to the keeper. At Barkley, the Lion also agrees York was brilliant, even better for how it had emptied out before the last ball was bowled. Now, mind you, from when Yorkshire beat Gloucestershire in the 4-day fixture at Scarborough, I think they'd emptied out before the final ball there as well. I mean, they haven't come to watch Yorkshire win.
It might have been tea time.
I think it was train as well. It's train from the station. Yeah. Shaw bowls, and this is squeezed through cover by Budinger. Pleasant way to get off the mark. He'll pick up 2 as the ball runs out towards the boundary. Deep extra cover. Zaman Akhtar in pursuit in his cable knit sweater. Leicestershire 3 for 1.
I approve of those sweaters.
Yes, me too. Not too many have gone for them. I think possibly just temperature-wise rather than anything else.
But Singdale's got a sort of modern one on, has he?
Yeah, I don't know whether the feeling is that the cable knit's just that little bit warmer.
It's an option then, is it?
Yes, yeah, you've got both to choose between. Shaw to Budinger, who drives. Probably pick up 2 more here. Hasn't got the legs to go to the boundary, and again, Akhtar is after it. So back-to-back 2s. Leicestershire 5 for 1. They won't mind too much seeing the drive coming out at the moment, Gloucestershire. I'm sure they'll start to mind if he whistles 4 or 5 to the boundary, but at this point, new ball moving about, and it certainly is moving about. That's what they want to see, although they are just moving a fielder from the leg side to the offside. Haven't taken anybody out of the cordon, still 3 there, but Hammond has moved to cover from mid-wicket. Shaw into Budinger, who, of course, he plays it into the leg side with the fielder moved from, but it wasn't quite into the gap. So Singdale fields at mid-on. Ben Charlesworth at mid-wicket had been stationed at first slip, and you suspect may well move back there later in the season, but when you've got Cameron Green at your disposal, you tend to think you'll put him in the slips. However, he did put 2 catches down at Canterbury, one of which was caught by James Bracey on the rebound, but the other stayed down. Shaw bowls. Oh, Budinger flashes at that one. That was a wafty drive and misses the ball. And Shaw, if he didn't say anything, he certainly let him know that you don't play shots like that off my bowling, son. 5 for 1 after 3, Leicestershire. Reply to Gloucestershire's 252.
Budinger will not be a whit abashed by
No.
either missing the drive or the volley of words that may or may not have followed, because, as they say these days, it's the way I play. Ahmed, and he'll be the same. It could be an entertaining few overs. Awaits the arrival of Goodman at the crease, and he goes for the drive and gets it away. Beautiful piece of timing through extra cover. I think it's going to go. It is going to go. Admirable effort. Chasing back from mid-off. Limbs everywhere in the end, but unfortunately couldn't quite drag it back. Ahmed off the mark with a sweetly driven 4.
Yeah, he sort of got there, Actor, but the momentum behind the ball was such that even though he tried to parry it back in, it still ended up over the boundary. So if you're thinking, I wish I'd just watched it go now.
Goodman is in and bowls flashed. Oh, what a catch! First slip, Charlesworth two-handed to his right. Flashed Ahmed, got a thick outside edge, high to the right of first slip. Charlesworth two hands and took it diving away to his right, almost goalkeeper style. So, well, Leicestershire knew this could happen, and it has. And Ahmed goes, having hit one lovely shot, caught. It's Ollie Price, I beg your pardon, not Charlesworth, at first slip for 4. And Leicestershire are indeed 9 for 2.
Yeah, so well, it's been something we've seen from the way that Gloucestershire batted up front as well, in that, I mean, they weren't scoring very quickly, but it seemed as though when they really went hard at the ball and tried to force the drives away, that's when they got themselves in trouble. And he played such a controlled shot, just timing it through the gap the previous ball, but then he tried to go extra hard at it, as though somehow just hitting the ball to the boundary wasn't enough and he needed to hit the ball through the boundary boards. But as you say, it's a fine catch from Ollie Price, and I thought it was by him, really. It went so quickly, and he's taken that almost behind him. He took one of the best catches I've ever seen. Certainly live, it's right up there, top 2, top 3 in the last match at Canterbury, but so different. He was down at fine leg, top-edged hook shot, and took it with his wrong hand, one-handed, leaping backwards and behind him. He is really a fine fielder, and he did have a bit of a rough time of it at Derby, where he put several catches down when Gloucestershire came to bowl there, but he's back in the slip cordon and he's back on the horse, seemingly.
Yeah, great catch, and Gloucestershire all over Leicestershire. As Leicestershire were all over Gloucestershire earlier. It's been a brilliant day's cricket so far, and an awful lot of cricket left to be played. In comes Goodman and bowls 2 Hill, who drives for 4 over pitches, and it's a no ball as well. So Goodman just getting a little bit overexcited perhaps there. A little too much adrenaline, flung himself into the crease, overstepped, overpitched, and Hill drove with a half volley away for 4.
It's the board had optimistically put up a dot ball for Lewis Hill's first ball. I'm sure they're wishing Gloucestershire it was, but
it's not usually a bad call.
No,
but,
no, it's not.
Lewis on this occasion wasn't going to turn down the half volley. Goodman in bowls to him straight, much better length than Hill is forward, thick outside part of the bat. Ball squirts out to Hammond in the covers.
It's a really important start to Goodman's season, I'm sure, given the fact that he's missed a couple of games. He's had some bowling in the second 11, but it's not as though he's been rattling through really long spells. So to get a couple of wickets up front like this, and also there might have been a bit of a question about Singh Dale getting the new ball from that end.
In he comes, Goodman that is, and bowls straight, and Hill walks forward. He's been doing that a bit this season. He's batting outside his crease and moving forward. He might he's at the right end at the moment, not to fall foul of umpire Pollard, and he's a much shorter man than Cameron Green, for example, who when he gets forward is sort of in the bowler's face almost, isn't he? But Hill, not quite the stride of the Australian. Goodman turns, in he comes, bowls. Hill is solidly forward. Hill too has made a pretty solid start to the season. was given out to run out on 96 at Glamorgan. It was his call. He hit it to mid-off and ran, dived, and he was in, as photographs subsequently showed, but was given out by the umpire running backwards from the stumps. No regrets on Hill's part, he said. In goes Goodman, bowls to him, and again he's very solid and forward defensive. Goodman's hands up into the air, so not quite a wicket maiden this time, but he will not mind that one little bit because he picked up a big wicket, that of Rehan Ahmed, courtesy of Ollie Price's brilliant first slip catch.
Yeah, we'll certainly be happy as long as his overs column is equal to his wickets column for the season. I don't think that's going to keep up somehow, but we'll be happy to keep that up as long as he can. But as I say, Singh Dale has taken the new ball a lot in his career. In fact, he was the new ball partner of Tom Price of Matt Taylor actually, up at Derby first thing, and then Price and Taylor took it in the second innings. Short to Budinger, it's a short ball, it's clobbered away over mid-wicket and for one bounce four, just inside the rope. And Budinger really laid into that one. He's just not going to change the way that he's batting, and to be honest, if he sees a short ball like that with only fine leg back, he's got absolutely nothing particularly to be worried about as long as he can lift it over the infield. And we have seen a few false pull shots today, but that just wasn't short enough from Shaw to get up and trouble Budinger, who's on to 8-19 for 2. Shaw bowling, and this is dabbed to point for no run. Fast moving cricket at Bristol. You'd almost have to pinch yourself a little bit, don't you? But
Leicestershire in town. Leicestershire in town. We do things at 100 miles an hour.
No,
well,
but
not always, but
it has been a really enticing day's play, and even when briefly bat was on top of ball, because it was the lower order, it's just really pulsating stuff. Shaw to Budinger, he plays into the ground and out into the offside for no run again.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, they've had good starts so far in all the games this season. I mean, obviously they've batted well over 400 in their innings, but they're going to have to approach this slightly differently, you would have thought, and this is where the sort of depth of the batting really does count. The lower order has contributed massively so far this season, but they've had something to play with up to a point.
Shaw away from us, over the wicket, bowls, Budinger flashes a drive, but he won't get it past Zaman Akhtar cover, and there is no run. And they don't quite bat down to 11 in the same way as they have done.
No, I mean, Scriven, who could bat 7, has been coming in at 11, but now it's Josh Hull, who, with respect to Josh, will bravely get in line, but he just might be a little bit late on it, and he is a genuine number 11 at the moment.
Gloucestershire will be quite pleased there's no Scott Curry in this lineup. Shaw bowls, driving straight and underneath in the end, the dive of Van Buren at mid-off. It's a really nice shot and deserved 4 runs, but Van Buren gets up slightly groggily really after diving after it, and he's certainly a more than willing fielder, Van Buren, but he launched himself at it, but I think that ball did go under him really. 23 for 2, Budinger up to 12. Scott harsh. Okay. Shaw, short ball, top edge, it's gone high up in the air. Fielder from fine leg gets underneath it and catches it. Dom Goodman, the catcher, falling to the floor, and the short ball does work for Gloucestershire. Budinger smashed one to the boundary, but that one was just a little bit shorter from Josh Shaw. He couldn't get on top of it, and although it's a short boundary down to fine leg, I must say I thought it still might have had a chance to clear it. The boundary's that short down there, but got underneath it too much, and Goodman, well, it wasn't a catch. I suspect that he felt particularly comfortable underneath, especially catching out of what is quite a gloomy sky. But as he was almost falling over backwards, he's clung onto it, and Gloucestershire have got a third wicket. Leicestershire 23 for 3 at the end of over number 5.
What are we doing on Sunday?
Well, I think I know what Nicole and I are doing.
Well, yeah, yes, this is true, yes.
Yes. We're elsewhere.
Well, yeah, I thought that might just have it might have been lucky and flown over the ropes. It didn't, and Leicestershire now really do have to dig in. But the right man will be coming to the crease in the form of, in those terms, in the form of the skipper, Peter Hanscom, who's been in super form, famous last words, touch wood, this season. He has.
Well, I was going to talk about how Ian Holland loved batting against Gloucestershire when he comes out as well, but yeah, perhaps.
He may have been hoping for a little longer rest than he may be getting, but he'll be hoping that Hill and Hanscom, who've batted well together so far this season, and knew this could happen with a top three of Patel, Budinger and Ahmed. They will have steeled themselves accordingly, but can't keep Goodman out of the game.
Yes, seemingly not. We got a bit of a promotion in the order today, which didn't work out quite the way that I suspect he wanted, but still 2 for 10 and the catch to get rid of Budinger. It's Hill on strike to Goodman, and that's left alone. Was that your over? I'm sorry, I think we've switched somehow, haven't we? No, we haven't.
No.
I know. Sorry, I thought I'd made a mistake twice, but I've only made it once. Good. Sorry.
It was with all that excitement on the last ball of the.
I'm sorry. It's just
the last over.
For some reason, in my head, I'd called one of Goodman's wickets, but obviously it didn't. Oh dear.
No, because I misidentified Price.
Doing so well.
In goes Goodman and bowls and driven at a little away from the body from Lewis, Hill, and Hammond dives across to his right at extra cover to make the stop. He too favouring the new modern style sweat. In fact, all the Gloucestershire players are, with the honourable exception of mid-off Singdale. So is it or is it Akhtar at mid-off? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe it is warmer. Just isn't as stylish. Goodman is in. Bowls. Hill gets one on. Rises on it just a touch, and he doesn't exactly pop it up, but it is in the air for a few feet as he pushes it out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, that bounce also from the first innings, I think, will really excite Gloucestershire with Goodman's height, Akhtar's height in his delivery. Even though he's not as tall as Goodman, he also can extract bounce, as in fact, well, it was his second first-class match against Leicestershire. I think he took 4 wickets here, showed.
Goodman bowls. Hill again is up on his toes, slightly short of a length delivery. He's bowled a no ball, actually. Again, just overstepping. It's just turned to short-ish leg. That is Charlesworth, isn't it? Running across from mid-wicket, and Hill picks up 1. Score on to 26 for 3. So 21 for 3. Gloucestershire 23 for 3. Leicestershire. It's often the way innings sort of reflect, first innings in particular, each other. Leicestershire will be hoping that their middle and lower orders, well, their middle order will do rather better, but they can extend their first innings accordingly. Goodman into Hanscom. He'd love that wicket outside off stump. Good bounce, but Hanscom leaves and will do. He can look a bit scratchy and going, most batsmen can, can't they, going to sort of 15, 20, and then suddenly you realise he's playing, really without too many cares.
Yeah, I think particularly
those
with
to accumulate.
Yeah, those particularly with slightly unorthodox techniques as well.
Goodman bowls. Hanscom leaves again, just steps out and lets it go through. Oh, Lenny. So that's inevitably the nickname, I suppose. He's still a name, isn't he, I suppose?
Yeah.
Probably doesn't mean too much to young Mr. Goodman himself.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think?
I'm not sure, but I think he's been called that pretty much ever since. It'd probably be would have been called that at school as well.
Yeah, he was. Yes, he said Mr. Goodman was a big cheese 10 years ago, wasn't he? Also, big name. In goes Goodman and bowls again. Hanscom leaves, so 3 in a row that the Australian can leave. Rishi Patel left and lost the top of his off stump, but Hanscom read the outswingers, I think, on all 3 occasions there. Good over, though, nonetheless, from Dom Goodman, who is sitting on figures of 2 for 13 from 3 overs at the moment, and Leicestershire limping along at 26 for 3.
There's another one out of the softly spoken, you know, really thoughtful speakers as a fast bowler. Dom Goodman, I always enjoy chatting with Goodman post plays. He's always got something really insightful to say that I've not seen from up here about the pitch, and I suppose that's why we do them.
I'm instructed to ask you, Dent, injured or not selected?
Not selected. Yep, he did play in the first 2 matches, but since Bancroft's arrival and then Green's arrival, he's been nudged out. Shaw into Hill, who on pushes up to the fielder at mid-on. Cameron Green particularly seemed to enjoy that one at 3rd slip. Hands raised above his head as he's applauding Josh Shaw.
I'm also reminded that with Pete Hanscom in Australia, they call it the 30 ball rule. He can scratch you up until he's faced 30 balls, then we'll suddenly switch into total control mode. So he's only faced 3 so far, so plenty of time for Gloucestershire.
Shaw approaches, bowls, and Hill jabs down at that one. It wasn't a particularly pretty defensive shot, but he dropped it down into the ground in front of him, and there's no run. So Gloucestershire have, well, they should have, by getting these 3 wickets, removed the possibility that Leicestershire just absolutely charge off into the distance, which they could have done if even one of those 3 had still been there tomorrow morning. Doesn't mean that Leicestershire won't still build a total and go past, especially with these 2. I mean, Lewis Hill loves batting here. Shaw bowls to him, he flicks it, gets some bat, or maybe even onto pad down to fine leg, but he'll still pick up 127 for 3. I think he made hundreds in back-to-back years here at one point, Lewis Hill, so he does enjoy batting at Bristol, and particularly because he's a player that, well, at least certainly when he scored those runs, very few runs straight down the ground, just happy to let the ball come to him, punishing at anything that was just a bit short and a bit wide. Scored a lot of his runs either around about on square or behind square. A player who's quite suited to these conditions, but this pitch seems a little bit different. Shaw bowls and Hanscom just, I say, sways out the way. It's not as though he was going to be in the way, but withdraws gloves as well as a little bit of body away from the ball.
Lewis Hill this season, I mentioned that 96 in his first innings, followed by 24 and 41 against Derbyshire and 64 against Lancashire last week. So gotten in each time, yeah.
Well, you certainly take that when you mention Buddinger's scores, especially as well. It's not as though there have been many failures in there. Shaw to Hanscom, forced off the back foot, past Hammond at backward point. There's going to be a chase round the boundary for the fielder from deep 3rd. It's Ben Charlesworth who's down there, and 2 runs to get Hanscom underway. 29 for 3. So it looks as though Gloucestershire are going to go with out-and-out pace as far as their change bowlers are concerned. So Singdale and Actor will be first change, and I mean that will pretty much take Gloucestershire through to the close with 20 overs left. The slightly shortened evening session because of the extra time added onto the afternoon. Shaw in, bowls edged but wide of the cordon, and down to the fielder again, Charlesworth at deep 3rd for a single. So I don't know if that was in the air as it went to where a gully might have been. I think it may have. Get another look here. Yeah, I don't think it would have carried even if there'd been a gully there, but it was something again that Shaw will be happy to see. even though he's conceded a run. And Zaman Akhtar's actually jogging off the field, so it may be that he's going to put his bowling boots on, and Tom Price on as a substitute fielder. He's having a rest this week, but apparently not a rest from sub-fielding. 30 for 3 Leicestershire, 7 gone.
Yeah, Hanscom to face Goodman, looking to make him play. This time I'm sure. In he comes, bowls. Hanscom very straight, does make him play, but he's right behind it. Hanscom this season, 63 at Cardiff, 63 and 20 at Grace Road against Derbyshire, and 142 not out against Lancashire last week.
Still not a lot of failures in there. No. I suppose you can see why Leicestershire have picked up 13 batting points in their first 3 games. Goodman
bowls. Lovely delivery, bounces. It's high to me, but it's a bit of a celeb appeal, and he's got to be a touch careful, young man. And as indeed does Ollie Price, down on one knee at first slip. But my immediately thought was a bit high, but let's have a look. We'll see the replay.
I suspect that's probably why it hasn't been given. I thought it was going to clip the top of off stump, and I was... it's maybe just outside the line.
See a couple of stumps
behind
behind him as well. And I understand why Pollard hasn't given that.
Yeah, I think he signalled outside the line to Goodman as he was walking by.
In he goes, bowls again, goes for the drive, and I thought he'd edged it. He went for the drive, it swung away, and it went so far that well, it was taken by Bracey almost in front of Price at first slip, and I thought he'd edged it. It went so far.
Yeah, me too. We've seen a few of those today. It's just gone late and gone big. I mean, you'd think, especially from the shot and then from Bracey, if you somehow blurred out the ball, you'd think he must have nicked it.
Well, I'm all for these sort of pitches and conditions at Bristol. I think you ought to do
most
it
of the
again.
spectators here are as well.
Goodman is in. Bowl slightly short. It squares up. Hanscom takes the thick outside edge, bounces before it reaches third slip, who takes it cleanly enough. But as I say, was about a foot short, something like that, maybe a touch more.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
about that sort of
about
area.
There, yeah. Certainly couldn't have been fielding close enough.
You do very well to dive forward and get underneath those. It just doesn't happen, really. But Goodman causing issues. In he goes and bowls, and again Hanscom is slightly squared up, and Goodman's right hand started to go in the air. The Australian got enough on it, squeezed the ball out in the end to Hammond in the covers, but as with the early part of the Leicestershire innings, you sort of feel as though another wicket is never far away.
Yeah, he's getting late in swing as well, Goodman, and it was the away swinger that drew Hanscom into that drive that he missed earlier in the over.
30 for 3. Goodman is in and bowls outside off stump, and Hanscom, no doubt to his relief experience though he is, can and does leave.
Right, we're going to have a change in the commentary. Is Richard Ray will be replaced by Nicole Harvey, former Somerset, former Western Storm, former Welsh Fire player, and with Leicestershire at 30 for 3 after 8 overs. Gloucestershire, well, there's 19 overs left. They probably say they want more than one, but they'd just dearly love to break this partnership. Hill, somebody who's been such a thorn in their side over the years, as Shaw bowls to Hill, squares him up. It's gone out towards backward point in the end, but that was not where Hill intended that shot to go. And then at the other end, Peter Hanscom, well, he certainly had his moments against Gloucestershire in the past, but also certainly knows a thing or two about batting here. I think it's about 10 years now since Peter Hanscom was a fairly brief Gloucestershire player, but he did play for Gloucestershire, I think, back in the 2015 season. Left before the One-Day Cup win. Shaw bowls, clipped away through the leg side by Hill. They'll be pushing for 2 and should get there as Akhtar tracks back from mid-wicket. Leicestershire 32 for 3 in reply to Gloucestershire's 252. Nicole Harvey is back with me. We don't normally
this
see...
isn't your end, is it? Like
well,
so I'm a bit...
well, okay, you're going to...
You're getting muddled, I'll let you carry the lead.
I've already done it once,
Okay.
but I've been commentating on shore +1 delivery this innings so far, but
You're
no,
happy.
you take it.
Okay. What a catch there from Ollie Price,
Yeah.
though. Serious catch. Shaw coming in here, 3 slips in play. Ooh, inside edge onto the pad there. Yeah, serious catch.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really travelling, and there was actually quite a gap between Price at first and Bancroft at second, and it was behind him. Again, it was behind him, even if he got 2 hands on that one.
Yeah, no, that's one he'll remember, I think, for a while.
He's making a habit of it. I mean, it was that blinder I was talking about, but he also took an incredible sharp catch at cover last week.
Short in here, back of a length, really well bowled there. Gloucestershire will be happy with this start so far, 32 for 3.
It was absolutely middled, that catch at cover at Kent, and the catch I think was taken, I think it was 2 hands, but it was way above his head, and he basically had absolutely no time to react. So yeah, he's been fielding well recently.
Short in, back of a length, worked into the onside, not convincing. Looked to work it off his hips there, Hill, but a bit of an inside edge there to mid-wicket.
I just had an inquiry about, it says conveniently at this point, having started the sentence, my laptop decides to just completely have a fit. Yeah.
Oh.
So I was going to bring up Hanscom's exact numbers when he was here.
Short in here, final delivery in this over, worked off the hip, well fielded there at mid-wicket, no runs scored. Leicestershire are 32 for 3.
Yeah, it was pretty solid. I kind of would have said that, but prefer to get the numbers up just to have a look. But yeah, 6 matches, 4 half centuries, average 44 and a half, so pretty solid. And played a bit in T20 cricket as well, I think, at the start of the competition back in the days when everything was just so completely jumbled up. 2015, I mean, you just had absolutely no idea which format was going to be played at any given moment. There was a bit of blast sprinkled amongst a lot of the championship, one-day cup at the start of the season, so Hanscom would have played in some of those games, but would have left by the time the trophy was being lifted. In fact, actually, no, he didn't play in any of those games. Now I look again. Goodman bowls, rising delivery outside off stump, away swinger, and Hanscom lets it go. So yeah, no, he didn't play any
Onyx
part
is saying that's 3 worldies in 6 days from Ollie Price, serious hands, and Andrew is saying fantastic to watch. So thanks for those messages.
Yeah,
Glad you're enjoying it.
it's a bit of a shame that, I mean, in a way it's sort of nice in that the beauty of radio is there for people to have the Ollie Price catch, excuse me, at Canterbury. At least some record is there of it, as Goodman bowls on almost outside leg stump actually, and Hanscom turns it to mid-wicket for no run. But it would have been really nice for just the record to have it if somebody had captured that catch from Price last week, because it was one of those that would just have been shared everywhere and referenced back to in the same way that people still talk about a Glenn Phillips catch at Cheltenham 4 years ago. I mean, it's right up there with that one for me in terms of how good it was. Goodman bowls, Hanscom drives into the ground, and it trickles in the end up to mid-off, and there's no run. Just a brief update from the other matches taking place. Derbyshire 234 for 3 against Middlesex, so going well at Derby. 93 for David Lloyd, 73 for Harry Kane, And, well, we mentioned him. Wayne Madson's got going. He's in the 40s. He's probably going to go on much further. This is what he usually does. In Division 1, wickets also falling in clumps at New Road. As Goodman runs in and bowls, and Hanscom comes down on that one, plays it to mid-on, so he's halfway to the 30-ball rule.
He's got a really funny thing in his stance, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's always
his
always
bat
done
is
it.
twisted
Yeah.
and tapped. I've never seen it. I've never seen him bat, if I'm honest. And it's really quite peculiar.
It is. It's a slightly odd visual. I mean, you kind of think, how can he possibly get... and he also barely really moves his feet. He seldom goes much forward or much back. Goodman is in and Hanscom leaves alone.
The bat taps down straight and then it turns to the side of the bat and taps down and then up again. Really quite odd, but if it works, it works.
Yeah.
But it is quite a strange visual, as you say.
Yeah, and you also feel he's in such a position as you feel you might both be able to sneak it under the bat and bowl short at him, but you can seldom do either.
Really strange.
He's just really balanced and quite crouched at the crease. Goodman bowls, clipped down to fine leg. That'll be a single for Hanscom, so that spoils what would have been a third maiden in Goodman's 5 overs, but 2 for 14 his figures. And Leicestershire 33 for 3, 10 overs gone in the innings. Another brighter spell. We've never really had much full-on sunshine today. I'm sure it's been pleasant enough out there, but it's not looking as if it's going to be really clearing this evening, but hopefully it's enough light that we can continue all the way through. Still got 17 overs left. First bowling change, it looks like Zaman Akhtar is going to replace Shaw, 1 for 19 from his 5. Started that score at New Road, where Worcestershire 162 all out and Durham 42 for 2 in reply, so things moving pretty quickly there as well. Somerset 193 for 7 at the Oval, and again Sean Dixon, we don't know whether he'll continue his innings at some point, but he sustained a finger injury, so retired hurt. And Nottinghamshire 89 for 3 in reply to Sussex's 169. Notts frustrated by the rain at Edgbaston last week. They are joint top of Division 1, but they could have got another victory.
Change of bowling here from the pavilion end. Akhtar comes into the attack. First up, delivery outside the off stump, but brilliant carry there. Good bit of pace there. Outside the off stump, left alone by Hanscom.
Yeah, he is quick, Akhtar, and he's also somebody that, because he gets some height in his release point as well, he will trouble batters on quicker surfaces, and that's why he is already on the fringes of England.
Short delivery outside the off stump. Fantastic piece of fielding there from cover. Green has just dived to his left, and an absolutely outstanding piece of fielding that should have raced away across the square for 4. And as you can hear by the pitch mic there, lots of people in the crowd delighted with that piece of fielding.
Got some serious encouragement for that. That was a really committed piece of fielding, especially as the ball
raced across the square.
Yeah, and it should have gone, really.
It's very unfortunate from Hanscom because it was a good shot. Akhtar coming in here, short delivery, good carry through then to Bracey, but left alone there by Hanscom.
Picked up a 5 for Zaman Akhtar earlier in the season against Glamorgan, and he's also had a 5 for the England Lions. So, as I say, he's somebody who is in that next category down of fast bowlers that England seem to be looking at.
Yeah, 26 years old. Short delivery, punched away through the covers. And unfortunately, that's a little bit of a freebie there for the batter, who's just maximised on that. Hanscom has absolutely freed his arms, and that's raced away in front of point across the square for 4.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken Shaw out of the attack after 5 overs, whether they're thinking about rotating around, but so far this hasn't been the over that Actor would have wanted to back up. It's a really solid job done by the openers.
Yeah, it's a shame. He's quick and he's got good carry, but unfortunately a little bit loose, and giving that width is just a freebie really to a batter. Actor coming in here, short delivery, and that's caught her first slip. And that was the carry he wanted, and that was the delivery he wanted. Hanscom goes for 8 off 22 deliveries. And you can hear the crowd really, really encouraging Gloucestershire here. But another brilliant catch there from Ollie Price.
Well, that's what can happen when he gets it right. I mean, that's quick. Hanscom's.
That's what he was looking to do. You know,
yeah.
The carry, he was looking to make him play, hit the shoulder of the bat if they can. And he has succeeded there. Leicestershire now 37 for 4 after 10.5 overs. A fantastic piece of bowling there. He's got his line and length a little bit wrong there beforehand, but that was very much what he wanted to do.
Yeah, well,
the second catch of the day there for Ollie
yeah,
Price.
I was going to say a slightly more straightforward catch you'd think for Ollie Price, but it's still, I mean, the way that it's coming at him quickly.
It kept travelling.
Yeah, I don't think any slip catch is going to be easy almost in this match, especially because we've seen a bit of two-paced nature to the surface, and it was one of those where, you know, if it were a cartoon, the ball would have been flying at him, and then Price would have left the floor and been sent flying backwards several feet by the force of the ball. It wasn't quite like that, but he had to almost deaden the impact by falling over backwards, the speed that it was travelling at him. And, you know, that's I guess, again, where you see when, for example, Josh Hull is bowling to Cameron Green and beating him for pace and a bit of movement. There again, you've got Zaman Akhtar bowling to a player in Hanscom who's very close to the Australian Test side himself. And you see, on a surface which is actually providing pace and bounce, that those bowlers are troubling the best batters. So, anyway, it's always an interesting one. Wickets in County Championship cricket versus the eye test. But anyway, it's another wicket for Gloucestershire.
Outside the off stump, left alone there by Holland. Quite wide from Akhtar to finish the over. Leicestershire 37 for 4 after 11. Hill on 8 after 18 deliveries. Holland on 0 after 1.
So it was looking like a slightly loose start from Akhtar, but
yeah,
again,
I mean, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to bowl fast and he's trying to get the ball to bounce and get big on the batter. But he did get it wrong a little bit early doors. But if he can get it right, he's going to take wickets, isn't he?
That's what you're always, to a certain extent, going to have to ride with a young, fast bowler. No change yet at the Ashley Down Road end, where Goodman is going to have a 6th over, 2 slips and a gully for Hill as he faces. Goodman bowls. There's a strangled appeal for LBW going down the leg side and possibly a little high as well, but it's another ball that the bat has not connected with. And, well, they've broken that partnership, and how many balls did Hanscom face in the end? 23, so he didn't quite get to that 30 mark. And still 15 overs left in the day's play. Can Gloucestershire make further inroads? Goodman in bowls now. That's a ballooning bumper, and I don't think that umpire Pollard even needed to look at his colleague Mr. Lungley at square leg. His arms were already outstretching for the wide before the ball had seemingly really even fully rested in Bracey's gloves. So 38 for 4. It's 1 run onto the extras column, and perhaps sometimes you see batters' eyes lighting up with a loose delivery. Even Goodman's eyes lit up a little bit with that bounce. The next delivery is a fuller ball, which is really mistimed by Hill, who I think drove that. I don't think that went into the ground. I think that was in the air for some time out into the covers. Whether that was the one that just stopped in the surface, but fell well short of cover. But another false shot And well, who on earth would have thought this at whatever it was, about 11:30, quarter to 12 this morning? Goodman bowls away swinger, no shot from Hill. Gloucestershire lost wickets so regularly in that opening session, reduced to 87 for 6 at lunch, but very shortly 88 for 7, with only a couple of the top 5 just about reaching double figures. James Bracey, he has now scored 284 runs in his last 3 innings and not been dismissed, ending up with 93, marshalling the tail superbly, but Actor and Shaw with the bat deserving so much credit for their job in the fight back as Goodman bowls wide of the crease, angling it towards the stumps, but Hill doesn't play a shot because he doesn't have to. Actor 29, Josh Shaw, a first-class career best score for him of 45, and he's now added the wicket of Budinger to that. And Leicestershire reeling at the moment at 38 for 4 and still behind by over 200 runs. So quite the day so far, and still plenty of legs left in it. Goodman in, and Hill carefully watches this one go by. Wasn't having anything to do with that, and really watched that close to his gloves, but made sure that he moved those out of the way. So Ian Holland at the non-strikers end. He had a pretty good record against Gloucestershire for Hampshire, struck a couple of hundreds. As Goodman bowls, this is whipped through the leg side, diving stopper. Now there's 2 batters in the middle of the pitch, but Graham van Buren, he didn't get up particularly quickly. He certainly saved 3 runs. I didn't think he was going to grab that. That's a great piece of fielding to get there, but then he just couldn't quite get back up to his feet. But Hill came down. Holland was halfway down doing that sort of dance move. Yes, it was panic. It's exactly what it was. A couple of batting collapses.
Actor coming here from the pavilion end, 2 slips in play. Backward point cover and mid-off in the ring on the offside. Yorker delivery just dug out into the onside as mid-wicket picks that up.
I think it was Ben Kellaway that he got like that in the last match here, with one of those Yorkers that gets everybody excited. Speared in, off stump, out of the ground. It's certainly a delivery that he's got in his armoury.
Actor coming in here. Short delivery, punched off the back foot. Brilliant shot there as it races across the square, and that's going to go for 4 in front of point.
Oh, under the covers as well.
And Hill moves on to 15. Really nice punch there from Hill, just holding his shape, and that raced across the square.
It's underneath those wheelie covers, and I think Hammond was hoping, as I'm sure everybody would in that situation, that the ball was going to have enough behind it to come out the other side, but it didn't. So, well, Miles Hammond spending time on the floor in the field is not an unusual thing, so he gets an excuse to do it for the first time. He's barely touched the ball in this innings so far.
Actor coming back in here. Full delivery, driven through the covers, absolutely glorious drive, and that's raced away through extra cover for another 4 as Hill moves on to 17. Sorry.
He absolutely blasted that, and
yeah, he's timed that so well.
It's pace to use as well, but it's just a little bit full from Actor. But and again, you mind that less than being cut. He's cut a couple of times in his first over. You mind that shot a bit less, even though it's been absolutely whacked at the boundary.
The ball before was a little bit short, and then he's just gone a little bit full. But when he gets the length right, he looks dangerous. As Actor comes in here, it's full again, and it's driven away. And unfortunately, that's another 4. But Leicestershire moving on to 51 now for 4. That's their 50 up. And Actor needs to think about his line and length, because even that's fifth stump. He's giving the batter width
Yeah,
to
it's
throw
just a bit
his
too wide, isn't it?
And unfortunately, he can't afford to do that, really.
What's going on today? I mean, we've got fast-moving cricket at Bristol. Lewis Hill is thrashing drives like he's Rehan Ahmed. And what's got into people? They're going to put a fielder back there now, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I personally think that's a little bit negative. He's not hit his lengths, but I get it. It's damage limitation. But at the same time, he needs to hit his line and length a little bit better. Actor coming in here. Full delivery, driven through the covers, through to extra cover. Covers out on the boundaries, only going to get a single though. And he moves on to 22. Leicestershire moving on to 52 for 4.
Yeah, so Holland has scored 5 first-class hundreds, and 2 of them against Gloucestershire. And pretty sure at one stage it was 2 out of 3 even that he scored against Gloucestershire when he was still playing for Hampshire.
Interesting. Actor in here. Ooh, outside edge there, down to third man. But he gets away with it. And Leicestershire now moving on to 53 for 4.
It's part of that almost carousel of openers that they've had at the, whatever you want to call it, bowl over recent years, where it seems as though they've been changing openers every few games, trying to find a combination that really worked before Fletcher Middleton has come in and kind of nailed down that spot, and one of the younger cricketers coming through that has in the end seen Holland move on, but certainly has found a home at Leicestershire and has played a huge part in the day. Whilst it was Ben Green who picked up the 5-foot, and importantly it was him that finished off that tail. You know, sometimes you'd look at it and go, well, Holland took the top order wickets, but Green took the lower order wickets, but actually it was the lower order wickets that Leicestershire really needed. Got rid of both Actor and Shaw as Singh Dale runs in to Holland, who's standing tall and playing into the onside, mid-wicket into field. Holland himself getting rid of Charlesworth, Price and then Goodman later on, but it was pretty much impossible at one point to get off the square. Holland 18 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 36, and with the bat he's got a chance to make it an even better day for himself. Singh Dale, quick skiddy bowler running in from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling, and Holland's played that down, straight down into the ground and behind him. For a moment, again, I thought it was one of those where the ball was trickling towards the stumps, but actually it went off the toe and pretty much straight down behind him. The headband warrior, Singh Dale, his locks still flowing. Restrained by that headband as he's bowling.
You ever worn a headband for commentary, Ed?
Singh Dale bowls, he strikes Holland somewhere very uncomfortable at some considerable pace. There was a incredibly optimistic appeal for LBW, as I think that ball has hit Ian Holland on a certain piece of protective equipment that wasn't his thigh pad or his pad. Struck him somewhere midships. No, I can't say I have, although during COVID actually the headset works very nicely as a restrainer for hair. So you can imagine how long the hair would have got in that year. Singh Dale bowls, he's tried to drive that Holland and he's driven it into the ground, it's spun up off his body and then out in front of him. So that drive, fair to say, not great marks for execution, but Holland is still there on 1. Deficit has just nudged now down below 200 for Leicestershire at 53 for 4. 2 slips in place. Singh Dale bowling now. He's had a flash at that as Holland. That's a really loose shot. Yeah, he's thrown his hands at it. I suppose the only thing you could say is, yeah, maybe if he gets some bat on it, it might fly over the cordon, but
whoosh.
Yes, whoosh. It's a good word. He's very much whooshed at it. There is a fielder actually down at deep third, so there is a catcher in place even for potential uppercut. Last ball of this over. Singdale in and bowls. That's a tight leave from Holland. It's a good one in the end, but considering we've seen already both Graham van Buren and Rishi Patel out shouldering arms to balls that have crashed into off stump, it's a brave leave, but it's a good one. And it's a maiden over to start with from Singdale, who will be cranking that pace up, knowing that this will be his only spell of the evening session. And knowing 13 overs to go, he can open up the taps. And also, given the fact that Gloucestershire have taken 4 wickets as well, that's, you'd imagine, going to spur you on as a fast bowler.
Actor here coming in for his 3rd over. Short delivery and a big woof outside the off stump. Played and missed, just gone underneath the bat there. Gone over the bat, the ball has, and yeah, short delivery again from Actor though. Watching the replay though, 6th stump.
Both feet off the ground from Hill as he tried to hit that one.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting good pace and he's getting good carry, but at the moment his line and length just needs to be a little bit tighter. As he comes in now, fuller delivery, just defended into the onside.
Yeah, and
he's exciting and he's strong.
Yeah,
you know, you can see that. It just needs to get his line and length.
Yeah, and I think, given the fact that there's some movement out there, he actually doesn't. I mean, I know I've been talking about cranking pace up, but actually I don't think you need to bowl at 100% on this pitch. I think there's enough life in it that you don't have to extract that much out of it. It's quite different from the surface he was bowling on a couple of weeks ago.
Actor in here, full delivery in the offside, going for a quick single, could be a run-out chance there. As Actor flops on the floor with a dive.
He's all right for a moment as he was staying down. I was getting a little bit concerned, but
I think
he's okay.
Tired out after he's thinking, is it time for dinner?
Well, he's had quite a lot of time out there today with the bat. But that was pretty close. There was no dive from Holland. And I thought he must have made it quite comfortably, but it wasn't the smartest running in of the bat. We'll get another slower look at. Oh yeah, he's gone. He's out with the hit there. So that has to go down as a chance as Actor pivoted and threw.
Actor in here, short delivery, great carry. That's the line and length just over the top of off stump, just outside, as that's left alone there by Holland.
And still, we can point back to, although Rehan Ahmed won't thank me for remembering it, point back to that drop from Rehan Ahmed when Actor was on 8.
And
you think, and you think that one in particular, Hammond's drop only cost a few runs, but Actor's drop not only cost the 21 runs that he went on to score, but the runs at the other end as well, and setting up that Shaw partnership.
Yeah, that was 42. That was 42, you know, which is a big chunk in that innings, which, you know, that sort of built that momentum for Gloucestershire. And it allowed Bracey to really get himself in as well. Yeah,
that Bracey-Shaw partnership probably doesn't happen in the same way were it not for the Actor-Bracey partnership before it.
There was a knock-on effect and they had that momentum going there. Actor coming in here, 2 slips in play. Just back of a length outside the off stump, left alone. Good carry from Actor. Leicestershire are 54 for 4 now after 15.
And you can tell even that one's still a little bit wider than he really wants. He wants to. I mean, it's okay to bowl outside the off stump. I think it wasn't a ball from Actor that was going to hit the stumps that he got Hanscom with, but he wants he wants them to be playing at those. He wants to bring the outside edge into play because the Knicks are carrying. Richard Ray will come back into the box. Nicole might have to do a ball from the other end.
Singdale coming here in his second over. Hill on strike on 23 off 32 balls so far. As he comes in, that's flicked off his hip. No run scored though, as it's just hit straight to mid-wicket. 2 slips in hit play here. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket all in the ring, and a fine leg and a third man out on the boundary as Richard joins me.
Exciting stuff. It's been a great day's cricket.
Yeah, 14 wickets so far we've had here.
And still
12 overs.
plenty of time to go.
Singdale in here, just back of a length, defended, looking pretty solid there. Hill on 23 now, but no runs scored there.
Sort of excited chatter from below us.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the momentum's been swinging, you know, we thought very much in Leicester's favour today. But Gloucestershire have come fighting back, and
Yeah.
they've come out, and already 4 wickets for them so far this evening. Singdale in, really well bowled, just outside the off stump, left alone, but it is a no ball. No ball called there. Was that a front foot? I didn't see that. I just watched the replay. Yeah, it was a front foot.
Judging by umpire Pollard scraping the crease clean. Yeah, since that first over after lunch, it's been a great fight back from Gloucestershire, and arguably they're on top at the moment in terms of the balance of the game.
Singdale coming in here. Really well bowled there. Good length delivery, just defended. A little bit of an inside edge onto the pad. No run.
Hill made one of those little gestures with his right hand, suggesting there was a little bit of movement. Might have stayed a touch low as well. But another start for Lewis Hill. He's got a start in every inning so far this season.
Singdale in here. Full delivery, just outside the off stump, left alone. Bowling a nice pace. Good carry through. And Bracey's taking it around waist height.
Great hair as well.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. Seen the moustache from Ben Green, and now we've got some long locks.
Flowing locks.
Yep. Singdale in. Oh, really well bowled. That's an inside edge. Nearly chopped that on there, and it has come down to fine leg here for 4. But it was really well bowled and not convincing there. It's come back in and cut him up. And it will go for 4, and Hill moves on to 27.
How close to leg stump was it? Very.
Yeah.
Is the technical answer.
Unlucky. 1 ball left in this over. Singdale 1.5 overs so far, 6 runs off those. As he comes in. Full ball hitting leg stump, but it is flicked off his pad, and he's going to come through from 1 leg by. Leicestershire moving on to 60 for 4 now.
Well, 23 the partnership is worth so far, but they're going to want to have a 1 in front of it before they're going to feel at all more comfortable, I suspect. The Foxes, there are 11 overs to go. We have lovely sunshine. We're going to get them all, that's for sure. It's going to be a long old day, one way or another. We'll be finishing, I would think, somewhere around about 6:45. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester around about 6:10, I'm told. In the meantime, Akhtar continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Hill, who drives pleasantly but doesn't really time it as well as he would have liked, and Van Buren makes the stop at wide-ish mid-off, sort of extra cover as well, trying to cover both positions.
Whitminster CC has sent a message on X saying, your commentary is making the journey up on the M5 pass much more enjoyably. Thank you. Just passing through that county we beat in the T20 final.
Akhtar is in, full outside off stump, steered by Hill, but only as far as point. Whitminster, they reached a final, did they? Did they say?
Yeah, just passing through that county we beat in the T20 final and en route to the final with 2 eyes. So...
finals already in April. Good effort.
There we go.
Akhtar turns. Long legs, bounding in, bowls outside off. Going to have the legs, Van Buren grits his teeth and drags it back and picks up left-handed and throws and saves 1 run certainly. And had it had the legs, it would have probably crossed, so 2 really. So great effort from him. Backing up his bowler. Hill on 229. Big slice of luck. Good luck, that is, in the previous over. Against Singdale, looking to take advantage. Wait with bat raise as Akhtar is in and bowls. He goes back and defends, drops it out to Van Buren, no doubt slightly relieved not to have to go sprinting after the ball again. Yeah, plenty of people in the, plenty of seats on balconies over there. I wonder what those flats cost these days. Do you reckon a couple of hundred, maybe more? Don't know. Oh.
How much?
Too much. This is true.
But how much?
Is in and bowls full, driven by Hill, and a good effort by Hammond at backward point. Couldn't get anything on it, but the sweeper on the offside boundary saves 3, and you heard the squawk of no from Lewis Hill. Very familiar sound to those of us whose destiny it is to follow the foxes around the country. End of the over. Hill keeps a strike, moves on to 30-64 for 4. Leicestershire, I suppose the first target is to get to 103, really. And avoid the follow-on, being asked to follow on. 64 for 4. Gloucester would love another wicket or 2 before the close. They'd probably take 1 now if you offered them it with 10 overs remaining, but break this partnership.
I think if they had 2, they'd be delighted. Singdale coming here. Just back of a length, worked off his hip there to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, by accidental design, Hill is sort of taking most of the strike at the moment, which may not be a bad thing from Leicestershire's point of view. Just give Holland a chance to have a good look.
Sun's coming in on the ground now. See the shadows of the floodlights just coming across the pitch. Singdale coming in, short ball, just defended into the offside, no run.
I'll have to ask Ed next time he's on commentary what the situation is regarding the ground, really. There have been various rumours, haven't there, over the years about... It was just talking about the value of the flats, you know, the residential value of this property is immense, isn't it, compared to some counties, sort of, you know, which don't have much money, but I'll come back to that point in a minute.
Singdale in, full delivery, driven through to mid-off. Good piece of fielding there.
And it may be that the 100 money, if it comes, when it comes, if it comes, will ease everybody's money worries for the time being. But you know, some of the smaller counties, including Leicestershire, have talked about sort of leaving their inner city ground, so to speak, selling them for the residential value and moving to a you know, a purpose-built ground, a bit like Durham, sort of not too far from a motorway, perhaps, that sort of thing.
Singdale in. Short delivery. Giving it a wide there as it goes way over the batter's head.
But I would suggest that if you take the London grounds out of the equation, that this ground is probably worth more than any, really. It's a residential area of Bristol, isn't it? And a sought-after residential area, and it's a big old site.
Should go into...
No, I wouldn't like to see them move, but it's just, you know, sometimes it's...
Well, it's a viable... Singdale in, full delivery, defended into the offside. No run. No, it's interesting, isn't it?
Whether, you know, Gloucestershire could find a site somewhere near, you know, I don't know, between here and Gloucester or wherever. You'd think so.
But then it's even
Whether they
where
should.
that would be.
Yeah, is a different thing.
Singdale coming in here. Full delivery, driven. Backward point, just a bit of a misfield, a bit of a miscommunication there as well for a single. It was all going on there, and then there was a loose throw to mid-off, but the Leicestershire did get a single in the end.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the hill no been ignored before, but it was on that occasion. Hammond, brilliant sort of half stop diving to his right, slowed it down, but it did go a good 15 yards beyond him. There was one there, and Holland duly insisted. Update time for BBC Radio Leicester. 66 for 4 Leicestershire as Singdale bowls to Holland, and it's played out towards mid-on. It looked as though it was going to be a really good day for the Foxes when they reduced Gloucestershire to 88 for 7 shortly after lunch, but Gloucestershire fought back well, led by James Bracey, who finished 93 not out. There were 5 wickets for the first time in his first-class career for Ben Green, but when Leicestershire replied, having bowled Gloucestershire out for 251, they suffered in their turn as well. Rishi Patel bowled for 1. Rehan Ahmed caught at slip for 4. Sol Budinger caught at fine leg for 12. And then the captain, Peter Hanscom, caught at slip for 8. 37 for 4 at that stage. They're beginning to rebuild. And Lewis Hill, who's been in solid form this season, is 31 not out. Ian Holland is with him 1 not out. But the game very much in the balance here as the wickets have fallen today down here in Bristol. Hill tickles one down to fine leg, I think off the pad, and wicketkeeper Bracey did get his left gauntlet to it to slow it down, but a couple of leg byes taken. Sorry, there was a little bit of a confusion at t'other end up in the East Midlands there as to when I was supposed to be talking. Got there in the end. 68 for 4.
Actor coming in here. This is 5th over now. So far he's gone for 22 with 1 wicket to his name.
Turns. Runs in past umpire Lungley. Bowls short. Hill gets up on his toes and sort of shovels it rather around the corner. You wouldn't say necessarily clips it away, but he got something on it. It looks down at the top of his bat at the manufacturer's label. It did hit quite high and rehearses a more controlled turn of the wrist. He did pick up a run and moves on to 31. 14 wickets in the day. The bowls, fullish this time, and Holland is going to pick up a run, just the second of his innings off the 13th ball face. Turns that in a rather more controlled fashion down towards sort of a wide-ish long leg position. Singdale fields. I don't think it's that bad a pitch, actually. I think it's just a good cricket wicket, really. There's a bit of life in it. And
yeah,
it's
not
come on
flat,
a bit as you said, two-pace.
But it's just a little bit of two-pace. But there was
it's
that we had
that
that at the
flat.
Oval.
Yeah.
You know, we had that at the Oval. And it's early season, you know.
Actor bowls, good delivery on off stump. Hill drops it out in the offside, calls for the single. Holland responds immediately as he had to do, and they made their ground reasonably comfortably in the end. Hammond closed on the ball through at the stumps, missed them anyway.
And arguably, it makes a little bit better cricket. You know, if it's a flat one,
Absolutely, couldn't
it's
agree
hard
more.
work for the bowlers and the fielders. You know.
There should be something there for both batters and bowlers. And I think you can score, well, Bracey showed you can score runs if you're prepared to grit it out until the ball gets a little bit softer. Actor is in. Holland gets a fullish, straight delivery, just leans forward and blocks it away off middle and off out into the offside. 2 to him. Hill 33 now. An important 33. In the context of what has been a fascinating day's cricket. Hope the weather's okay tomorrow, because it'd be a shame to see it interrupted. Actor in. Bowls down the leg side. Flicked or not? No, nothing on it. Bracey dived to his left. Thought he might just have got half a glove to it. Couldn't do so. And 4 byes conceded. Actor, well, he did pick up the wicket, and therefore everything else has been kind of worthwhile, so to speak. But that over was not his best. 1 for 25 from 5 for him. Leicestershire 75 for 4. 8 overs remain tonight. Gloucestershire's day, even if Leicestershire get through to the close with just 4 down, would you say, as a consequence? Don't know.
I mean,
balance.
I would say balance.
Yeah.
You know, but it is a very good comeback from where Gloucestershire were this morning. I mean, they were looking in quite a lot of trouble. Singdale coming here, full-ish, but quite wide, left alone there by Hill, who's on 33 or 54 deliveries. Holland's on 2 or 15. Yeah, I would say it's probably balanced. You know, if they get one more wicket now in the next probably 4 or 5 overs, I'd say it's slightly swaying for Gloucestershire. But at the moment, Leicestershire are digging in and building this partnership. Singdale in. Good delivery, just getting the outside edge there. But it is controlled by Hill in the end, who gets a single down to 3rd man. Two slips in play here at the moment. Cameron Bancroft at 2nd slip, Ollie Price at 1st slip. Ollie Price has already had 2 brilliant catches today at slip. Singdale in, defended there, straight back to the bowler.
I think if there was a lesson from the Gloucestershire innings, it's that time at the crease is really important. And adds to the value of the this Hill-Holland partnership. Potentially may not grow much bigger, may go on to really big proportions, but very valuable for the batsman to come, so to speak. Getting overs into the legs of the seamers and taking a little bit out of the ball.
Singdale in, short delivery pulled, but he didn't get hold of that at all, Holland. And it's a no ball signalled by the umpire again from Singdale. But he's not got hold of that one, Holland, and it's no run other than the no ball. Seems to just be struggling a little bit. That end, I mean, we had it with Hull as well, didn't we? The no balls.
Yeah, overstepping slightly.
Singdale coming in here. Full outside the off stump, left alone, about 5th stump line there.
Your sort of seam bowling colleagues, did they complain at all when you've played here and
Not
about
really,
it coming
no.
not from that end?
Do you have a speedo?
There is a sort of pronounced slope at Grace. Have you played Grace Road?
It's not, the thing is here, it's like a bit of a gradual one. It's not like
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's really drastic. So I'm surprised, particularly as it's your home pitch. Great carry there from Singdale. Really good shape coming away there and good carry. Bracey's just taken that around shoulder height. Yeah, I'm surprised because it's his home ground. It's not, you know, he's probably run through on it quite a lot. But it does happen, you know. Slight human error or, you know, slight overstepping or just trying a little bit too hard, I guess. Sun's coming in nicely on the ground now. Had a little bit overcast today. Singdale in, left alone outside the off stump. Good over from him though. Mine, other than the no ball, it would have been only 1 off, but it was 2 no balls, so that was 4 off that over. And Leicestershire now move on 78 for 4. And Hill is on 34 and Holland on 2.
Well, they don't bat quite as deep in this game, Leicester, as they have done in the first 3, when, as I say, Scriven, a genuine all-rounder, was coming in at number 11. But the batsman to come, Ben Cox, the wicket-keeper, he's been in very good form with the bat. Van Beek has been in excellent form with the bat. Green is a very solid all-rounder. Walker is a decent bat.
Who's in the best form so far this season?
It's probably been Hanscom, really, certainly on the basis of the last match. In from the pavilion end is Josh Shaw back with us, and he bowls an outswinger to Lewis Hill, but it's a little bit too wide, and Hill lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through. 1 for 19 from his first 5 overs, Josh Shaw.
The weather today has been a little bit of everything, hasn't it? We've had clouds, it's been overcast, almost like a little bit hazy, and now we've got sunshine. I mean, the only thing we haven't had, touch wood, is rain, but hopefully we don't get that tomorrow.
6 overs and 5 balls remaining, so probably sort of half an hour's cricket as Shaw goes in. Drops a little bit short. Hill on the back foot plays it comfortably enough out into the offside. Holds up his bat as well as rapping out the no to Ian Holland.
Yeah, I think probably on reflection, with the pitch being too paced, if anything, a lot of those wickets for Leicestershire, it had to be fuller than full, if that makes sense. It had to be more than full to be driving.
Shaw is in. Hill rides that little bit of extra bounce that the West Yorkshireman gets there.
So it almost needs to be closer to a Yorker than a half volley because of the too paced nature of the pitch. Few sweaters on now.
Yeah, it looks the nicest part of the day as well, but once you're out there in it, it's a bit chilly. Shaw bustles in, bowls outside off stump. Hill waits for it, dabs it down to third man, plays it late, one of his favourite shots. That and the sort of cut gets him plenty of runs. Moves on to 35, 79 for 4. Partnership for the 5th wicket now worth 42. Hill and Holland have a brief word. As Shaw is in to Holland, who's forward, hoping to get a run, trying to steer it behind point, but he can't get it past point. Hammond gets across to his left, feels as athletically as he has throughout his career, and there is no run. 21 balls now for Ian Holland, just 2 to him, but as I've been saying, I think what matters at the moment is time at the crease, occupation, and now their eyes will be turning to the pavilion, thinking of the close, as Shaw, to finish his over, is in. Bowls Fuller, squared up a touch and a little bit of shape to it, but well played by Ian Holland, really. Almost French cricket style, both for feet facing forward, bunted it back out into the offside, but got his bat behind it.
6 overs left in the day. Leicestershire 79 for 4 now. Hill on 35, Holland on 2. And Singdale's going to come again for his 5th over now.
Gloucestershire will stay with the seamers.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised, but if it was me, I would think about, possibly, why not change it up? They need a breakthrough really now, and it would be really good to get it before the day ends. Singdale coming in here, full delivery, driven out to mid-off. No run though. Yeah, I mean, if they get a breakthrough now, they've got to send someone out for 4 or 5 overs. And no one really wants to do that at this point of the day.
It'd be interesting to see who they did send out, actually. Whether there'd be a night watchman. Roman might get the job. I think he's done it a couple of times.
Hill on strike here as Singdale comes in. Full delivery, driven down the ground, but he's not got that, and he's almost yorked himself.
Yeah, there were some comments from Leicestershire supporters wondering why Hanscom didn't use Ahmed, especially with the last 2 wickets, the last penultimate 2 wickets, adding as much as they did.
It's interesting because I was thinking that myself when that second partnership was really getting on. I was thinking, would you not just even try it 1-2 overs and see, what's the hurt in that? But there was obviously a plan to that. Singdale in, full delivery, hit straight back to the bowler, no run. 3 dots in this over so far.
I wouldn't say Hanscom was a captain who did everything to a sort of plan necessarily, but he, like, as I say, like a few sort of Australian skippers, they prefer always prefer they don't really rate spinners. I sometimes feel that highly, and he preferred to use his wicket-taking bowlers. I suppose in the end it paid off, but it might have been worth just, as you say, lobbing 1 or 2 up.
Singdale in, flicked off the hip down here to fine leg, just for a single there for Hill.
I mean, I say Australian captains, despite having Leicestershire were captained by Mark Cosgrove for a year or two a few years ago, and that was a lot of fun. He was sort of like Shane Warne as a captain. He used to kind of get bored and try to do something different, and was always at the batsman. I used to love watching that. I liked Warne as a captain almost more than I liked watching him as a bowler, because he just never gave the batsman a moment's rest, really, thinking all the time.
Yeah, 2 steps ahead and thinking what's coming next. Singdale in here, full delivery, play and miss outside the off stump. Big drive there from Holland as he misses that one. And the Gloucester fans, as we can hear, getting a little bit excited underneath us here.
Yeah, and deliveries like that suggest that the captains are right to stay with Seam down there. There is still swing. And it has been mostly swing. I think that's done the damage really today.
Singdale in here. Full delivery and again shaping away, and he's made the batter square up. Another play and miss there. 2 in a row Holland has played and missed at, as Leicestershire are 80 for 4 now.
That was a cracking delivery. Lovely line. Just straightened a little bit. Enough, I suppose. Just a fraction too much.
It's bowling at a nice pace as well, and with that shape it's making it very difficult for Leicestershire.
Yep, good spell from him. Unlucky so far. 5 overs to go. Singdale 5 overs for 12. It reads unremarkably, but it's been a better spell than that. Shaw 1 for 20 from 6. Continues from the pavilion end. Bowls to Hill, who goes for the cut, which, as I say, he likes to do, but it got a little bit big on him. Rose over the top of his bat into the gloves of Bracey behind the stumps again. Fortunate for the Leicestershire veteran, I think we can call Hilly now. It just got a bit big. Didn't do too much in terms of swing or anything, but it's climbed. Short turns, straightish run. Bowls. Hill, much more circumspect, defends on the back foot. Off stump. Shaw picks up in his follow through and lobs the ball to Van Buren to do the hard work on. I haven't seen any crocodiles of children today. Apparently there were lots earlier, sort of 9ish, but I didn't see them after leaving school today. Coming through the car park.
They probably got scared off because Ed was dressed as a gorilla.
I missed the story about Albert. In goes Shaw and bowls. There's an appeal for leg before, but no, that has to be a little bit high, and it was above the pad actually. I know Hill isn't a very tall man, but so it's sort of bottom of the thigh pad really. Was he a denizen of Bristol Zoo? Did he say?
That, replay there.
Oh, sorry.
Going over possibly. I mean, it was a good appeal, really.
Yeah,
I'm watching this.
You'd give it a shout as the
Other
bowler.
angle.
Touch high, touch leg side-ish, just not enough to be sure. In he goes, bowls, and that's a fuller delivery, and Hill takes his bottom hand off the bat as he tries to work that. He looks a little bit at odds with himself at the moment, Lewis Hill. Rehearses a defensive press. He needs to battle through to the close here, and I'm sure he's aware of that. 36 not out. To him, 80 for 4. Possibly an important little passage of play, this, if these two can get through to the close. Shaw is in, and Hill is defending with a nice high left elbow there. Right behind that one, playing it out to Akhtar mid-on. Spectators are staying with it. They've had value for money today, I would suggest.
Well, 14 wickets, lots of entertainment, ebbs and flows.
330 runs. Some brilliant catches. They won't seem any better than Ollie Price's. Shaw is in. Fuller, it looked like it was there to drive. Might just have come back in a touch, and Hill rather jammed it out to mid-on instead. Good over from Shaw. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. His figures, a maiden.
Singdale's coming back again now. Shaw's bowled 7 overs, but this will be Singdale's 6th.
He gives it everything, doesn't he? So you would think possibly his last, and then maybe somebody will have the last 2, or maybe he'll just go through to the close. Super fit, these chaps these days.
3 slips in play here. Holland on strike as Singdale approaches. Full delivery, dug out there by Holland. No run as it goes up to mid-on. Big debate in the slip cordon here.
But where to go tonight, do you think, or
maybe what's for dinner? To be honest.
Yeah, something like that.
For tea?
Was there any boxing on the telly? I don't know.
Don't watch boxing. I wouldn't know that one, Richard. Sorry.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was a rhetorical question being asked in the slips, rather.
I thought you were asking me.
Sorry, no.
Singdale in, full delivery, great piece of fielding there. Cam Green, just a fantastic piece of fielding, as you can hear the Gloucestershire fans.
You get a handshake for it from everybody.
The Gloucestershire fans saying well done, and they're saying go on Greener. Great stop there though, 3rd slip. Singdale coming in here, just back of the length there.
He doesn't look quite as massive at 3rd slip as he does when he's batting, Green, for some reason. Maybe just because he's crouching a bit. He looks relatively normal in quote marks.
But then Ollie Price is quite tall, isn't he?
Yeah. Ed's been saying that Gloucestershire are a tall side. Land of the giants. Down here in Bristol.
Maybe they're just not from Bristol. I'm not sure West Country people don't tend to be that tall, do they? So Singdale coming in here, short delivery. It's going to come away for 4 down here at fine leg. Didn't really get all of that, but he's got it to the right angle, just to the left of Gracie.
Almost gloved it, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the top of the bat or the glove, but he's got something on it, and that's 4 more for him. He moves on to 6 now. Signal in full delivery, just worked into the onside there. No run. 4 off the over so far. 1 ball remaining in this over. Leicestershire 84 for 4 now. I think they're just thinking 3 overs left in the day. Let's just get home and not lose another wicket before the end of play. Singdale coming in here for his final delivery, which is inside edged, but no run off that. Just 4 off the over. Leicestershire are 84 for 4.
Yeah, good stuff. Making the batsman play for the most part. None for 16 from 6. Singdale.
The umpire just having a little check of the ball there.
He'll have 1 more before the close. And just short 2, probably. Unless the last over is bowled by somebody unexpected. Shaw in from the pavilion end, bowls to Lewis Hill, who shuffles down the pitch. It bounces off his thigh pad out into the onside as he looks to turn it, help it on its way. I think Shaw sort of saw him coming there and adjusted his length accordingly. Banged it in a bit. Hill wanders down, prods at the pitch.
No, we've seen a bit of everything today other than spin.
It would, yeah.
Which has been a bit of a shame. But
it would be nice to see 1 over, just and then watch it sort of rag square or something, and everybody goes, oh. Shaw is in and bowls. Fuller this time, clipped off his legs by Lewis Hill. He's got that one out towards the square leg boundary. It will be chased down by Big Cameron. Gets his throw away, and Hill takes a couple. So he's not allowed to bowl at all, is that right? He's just not fit to bowl, or he's not allowed to bowl by the Australian Cricket Board, or they're hoping he might be able to bowl later on in his stint at the club, quoth Ed. So whether that's
factual or not,
fitness or yeah, what that depends. In goes Shaw and bowls well bowled, beats the outside edge. A little bit of an effort ball there, and he got the lift and climbed past the shoulder almost of Lewis Hill's bat. Yeah, well bowled. 86 for 4, 49 the partnership now worth. Short turns, runs in and bowls. A straighter delivery, same sort of length, so Hill stays on the back foot and drops it out towards silly mid-off. Hammond wanders in to pick the ball up. Green jogs. It looks though he's sort of jogging a little uncomfortably. I don't know whether it's a back issue that he's had, hasn't it? I think it's affected him. Tall man. Needs to do his downward dogs. Get that lower back stretched, Cameron. As Shaw is in and bowls. Hill again advancing down the pitch and then drives, but he's picking out fielders at the moment. And he's picked out another there, Charlesworth, and there is no run in the covers. 1 ball to go in the Shaw over. 13 balls, legitimate deliveries, that is, in the day. Shaw is in and bowls, bouncer and a hill. Saw it fairly early, have to bang it in, and then the bounce, as we've been saying, is a little bit loopy, bit tennis bally. Hill ducked underneath it comfortably enough. End of Shaw's 8th over, 1 for 22, his figures. 2 overs to go, Leicestershire 86 for 4. Still think it's been Gloucestershire's day, really, but there's not much in it now.
I'd say par now.
Yeah, fascinatingly balanced. Game of Championship cricket going on in Bristol.
Singdale coming in here with 3 slips in play. Full delivery, leg side, and that's flicked off and whipped away across the square for 4. Holland moving on to 10, and that's a 53-run partnership for them so far off 88 balls. Batting for just over an hour together now. Got a little bit full there, and his line's a little bit too straight, and it's just allowed Holland to just flick that off his legs.
7th over of the spell, you start, fast bowling. You just surely, however fit you are, you're just starting to feel it a little bit, I'm sure.
Singdale in here, full delivery, dug out there by Holland. We've got Ollie Price in the slips, Bancroft and Cam Green. Cam Green having a good stop in the last over of Singdale's. We've got a point in the ring and mid-off and mid-on and mid-wicket. Just looking here, thinking, how can they find a wicket before the end of play? 1.4 overs left in the day. Singdale coming in, full delivery and defended back to him.
It's hard, isn't it? Because they are still playing and missing from time to time, and the odd one's climbing a little bit. There's not obviously as much swing as there was. How old's the ball now? It's only 25 overs old, actually.
Yeah, it's still going to get a little bit of value.
So it should be, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm not sure I would change it really. I'd still go with seam.
For me, because of the 2 pace, I might just use the odd slower ball out the back of the hand or something like that. Full delivery defended there. Not all the time, but just to vary that pace. And if it is 2 paced, it might just hold in the pitch, stick in the pitch a little bit.
If we get through to stumps 4 down, then we win the last hour. That's 3 hours each, even day, says Hamish.
Well,
probably fair enough.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
A lonely gull flies above the ground, heads for the flats.
Singdale coming in.
The infamous flats as far as Leicestershire are concerned. I'll tell you that off air.
1 ball left in Singdale's over here as he's 6.5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, no wickets so far. He will be wanting one for his name, and is he going to get that this evening, the 24-year-old? Last game he had 3 for 61 and 1 for 62. As he comes in, full delivery, just guided down to backward point. Good piece of fielding there. But they come through for a single as Miles Hammond picks that up. Leicestershire now 91 for 4.
With an over to go.
Okay.
And it will be bowled by Josh Shaw. Holland on strike on 11. Hill 38. been obviously the busier of the two batsmen, but Holland, famous last words, has been started to play with a degree of solidity. As Shaw is in, bowls to him, and he's beaten on the outside edge. That's entirely my fault, Leicestershire listeners, and I do apologise.
No such thing.
Oh, I bet you are superstitious there. I mean, there's a...
Yeah, but I don't believe in commentary.
You don't
first.
think? Okay.
I don't believe in that, but I am superstitious a little bit, you know. I think everyone is in sport in some degree. I'm not like the superstitious, like I've got to put my right sock on before my left, as some people to go quite extreme.
But, so to which ones then for you? Superstitions?
Just little things like, you know, how I'd mark my run up or something like that.
Shaw, with a third slip now, is in, bowls outside off stump, trying to tempt
Is that a superstition?
Holland. Lets it go through.
Or is that a routine?
Yeah, good question. If it's part of your setup, it's a routine, isn't it, really? If it's...
Superstition.
I don't think it exists in club cricket, really, as a phenomenon, really. I don't remember. You know, superstitions as such.
Yeah.
Shaw is in, bowls straight, but
My
Holland is solidly behind it.
My mum had a superstition that if I was batting, she would have to sit in the same place, and she couldn't get up and she couldn't move, because otherwise if she did, I might get out.
Oh, play.
So
Your mum played for Cornwall, didn't she? She was a...
Yeah, my mum did play for Cornwall. She was a wicket keeper.
Right.
So yeah, she did. She had that superstition,
and that's, I guess, so your sort of affinity to the game came through her as much as anything.
Yeah, I mean, my brothers both have played cricket. I've got an older brother and a younger brother, and my mum and dad both played a bit of cricket, but they didn't start playing till they were older.
Shaw bounces Holland, but he saw it very early and just sort of bobbed at the knees, let it go over his head.
Yeah, my mum played county cricket, so then my mum set up the women's cricket in Cornwall, and she did that for sort of 17, 18 years, the girls and women's cricket. So that's sort of, I guess, mainly because my brother was playing cricket and I was about 8, and I wanted to be as good as him, probably. I wanted to be better than him, really. So I think that was probably what I thought. I can throw it further than him, I can do better.
Shaw is in, 2 balls to go, bowls foolish outside off stump again, trying to tempt Holland into a big drive that he might edge through to the wicket keeper, but again with 2 balls to go he is not to be tempted. 1 to go. Holland and Hill wander down and have a chat. It looks as though Leicestershire are going to get through to the close. So do they win the final hour? I suppose so. Preceding 3 very much belonged to the Gloucesters.
Yeah, they've got 1 ball left here. Are they going to get a wicket?
Shaw runs in and bowls Hammond. Thinking of Gloucestershire, you see. Holland even. Everything behind it, plays it out to mid-on, and we are done for the day with a maiden over for Josh Shaw. Well, an outstanding day's county cricket, not necessarily in terms of sort of quality or techniques, things like that, but it's sort of the way the teams went at each other and the number of wickets that fell, the runs that were scored, some brilliant pieces of cricket. Leicestershire close in their first innings on 91 for 4. That is in reply to Gloucestershire's first innings of 251. They trail then by 161 runs with those 6 first innings wickets intact. Lewis Hill and Ian Holland leave the field, having to some extent begun to rebuild the Leicestershire first innings, which looked in tatters at 37 for 4 when Hanscom was caught at slip off the bowling of Akhtar for 8, but Hill and Holland have added just over 50 now for the 5th wicket. But Gloucestershire, having been in danger of sort of being out of the game if they'd been bowled out for 120 or 130, as could easily have happened, fought their way back into the game, and it is, as we've been saying, very much been a balanced day here at Bristol. We'll be back with you bright and early on BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucester And of course Leicester at 5 to 11 tomorrow. Nicole, myself, Richard Ray and Ed Seaborn. And well, if we have a day half as exciting, it'll be another excellent day. But for now, from the county ground here at Neville Road in Bristol, it's a very good night to you all. Good night.